All right, good morning. Hey, Naomi. Hi, good morning. I understand you don't feel well. Okay. Well, if you need anything from us, let the clerk know, and I'll make sure that we call on you, or just butt in, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. And while I'm on the phone, may I say something?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Oh, I just want to say, thank you. Thank you. And while I'm on the phone,
Councilwoman, I think we lost you.
yes. Oh, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm here. Okay. I just wanted to thank everybody for all of their good thoughts and wishes. And I appreciate it during this difficult time. And I'm doing fine. I'm just out sick today. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, thank you. That was sweet.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, with that, we will get your meeting started. The first item on our agenda today is the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, I would love for Mr. Andrew Barbano to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, first item today is roll call for the Reno City Council. Breckus? Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber? Jarden? Reese? Sheevy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, I'm going to send it back to you for item A3.
Madam Mayor, our first item today is public comment. At this time, it should be noted, rules of decorum while in these chambers. Expectation is commenters are afforded 3 minutes of public comment.
Can you turn that?
We're a little echoey here today. There we go.
better.
Speakers are given 3 minutes for public comment. We ask that you address the council and mayor as a whole, do not individualize bodies. Additionally, while you're in this room, be respectful. Any participation and behaviors eliciting of clapping, shouting, applauding, jeering, booing, or general disruptive behavior may result in you receiving a warning. If this behavior continues, you will be asked to leave chambers. Please be respectful while you're in this room. Madam Mayor, our first public comment today is actually going to be a proclamation from you.
Nice. Wow, okay.
We'll start
I
there.
was a little caught off guard. I didn't know, you don't want to do that after public comment?
We can do that after public comment. We can do that at the end if you'd like.
Is Pat Cashel in the room?
Pat Cashel is present.
Where are you?
He's hiding in the
Are
back.
you hiding over there? You want to come up? Let's do it now. I just want to thank everyone. We did a kindness week, February 22nd through the 29th, in honor of Mayor Cashel, kind of hashtag Be Like Bob. Many of you that knew Bob was incredibly generous and kind and giving, and he did a lot of acts of kindness behind the scenes. A lot of people didn't get to see that. Some of us did, but so we wanted to give you this special proclamation. I'd love to give it to you, so
Thank you.
read it. The funny thing is, he gave out thousands of proclamations and probably never had one for himself. So,
Just real quick, and I'll keep it brief. This means the world to all of us. I mean, but it's not just this today. What took place over the last 2 weeks and what was, especially last Thursday, my family is a huge gratitude to everybody that was involved, especially from the city of Reno, but not just the city of Reno, like what the police department and Chief Soto did and all those guys in the fire department. And it made the entire day it was over the top. So I can't thank everyone enough. And knowing my dad, I mean, when I was riding in that hearse with him and there was miles of nobody on the freeway and people out of their cars standing there, honoring him. As we drove by, it was powerful. And I knew Dad was big. I just didn't know how big he was. And the stories that have been told. And, when he took over Boomtown, he didn't know the first thing about running a truck stop or a casino. I think the best thing he knew how to do was pour coffee. But really what set him apart from everybody else, because Boomtown was a truck stop and it didn't have the best food. We served spare ribs, fried chicken, and chicken fried steak. But what my dad did was he knew how to treat other people. And this is a testament to that. So anyway, from all of us at the Cashel family, not just for this, but what took place over the course of the last week, we're forever grateful to everyone here in this room, to this community, and to the city of Reno. So thank you very much.
Well, just so you know, our police and fire department were honored. They were honored.
What they did was, when we pulled into Minogue and the flag and the ladder trucks and the police escort, there were over 80 cars in the procession. I think there was actually 2 snowplows from the city of Reno because he loved going to Public Works and hanging out there during the day. He didn't just hang out at City Hall. He hung out everywhere in town. And it's funny, I used to catch him driving around town in his car, just like this was his city and he was proud of it. And the other morning I caught myself driving in my dad's car going and kind of doing what he did and seeing what he felt in it. And I'm proud to say that I'm from Reno, Nevada. And it's an incredible place. And so anyway, from all of us at the Cashel family, thank you very, very much.
Well, you're very, very welcome. You would laugh as I was walking out, one of the officers said to me, "Hey, Hillary, you see all this? None of this is happening for you." So, your father is very loved.
Yeah.
Very loved.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Pat, can we get a picture?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, right here. Ready? 1, 2, suck it in.
Everybody did it. All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we'll transition to our next public comment, which will be presented by Councilmember Breckus, and she has a proclamation to give as well.
Thank you. So those of us who came on in 2012 will recall that there was a woman who worked for the health department who used to come up annually, and we'd present a proclamation to her on the commemoration and awareness of National Eating Disorders Month. I don't know if any of you remember that she used to come forward. And then I think she retired, and then the issue kind of has not been before us. But these gentlemen, and I'll let them talk in a minute, brought it to my attention. And it's an issue at the time that meant a lot to me because when I was in my 20s, I suffered from an eating disorder. And at that point, there wasn't a lot of awareness of the issue and how to seek help. And so it's always been an issue very important to me. And I want to thank Madam Mayor for issuing this proclamation. So, whereas the National Eating Disorders Association, National Eating Disorder Awareness Week is the largest and most recognized outreach effort in the country, and whereas this year's theme for NEDA Awareness Week is "Come as You Are, Hindsight is 2020," An important message that encourages those affected by an eating disorder to reflect on the progress they've made and accept themselves and others as they are. And whereas, in the memory of Chantal Hager, a brilliant young woman who was afflicted with a deadly eating disorder, the Chantal Hager Foundation has worked extensively to educate our community about the devastating impact of anorexia and bulimia. And whereas, the City of Reno is grateful to the Chantal Hager Foundation and the many advocates for awareness surrounding eating disorders who work tirelessly to advance the understanding and treatment of eating disorders as an issue of immense public health. Now, therefore, I, Jenny Breckus, Ward 1 Council Member, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby proclaim February 24th to March 1, 2020 as National Eating Disorder Awareness Week. The second whereas is hindsight. I'd like to just share with people that it is a very curable disorder, but if not uncured, it is very deadly. And one thing I learned very much is while substances are a lifetime addiction, you can normalize your relationship with food and make tremendous progress. I know a family right now in Reno that is dealing with it in a very serious manner with a young woman, but I also want to raise attention to the fact that it impacts men tremendously too. So with that, I think we're going to watch just the brief trailer on the video that Mr. Hager made in memory of his daughter, and then these gentlemen will speak also.
42% of 8-year-old girls already think they're too fat. By the time they get to be 9 or 10, over half of them are on a diet.
There's a lot of money to be made in the diet industry. We're capitalists. We want to sell our products.
We live in the United States where the message is to be happy, you need to be looking a certain way. Disordered eating patterns are common.
Unfortunately, no matter how good of a person you are, when you're in the depths of an eating disorder, you're everything you don't want to be.
It gives you that false sense of security, that false sense of hope, and you're really just clinging to the one thing that's destroying you.
It felt like there was this void I had to fill, and I was so scared of gaining weight. I think it's so sad when eating disorders are concentrated on looks, because I see everyone as beautiful.
Andrew Barbano, you may go ahead and give your public comment at this time.
Mr. Hager. Hi, I'm Andrew Barbano. This is Chantal Hager's father, local attorney Bob Hager, and the executive producer of that double telly national award-winning film now streaming on YouTube. Bob.
Thank you. As Mr. Barbano said, my name is Robert Hager, and I'm Chantal's father. I can tell you, thank you so much for recognizing this problem in our community. There are thousands of people in this community right now in Reno who are suffering from eating disorders. And they're suffering silently and shamefully because it's just like addictions, it's a disease of dishonesty. So they're not honest with the closest people to them, their parents, their spouses, their children. And so this film and your proclamation today, I thank you so much, because what is needed is attention to this problem. The Washoe County School District has a good program that they are in the process of developing, but unfortunately, they put it on in the senior year of high school, which is way too late. It needs to be put on in middle school. This is an issue of dysmorphic body image, where people develop a body image that is not consistent with the way they look, and therefore they start to develop an eating disorder. And So I'll leave you with one last thing. I like to say one thing to help people with eating disorders whenever I have the opportunity to speak to a group like this. So everybody here sees themselves as a good person. We try to do the right thing every day. And so I can tell you that if you happen to be present while someone makes a negative or positive comment about someone's body image in front of an impressionable person, a child, a tween, a teenager, don't say anything about it right then, but the next opportunity you have to speak to that person, tell them to never do that again. Because if it's, for example, your best friend and your daughter is there, and she hears that, she's going to think, hey, this guy's cool. He's my dad's best friend. And so if I want to be somebody that somebody like that is going to like, I've got to look like that. And bingo, you've got the start of an eating disorder. It's that simple. These are intelligent, sensitive, perfectionistic people that develop these disorders. And that's all it takes is that kind of thing. So I used to make that mistake. I used to let my sons make comments about women's and girls' bodies in front of my daughter. I didn't realize at the time that that was wrong. I know it now, and you know it now. So I ask you, please don't let that happen anymore around you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
So much. Means a lot, and it's great that she has family support. A lot of women that go through, and men, quite frankly, I know men have it as well, but it's a really, really hard thing. If you think about addiction, a lot of times in addiction, you stop, whether it's alcohol or gambling or those things. Food is much different. You can't stop food.
You have to have a relationship with food.
Yeah, so it's really, really challenging.
Eating disorders are the leading cause of death of women between the ages of 15 and 24.
Yeah.
And they are 10 times more deadly than all the other leading causes of death combined as of 2010. Now, this opioid epidemic may skew that completely. It's not going to exceed eating disorders.
And social media has made it extremely hard.
Yes.
Extremely hard. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
It means a lot.
A couple of asterisks here. There is no mandate for eating disorder education in Nevada law. It's a resolution that was passed by the legislature. We will be looking into the degree of eating disorder education in school districts around the state, because what we know for a fact from Washoe, they don't start till senior year. Legislation may be necessary to mandate starting eating disorder education in junior high school. Assemblyman Daley is here this morning, so he's now on notice. We may be coming to him for a little education legislation come next year. The Chantal Coalition will be producing some vignettes with some of the professors that are in that award-winning show, so that specific questions that parents may have about eating disorders, you can go and see a 3 or 4 minute video at chantalcoalition.org. So we're going to be busy streaming, online, producing video, and doing some serious politicking. And the Chantal Coalition, along with Assemblyman Daley's Laborers Union Local 169 and the Reno Sparks NAACP, are all sponsors of Cesar Chavez 18, March 31st at the Atlantis, in which we will install Dennis Myers as the first journalist in the Nevada Cesar Chavez Nevada Labor Hall of Fame. I hope to see you all there. How's that? 4 plugs in one 60-second commercial. Thank you.
That is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Fire Chief Dave Cochran.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I have with me firefighter paramedic Jeff Cates and his son and daughter. And I'd just like to take a couple minutes this morning to recognize the actions of firefighter Cates in going above and beyond the call of duty on an incident back in December. In the early morning hours of December 15, 2019, firefighter paramedic Jeff Cates responded on Engine 3 to an incident at the Atlantis Casino. Engine 3 was dispatched to a report of a distraught and possibly suicidal person who had climbed up some interior scaffolding and was not able or willing to come down. When Engine 3 arrived on scene, the crew entered the hotel and observed a person who had reached a height of nearly 10 stories above the ground. Witnesses stated that this person was in grave and immediate danger of falling, slipping, or jumping. Time was of the essence. Firefighter-paramedic Jeff Cates, at great risk to himself, volunteered to free climb the scaffolding and make verbal contact with the individual in distress in the hope of diffusing the situation. Firefighter Cates began free climbing the scaffolding, working his way to the person in distress 10 stories above the ground. Cates made verbal and visual contact with the person on the scaffolding and was able to establish a bond with the person, which proved to be a critical factor in the resolution of this incident. The individual's actions were described as erratic, with a very real possibility of him falling from that tremendous height. Captain Mike Hill, who was on the scene at the incident, stated, "Engine 3 had an individual that was climbing the interior structure of the atrium inside the Atlantis Casino. This was a free climb of a structure that went from the ground floor all the way to the 18th floor unobstructed. The individual was in grave danger from slipping, loss of balance, or just plain fatigue." Firefighter Cates continued to engage with the individual, and as the RPD crisis intervention and negotiating team members arrived on scene, they transitioned with Cates and took over communications with the individual, who was still several stories up in the air. Unfortunately, communications between RPD and the individual broke down. Again, Firefighter Cates volunteered to climb back up and reestablish contact with the individual in distress. With the help, guidance, and reassurance of the RPD crisis intervention team, Firefighter Cates was able to calm the individual down and reestablish a rapport with him. Per Captain Glenn McKinnon, who was also on scene, he described the contact as professional, calming, and always with the purpose of getting the subject to climb down. At 0910 hours, 9 o'clock in the morning, nearly 4 hours after the incident began, the individual in distress climbed down on their own and into the arms of first responders. Firefighter-paramedic Jeff Cates went above and beyond the call of duty that morning. He volunteered to free climb to a height of 10 stories to engage a person who was clearly in distress and acting erratically. There was a high probability that this person's actions could have endangered Firefighter Cates' life as well as their own. Firefighter Cates did this not once, but twice during the incident, when it became apparent that negotiations were not moving in a positive direction. After nearly 4 hours, the person on the scaffolding trusted Cates enough to climb down and let first responders render aid. There's no doubt in my mind that without Cates' fast actions, disregard for his own personal safety, and the ability to make and keep a connection with this person, the incident could very well have had a tragic ending. For his efforts in bringing this incident to a successful, positive resolution, today we award firefighter-paramedic Jeff Cates the Life-Saving Medal.
Are you proud? Are you guys proud of your dad? Are you guys rock climbers? No? Obviously, your dad can climb pretty well. Wow, that's pretty special. Thank you. Do you want to say something? Oh, come on. Come on. I know.
I appreciate the award very much, and I'm glad to have represented the department in a positive light in the city. I would say that the award is very much deserved for all of the tech team that responded, all the on-duty crew or on-duty tech team members that were available that day showed up, and there was a lot of work behind the scenes to set up rope rigging and troubleshoot anchor systems and stuff like that should we have needed to lower the patient down or the victim down. And so it's not really an award that I feel like is a one-person thing. I just kind of got lucky enough to be the guy who
that can climb?
who just got to make the contact with the victim and keep him occupied so he didn't make any bad decisions.
Wow.
So thank you guys.
Were you scared?
Scared for him, yeah.
Not for you?
No.
No, you were just doing your job. This is what you guys do. You're
Yeah.
amazing.
Cool. That's what they
Thank you so very
train
much.
us to do, right?
We're so proud.
Thank you.
Wow. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, to follow that, our next public comment is from Neil Horning, followed by Dr. Blevins. Madam Mayor, at this time, I would like to note we have 37 persons signed in for general public comment this morning. There are available seats in the front row. I would ask when I call your name, please come up and be ready to go, as we have well over an hour and a half, near 2 hours of public comment ahead of us. Thank you.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Tough to follow that one. Jess Horning, Neil Horning, Liquid Blue Events. We're here to comment on agenda item D4 with consideration to have the continued support of the in-kind sponsorship funding with special events moving forward. A little bit about our company. We've been running events over 12 years, and we've produced over 200 events since we started. And we work very closely with the city of Reno, RSCVA, Story County, Lassen County, South Lake Tahoe, North Lake Tahoe, Tahoe Yacht Club Foundation, Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley, and all of which require or provide funding to make events work.
Yeah, events are extremely difficult to make profitable. Honestly, they really are. To ensure a living, we actually have to produce 20 events to do our job. There's 4 of us on staff. There's a lot of risk on outdoor events with the weather, rapidly increasing fees across the board, the safety, the public confidence that we have to ensure during these events. Every event carries high liability, and most events aren't profitable but are designed for community branding and to benefit the surrounding businesses of that event. If anything, we have learned with events is that it can't stay the same every single year. We have to continue to make it fresh, make it new, so that people continue to come back. If we don't, they're going to die quickly. But we're here to specifically talk about 2 events, and that would be the Reno River Festival and Boneyard Blast.
The Reno River Festival was specially designed to brand Reno nationally and drive traffic to the downtown area. The event originally developed with RCVA to utilize the Whitewater Park and help brand Reno as an adventure destination. Regional and marketing campaigns has changed to Summer Begins Here, which is our branding now. It is the summer kickoff event.
It's free to the public. So this is an event that we don't charge for you to come down. We are completely maxed out on space with vendor space, sponsor space, everything. It's a non-ticketed event, and there's nowhere for us to increase our revenue. The vendor space is maxed out as far as our pricing is concerned. We even have competitive people that are outside of the River Festival selling space for less expensive than what we are. We've added several items to the Reno River Festival to brand it, like the Reno River Roll that is a loss leader. Since taking over the event 6 years ago, we've increased our cost by more than $90,000. Our city fees have increased by $11,000, and our funding's decreased by $7,000. So it's been an $18,000 swing in the last 5 years. The funding helps ensure our safety of our guests and participants. Fees have become unpredictable each year with requirement for an event permit with the fire, police, and wet teams. Without funding this event, honestly, there's a severe risk of not existing. So to move on to Boneyard, which we'll have a few seconds left. We'll fly through it.
Our other event, Boneyard Blast, which is another event severely impacted by funding. It's one of the largest softball events in the country, 155 teams with over 900 hotel rooms booked, 85% of the teams from out of town. We're the most expensive adult softball tournament in the country. Even the event costs actually come in at $150,000 to produce a softball event.
Yeah. Done. Yeah.
Did you run out?
We ran out. Yeah.
We try to get through it fast.
Well, just throw it with this. 5 years ago, our city fees were $2,800. This last year, it was over almost $14,000. So it's increased that much in 5 years. So the funding is critical to this event.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you being here. I want to address something, looking at the agenda, and I think maybe hold on a second, got a big agenda today. There might have been some confusion. One of the things, we had a healthy discussion over at the RCVA, and I actually think I have a board member or 2 in the audience. I'm happy that it passed unanimously, but that was, it was a conversation about to really invest in our special events and make sure that they're sustainable, because what we were finding is, well, first of all, we found that they were incredibly underfunded, especially through the RSCVA, and that's sort of a function of why they're there. So that led to much larger conversation. What we kind of found out is that special events was getting extremely fragmented, and what I mean by that is certain events would go to the city of Sparks, and then the city of Reno would say, hey, we already funded that, or especially the RSCVA would say, we already funded that. And so just to throw it out there, some entities were getting let off the hook, and that's quite frankly what they're there for. So we really wanted to be able to have more funding and more sustainability, also look at new events, but also take care of the ones that have been so good to the community. And so actually, this will provide us with more funding. The RCVA is going to have a very big meeting with all of the stakeholders in the special events arena, looking at everything from public safety, because we know that some of the city fees have been really challenging. This is actually a really good thing. And I think it will help special events tremendously. Otherwise, it became incredibly fragmented, and we think that, it actually hurt instead of helped. And I think that we can work much better together, because the other thing we noticed is that the special events people, I've got Ann Silver over here from the chamber, she's awesome, but she's shaking her head. She's one of my board members, and she was incredibly supportive. But we also felt that the special events haven't been at the table, and we need to hear what can help you guys have successful events. And also, for the people in our community, room nights mean a lot, right? And it means a lot to us because it brings in a lot of economic impact. So anyone that's here for special events, I want you to know, I think, on the agenda, it might be worded or a little misguided. And so I want everyone to know that actually this is going to be a much better way to invest in our special events and keep them here long-term. Quite frankly, they're really underfunded. And the RCVA, it feels very committed. So I want to thank my board members. It was a unanimous vote. And just anyone that's here for special events, we will start to have those conversations at the RCVA, and there is a meeting scheduled. I'll make sure anyone with special events see Madam Clerk and put on the top special events so that we can call you, because we are going to have a very big roundtable with all the stakeholders, such as yourself, how we can do a better job, because quite frankly, I think we make it more difficult. So.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Thanks for coming, you guys.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Dr. Blevins, followed by Erston and D. Witten, followed by Eric Edelstein.
Good morning, honorable board members and Mayor Sheeby. It is a pleasure to come and speak in front of you one more time. I would like to have the issues addressed by the Reno Housing Authority. We have seniors that are living in substandard housing. We also have individuals who have contacted the Code Enforcement Division, the Mayor's Office, the Reno Housing Authority, and these issues are pretty much being brushed aside or not being addressed. With myself, just a week and a half ago, I ended up in the hospital. I have Parkinson's and early on stages of Alzheimer's and heart and a few other issues. And these issues that are specifically at 650 Record Street, Vintage at City Vista, we have no handicap doors. And the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed in 1990 with a 10-year grace period to have all buildings, residences, public buildings, to all be addressed within that 10-year period. There are buildings here that have been built after 2000, and we still do not have handicap accessible apartments, doors, even some of our public buildings don't even have that at the state or city level. And I just ask, please, can we please have that addressed? And the second thing, Madam Mayor, you asked me if I would be interested in serving on an advisory committee. Yes, very much so. And I notice on the agenda, my name isn't on one of the committee's potential Reno Housing Authority, which I specifically filled out the online application back in September when I first addressed the city council. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank
have
you
a
so
fabulous,
much. Thank you.
fabulous week.
Madam Clerk, will you please look into that? I want to make sure that the process is easy online. And then the
Yes.
other thing, I think, would you also let him know about Access Advisory Board?
Yes.
Because I think you make some great points about disabilities and access, and I think you would do a tremendous job on there as well.
Thank you
So
very-
thank you.
very
Thank you,
much.
sir. You too.
Erston and D. Whitten, followed by Eric Edelstein, followed by Assemblyman Daley.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Manager, members of the Reno City Council. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I am Erston Whitten. This is my wife, Dee Schaefer Whitten. We are the founders of a 501c3 nonprofit organization. So our purpose here today is to introduce you to that organization and really talk about some of the projects that we have going that we think will be very positive for the city in the long run. Also, we hope to set up an opportunity to have a more detailed conversation with you individually or as a group, because there's much more detail that we cannot show in three minutes. So the focus of Soulful Seeds is really to provide healthy, organic food to people who don't get it. We grow it here locally. We actually teach people how to grow food, how to cultivate, how to harvest, and then how to cook. And in many cases, it's a one-pot rice cooker, which is all they have. The Great Basin Food Co-op has put together a menu of options for that to occur. Additionally, where appropriate, we want to help some individuals gain their food handler's license, which really is going to make them more employable in the restaurants and in the casinos, which these organizations are always looking for people. And we also have them produce the excess produce. If you can imagine someone who was previously homeless selling products to the general public, that excess produce will be made available through a farmer's market. By the way, I am a master gardener, and we have access to a number of resources in the community to help us do this. We're not doing this all by ourselves. Then we also want people to develop skills, to be able to be self-sufficient. One of our long-term projects is to be able to develop spices, which is less litigious because it's not very complicated to put together. So if individuals, there are several things to be learned there, including creating the product, marketing, expenses, et cetera. 45 seconds? They started late. Okay. That's why she's long. But in any event, let me talk briefly about the project. I have in front of me a rendering of the NAMS campus over near Galletti and Glendale. We want to turn that plot, which is almost 3 acres, almost 2 acres rather, into a farm, so that as people are moving into that campus from the work that's being done in those buildings right now, one of their objectives working with the staff at that campus is to come down and actually work in the garden and learn many of these skills. I'm not going to go through all the things that we have planned there, but
You got 3 seconds.
thank you, honey. Let me talk briefly, though, also.
I love it. I'm going to give you 15 more seconds.
Okay, when we shared this with the commissioners, one of the Deputy Chief Clark approached us because he wants to have a similar project at the jail. specifically for the veterans who are inmates. And they'll go through a training process as well, and hopefully be able to come down into the community and work in the various community gardens. Finally, is the Tiny Homes Project. We're in discussion to put gardens there, and then the same process, but not as extensive as others. So we are here for the long haul. We really want to make this a better, a very positive thing for the community, and really to utilize other resources in the community to make this happen. So thanks for the opportunity to share this with you. And we really look forward to expanding it, because this is going to be a very busy summer starting rather quickly.
Wow, impressive. I love this. It is fantastic. Great job. Will you make sure Madam Clerk has your contact information so that we can all reach out? I know Councilwoman Dewar is very, very interested. She's on our board. Oh, is she? I didn't know that. She's on the board of directors. Jeez, see, did I not know it's up her alley? But I do think it's very interesting, especially with sort of climate change and the things that are happening, and also, flood areas and things like that. This is kind of the future too.
We move people
So
from
thank you.
poverty to sustainable.
Love it. Love it. This is fantastic. Well, good. We look forward to reaching out. Good job.
Thank you.
All right. Next.
Madam Mayor, if any of my colleagues would like to join us, Mr. Witten and I are meeting on Monday, March the 2nd at 10:30 in City Hall.
Fantastic. Next up
And
is-
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
it's already been mentioned, but I was going to do a disclosure to just say that I am one of the founding board members of this organization. So if anything comes in front of the council, I'll be recusing myself.
Okay.
Next up is Eric Edelstein.
Good morning. Good morning, council.
You're done.
Yeah,
You gotta go.
that was quick. I'm going to try to get you 2 minutes of your 3 back here.
Okay, here we
I'm
go.
here today representing the Downtown Reno Partnership, of which I'm one of the founding board of directors members. So not in my day job capacity today, but wanted to continue to share the good work that's being done with the Downtown Reno Partnership. It is a tremendous public-private partnership that is deploying resources, specifically people, into our downtown core to engage with everybody who traverses our downtown. They are treating our homeless with kindness, compassion, and engagement. They are helping our visitors find their way to the places that they're trying to get to. And they're taking an active role in an area that maybe needed a little bit of additional attention. Some things that we're working on right now, we'd love to invite you all to our next town hall, which is on March 5th at 5:30 at the Renaissance, where we'll be discussing the Ambassador Program, sharing their successes. We are working specifically with the bowling tournament coming into town, 60,000 bowlers, where we will have additional ambassadors there through their bowling hours to help them move about and feel safe throughout all their spaces in downtown. And they've taken on the project of lighting all of Virginia Street between 1st and 6th to just create a more enjoyable environment. So I'm a representative of the Arts, Culture, and Entertainment district on that board, and I just want to thank you, the council, for your support of this program and encourage your continued engagement with the partnership.
Thank you so much, Eric. You're doing a great job. You guys are, honestly, I don't think people really realize the magnitude of what you guys are doing at the bid. It's awesome. So good job. You too.
Richard Daly, followed by Robert Daly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name's Skip Daly, Richard Daly, but I go by Skip. And I'm here as my capacity as the union representative for Labor's Local 169. I have 2 things, so if I don't get quite through it all, hopefully someone will ask me a question and I can answer that. But I wanted to bring to your attention, before you award a contract later, and I can't stay because I have to be down in Carson later this afternoon, which is why I'm doing this under public comment. And I believe it's under B4 for the street rehab project. As it relates to the bid specifications that were in that particular project, we're calling for compliance with SB 207, which is the apprenticeship utilization, as you probably know. So to my knowledge, the contractor that recommended for award, which is Spanish Springs Construction, so far has made no effort or taken any steps towards compliance. I can confirm that Spanish Springs has not submitted a request for availability to the Laborers Union, and ours is the only program covering Northern Nevada for that particular craft. So now that's not a violation in and of itself. I think that the city of Reno can maybe tighten it up as you learn, we're learning, everyone learning, that before you get to the award, you should ask and request for, not maybe before the bid, but at least before award, say, hey, what efforts have you made? What have you done? Because I do know if it comes down to a waiver request, only the awarding body can request the waiver. And then you're going to have to document that they've made good faith efforts. And if they haven't, they're not going to get the waiver. And not only is the contractor then potentially on the hook for a $5,000 fine, if the awarding body has not made good faith efforts and taken the steps necessary to ensure compliance or make those requirements on their contractor, the awarding body would also be in violation of the Apprenticeship Utilization Act. And I don't want to see your process get you guys bound up in a $5,000 penalty as well. Because I do know those awards, waivers are not going to be handed out with great ease. So that was the one issue that I wanted to bring to your attention. I would have stayed for the actual agenda item, but I do have to go. So the second item, and I'll be as quick as I can, like I said, maybe someone can help me out. Just wanted to also bring to your attention that TRI, the Regional Industrial Center, is proposing, they have a bid out on the street for a effluent reservoir expansion project. And I know you're saying, well, what's that got to do with us? I says, and here's the issue, and I'll try to explain it. The project, the site, the land parcel that the reservoir is on, is not owned by the General Improvement District. It's owned by a private entity, by TRI. However, when they're putting this out to bid to say, hey, we're going to expand this otherwise public project, because it's operated by the GID, it's got for the customers of the effluent water, for the people in the GID. They're trying to say that it's not a public work. And I think bring that up in the context of that in your agreement, if I can continue.
You get 15 more seconds.
All right. In your agreement that you have with TRI regarding the effluent treatment in the pipeline, I believe it's clearly inferred, if maybe not as clear as people would like it, but they agreed that the pipeline, the pump station, and I believe it inferred in the rest of the agreement that all of the projects necessary for them to receive that water is a public work. It needs to be bid as a public work. Of course, that requires prevailing wage and the rest of it. And they've lined all of that stuff out in their bid specifications and said we're going forward. It's the same as a foundation at the university or one of the community colleges saying, I got all this private money from a donation, so the project I'm building on the university is not a public work. And you guys need to be aware of that. I believe they're in breach of your contract.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can we ask the city attorney, Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman, to get us an answer on that question?
Yeah,
I'd
great
like
idea.
to make sure that the council is fully aware.
Yep, good idea. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Robert Daly, followed by Donna Klontz, followed by Mac Rossi.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Pastor Robert Daly, here on behalf of Cesar Manera, who is out of the country at the moment, and for a moment of prayer. If I can, I would like to read from the scripture, coming from the book of 1 Timothy. I exhort, therefore, that first of all, supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings, and for all that are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty, for this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior. Let us bow our hearts if we will. Father, I do give thanks for all of these precious people. I give thanks that I live in a free country where those who sit in a position of rulership and those who are the ones that are ruled over are able to come together and able to talk and discuss and to share and to interact one with another. I ask for your extended grace and protection upon each and every one, and that your wisdom would be manifest, would rise to the surface and be active and operative in all of the decisions that stand before them and in the things that they must come to a conclusion upon. In the blessed and holy name of Jesus, my Savior, risen from the dead, I thank you and do pray and ask these things. Amen. Thank you for the privilege.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Donna Clance, followed by Mac Rossi, followed by Paco LaChoy.
Good morning, Council. My name's Donna Clance, and I'm a resident of Reno. I am also privileged to have served on the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee for the city for many years, and our job is to advise the council on senior issues, support programs, and to advocate on issues that come about in the community. There is a big issue that's just come up. We have found that the city's finance and park and rec folks are recommending some major fee increases that will affect especially our low-income and fixed-income seniors, and also the families in our community, not just the seniors. My own connection to recreation is a long one. I grew up in a Navy family. My folks retired to San Diego, and my mom was always a great cook and loved the arts and crafts and loved to go out and see what was going on in town. And so she got involved in our city's recreation programs in her 60s, and those became her friends, those folks at the card games and the crafts things and on the trips. And when my dad passed away, they were the folks that were her circle of friends that helped her keep going. The same thing goes on here in our town, in our rec centers with our senior citizens here. And many of them are not just Reno residents, they also live in Sparks and in Washoe County as well, because we are lucky enough to have a wonderful region-wide recreation program that's serving our growing senior population. 2 weeks ago, we found out from Jamie Schroeder, our Rec and Parks Director, that these fees were being recommended. We had come before you almost 2 years ago with the same situation, fees going up, and seniors in fixed incomes were unable to be able to pay for those things, and we're going to have to leave the programs. And you all listened, you all said, this is not what we want. We want healthy, connected, social seniors. We don't want to price you out, and we'll let you know, and we want you to be involved in these decisions before they happen. Well, we lost a few months because I know you started, it got on in a discussion in November. We found out about it in February, so that's why we're here so late in the discussion, but I know the budget won't be final until May. So I'm here, and I would ask, we've told the other seniors, we've been circulating petitions. I have over 150 signatures with me today, which I'll give to the clerk. If folks in the audience that are here to support this situation, to say, please don't raise our fees, if you'd stand up, please, in the audience. Or raise your hand if you're unable, those who are able. Thank you guys so much. I'm glad you're here. Some of the folks will be up to speak to you as well. At our meeting 2 weeks ago or so, the Senior Advisory Committee we heard this news for the very first time, and so we didn't take action at the time. We said, we don't have data. We'd like to find out what's causing this, what the costs are, what's this really going to mean? And that's what I'm here to ask you all to do as well. Please ask for the reason why this is needed. We know minimum wage is going up, but it's not the Rec and Parks problem by itself. They have the bulk of those low wage workers, 300 to 400 of them at a time are on board, and those are the folks that are getting those wages. Hooray, they need them, but at the same time, to balance our budget on the backs of our seniors is not good public policy. We want to work with you to solve this and help you find a way to find that money in the main budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mac Rossi, please hold your applause.
It's all right.
Mac Rossi, followed by Paco LaChoy, followed by Larry Weiss.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mac Rossi. I'm here on behalf of myself this time. I'm on several committees, but I'm here as a resident and a senior for the City of Reno. Here to address the issues as far as for the fees. Our concerns have been, without the necessary data to contribute or help to regulate these fees, we've had no response from the Department of Parks and Recreation. We have gone ahead and on our own have submitted several surveys. We have several proposals, we've had flow charts, and very little response off of it. One of the main issues for our seniors is the facilities and the impact on the bottom line. Lost my place. It has been suggested by our group and several citizens to increase the fees. We have suggested that there is other alternatives that could go as far as 3 or 5 times as much as they're paying now. As an example, pickleball is up for. I mean, maybe I better explain something. Pickleball is a game that's a lot of people not familiar with. It's for people that created about 20 years ago in the Northwest area for people that didn't want to play tennis anymore. So they divided the court in half and ended up playing on a half court. While they were playing, if the ball went out of the court, they had a dog that got it and brought it back. The dog name was Pickle. So this is how we came up with that. So
I played last week and I brought my dog, and that was a total failure.
I'm having the same problem. Pickleball is estimated to be one of the biggest growing sports. Right now in Washoe Valley, there's over 500 players, and with an increase of 20 to 30 players for each month. Right now, I play pickleball, or attempt to play pickleball, and I get about 2 hours in for 55 cents for the whole event. I think there needs to be a change. The people that play pickleball, a lot of them are seniors, but can afford more than 55 cents. I've noticed that over the years, the Department of Park and Recreations has many softball players that also play on the city facilities. And the goal of that department is to get a 50% recovery just on the maintenance. Pickleball has no maintenance whatsoever. They set up and break up their own nets and go from there. In wrapping it up, I'd just like to, there's an untapped market for pickleball that could go as 3 to 5 times as much as what they're paying, that would compensate for anything as far as what seniors are being increased. I appreciate your help, and where to help.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Mac.
Paco Luchoy, followed by Larry Weiss, followed by Margarita Barba.
Good morning. My name is Paco Luchoy, and today I'm here as John Q. Public Senior Citizen. I come from a community where telling our stories is important, so today I'm telling you mine. As a senior, I've lived in Reno for 51 years and call it home. It's becoming increasingly unaffordable, and it may not be home much longer. I am a senior on a fixed income. It goes up a little every year, but Medicare usually takes what little increase there is, leaving nothing more to spend. My rent currently takes up 85% of my Social Security benefit. It was raised last year by 7%, which is they're allowed to do, and it is going up another 7%. So this means my entire Social Security check will be going to pay for rent. After paying monthly bills, I used to have $240 extra a month to spend for gas, entertainment, food, medicine, and recreation. With the rent increase that's about to go up, it will drop to $130. That leaves very little to nothing to do recreation, or any entertainment, or anything extra. Seniors like myself, and there are 100 of us, are being forced to become isolated, non-social, non-active, because there simply isn't extra funds to do anything but survive, and even that's becoming a task. Washoe County has the highest suicide rate for seniors in the country, exceeding the national average by 4 times because of isolation and loneliness, simply because they can't do anything but afford to exist. The city of Reno only provides recreational programs for seniors, nothing else. Scholarships are available, but it's hard to come up with what it costs for one of the recreation program passes, go on activities, or even participate in senior games on a fixed income. If you have a fixed income, you have to plan for things, you have to stash money away, and that could take months to do. It's not something you can do when it just drops in your lap. In 2018, before the rate increase was reversed, I was diagnosed with diabetes, and one of the things to help control it is to exercise and physical activity. That fee increase back in July of 2018 decreased my ability to participate in any of the city recreation programs by 50% simply because it became unaffordable. I know that senior participation in programs is down over the last 2 years. If the fees increase, likely there'll be another 10 to 20% decrease in senior participation because we can't afford to do it. Council has many times said that they want seniors to be social and active. The city provides these programs so seniors can be. The present fees charged to seniors are affordable to seniors like me and allow us to interact with fellow seniors. Yes, there are scholarships offered to seniors. In fact, all residents of the city are eligible. But any increase in fees to seniors or other programs hurts those of us on fixed incomes. In September of 2018, when the council reversed the fee increase from July of 2018, the council directed that any increases in fees be sent to committees for review and recommendations before said fees were presented. The current proposal for senior increases was only recently learned about, yet it was proposed in November with nobody being contacted. I'm opposed to raising any fees for seniors. I also am not opposed to raising the age of a senior from 50 to 60 because 60 is the federal age for a senior. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Paco.
Larry Weiss, followed by Margarita Barba, followed by Kendall Craig.
Hi, I'm not Larry Weiss. I'm Linda Hashuff. I'm here to speak on his behalf today because he's at a medical appointment, couldn't be here. He serves as the board chair for the Washoe County Senior Services Advisory Committee and also the CEO and founder of the Center for Healthy Aging. And he would like to lend his voice in opposition of the raising the fees for park and recs due to the impact on seniors. Thank you.
Well, good, thank you.
Margarita Barba, followed by Kendall Craig, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hi. Hi. Hi, Mrs.
Hello.
Sheedy. I've met you many times. And it's,
Yes, we have
and it's
met many
good to meet
times.
you again.
Nice to
Okay.
see you.
I'm an active senior, and I don't think the prices should go up because, like, I'm disabled and I live alone, but I have a regular house, and and I don't think the prices should go up because I guess I sing with the singers of the sage, and that's free for us right now. And I'm a volunteer at the Evelyn Mount, where I do the Senior Connect, and I do a lot of senior activities. And if I wasn't disabled, because I got hurt by an illegal citizen in California, and I had to have 7 knee operations and got left without a kneecap. But if I didn't get hurt on the job, I would be out there working. But I love the senior citizen. In fact, I'm an active, used to be a go-karter and a go-kart person until I broke the dreaded shoulder and had to have brand new shoulder replacement. And I just wanted to tell you, please don't raise our prices, because if they do, you're going to lose a lot of seniors. So thank you very
Good job.
much.
And you like to go and sing over there.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I've
And
heard you before. You
in
got a good
fact-
voice.
In fact, on the 14th, we're doing our show, and in fact, I played the dreaded kazoo.
So I'm told, the little birdie told me about the show.
Yes, and it's at 2 o'clock, and it's free.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I want you to come.
I will. I was just told about your show, so I will be there, rooting you on.
Okay, I'm gonna call Dennis, and I will
Okay.
call
Okay, let them know.
Kai. Thank you.
Thank
very
you so
much.
much. Great job.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Kendall Craig, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Jeff Church.
Hello, I'm Kendall Craig. I'm going to move this. I'm the director of Renown Institutes, and three of the populations that we represent at Renown Health are elders, kids, and those with mental health and behavioral health illnesses. And many of you may have heard of our loneliness project that just got funding from Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. So we're very invested in supporting the seniors and their health. The increase in recreation fees will adversely affect two of these populations, children and elders. And these populations are some of the most vulnerable in our community. We all know the positive impact that recreation has on our physical fitness, but I often think we forget about the benefit it has on our mental health and overall well-being. So we are undergoing a mental health crisis in Washoe County and Reno, as Paco mentioned. We have a suicide rate that's untenable, right? We hear about the children often, and all of us are, it's deplorable. But I think what we don't hear enough about is the elder suicide rate. Our suicide rate amongst our elders is twice the national average for anybody 65 and older, and 4 times the national average for anybody 85 and older. Social isolation and loneliness are directly correlated with chronic disease, suicide, and even longevity of this population. Allowing these folks to get out and recreate is super important. Right now, the fees are sustainable. It's something they can afford. They're on fixed incomes, but doubling a price from $1 to $2 could actually mean the difference between participation or non-participation. There have got to be other ways to pay for these programs. So lastly, I would just ask you to consider that when you're thinking about your new budget. Think about some other programs, other ways that other cities have balanced the recreation and parks budget, but doing it on the backs of our seniors is not the way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We would love to sit down with you because I think Renown plays a really, really big role in the health of our seniors.
Yeah.
And you make some great points. A lot of people do talk about the young committing suicide.
We don't think about the older.
It's a lot of seniors.
Yeah,
a
it
lot of
is.
seniors, and so
It's huge.
You're spot on.
Yeah.
But we would love to work with Renown
Okay.
more on an initiative for
Okay.
our seniors.
We would love to do
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah, and I think
Thank
the
you. We
loneliness
appreciate it.
initiative is a good one. We have
great.
a lot of momentum, and thank you for signing
We'd like
that
to.
letter.
Yeah, you're more than welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Harry Brooks, followed by Jeff Church, followed by Tammy Holt Still.
Good morning. The last time you let me speak here, I talked about education and homelessness. Today, I'd like to talk about employment and homelessness. It could be that losing one's job is what led to them being homeless. But then, what are the odds of getting another job when you're still homeless? When you are homeless and don't have an address, the chances of getting a job now are even less. If you don't have bathing facilities or sources of hygiene, what will you do if you have applied for a job and then get an interview? If you will be judged by how you do appear and you're not properly dressed, what's your chance of a new career? Or if you lack transportation to make it to your interview, where you would like to get a job, then what will you do? When you are homeless, it's hard to receive an education, which makes it even harder to find an occupation. And when you're unemployed, you can't pay tuition, which makes it almost impossible to receive an education. Each problem seems to lead to another, so when you're in a homeless situation, it will probably lead to you finding yourself in a hopeless situation. But Reno Works is a program of which I was so glad to hear. It has been doing so much good for homeless people here. The program Reno Works, in its more than 4-year duration, so far has helped about 80 people who have gone through graduation. These people who graduated not only got jobs that pay, but they have also found homes in which to stay. At least there are some good things that I have come to know. But I am still afraid that these homelessness problems will continue to grow and grow. Again, I want to thank you all for listening to me today. And as I review this series of homelessness problems, I'm sure I'll have more to say. Thank you.
I always love your poems.
Good, I'll
Great
write more
job.
of them.
You keep doing it. Keep doing it. I love it.
Jeff Church, followed by Tammy Holt Still, followed by Denise Sewell.
Good morning, Jeff Church. I'm a candidate for Washoe County School Board, but that's not why I'm here today. On F1, special assessment districts, I'm opposed to those. They're an end around to our maxed tax that you use for building roads and sidewalks. We already pay taxes for that. We don't need a special assessment district as a get-around. It's already tied up in the courts on the other assessment districts, and Nevada taxation, we're waiting for their legal opinion, so please don't rush into that. On F7, the $55 million sewer bond, I want to point out that Reno's debt went up just in the last few years, bond debt, specifically bond debt, from $46 million to $52 million. But it gets worse. Last year, Reno's total liability debt went up in 1 year by $86 million to a total of $1.14 billion. Unacceptable. You need to rein in the debt. Finally, I want to talk about homelessness. Did you know there are 2 sex offenders registered at Pickett Park as their home? There's a sex offender registered at Paradise Park who was convicted of sex assault on a minor at Paradise Park within clear view of Bernice Martin Matthews Elementary. The homeless CHAB meets March 2nd, and I know some of you will be there. The idea of a temporary homeless camping facility was supposed to be on the agenda, and it's not. Instead, there's a 10-minute presentation on tiny homes. Completely unacceptable. We need to deal with the idea of a camping area. And I'm going to quote, wow, you haven't even started my time. I got more time. Thank you. I will wind up, Katya. I will wind up. I want to quote from Ms. Jardone from the minutes of the last CHAB. Vice Chair Jardone noted a discussion of safe camping areas was planned for the board's next meeting, and she requested information regarding enforcement options for areas where camping was not allowed, such as public parks or near the Truckee River. And she also wanted to hear from legal staff. Ignored. The wishes of the CHAB were ignored. It's not on the next CHAB meeting. Completely unacceptable. I ask you as a city council to kick them in the rear and get Washoe County to put this stuff on the agenda so we can discuss a safe camping area so we don't have people burning to death.
Thank you, Mr. Church.
I got 21 seconds.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. No, I
No, you
appreciate
don't.
it.
You
I
don't have
appreciate it.
21
Thank
seconds, by the way. No, did you go to your first tenant advisory that I appointed you to?
you. Yes, thank you very much
Okay,
for the appointment.
So I want updates.
On that?
Yeah, not now, but whenever you.
Okay, but it is a good group, and we're working on it. Thank you.
Okay, and by the way, I just want you to know, because you were just talking about the county, the flood project just voted unanimously to where the Excel property is out there off of Mill. And Von Hartung, Commissioner Hartung, also worked to get it's a tent but a building from the Washoe County Sheriff's Department. So that's all in the works. I want you to know that that's coming to
Yes.
fruition.
If only we could get the CHAB to put it on their agenda as.
Well, I think they
was
were waiting
requested.
for the vote over at the flood project.
All right, thank you.
Because if they said no, then there was no place to put it.
Okay, thank
So
you.
there you go. Thanks so much. Good job. Okay.
Tammy Holt Still, followed by Denise Sewell, followed by Mark Markel.
Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. As you see, February 24, 2017, this was put out by Washoe County. The propaganda on there where it says experience precedented amounts. Also, something else that is important, FEMA designated floodplain. These are 2 issues I have talked about many a times. Let's talk about unprecedented. Unprecedented precipitation would be something like 18, 20, 22, 15, 15, which is way above the average of 10.35. So unprecedented, 12.31 is not unprecedented. This was not an unprecedented flood. It will It will happen again because the city of Reno, Washoe County have not done their due diligence, have not fixed the situation. It is still the way it is, and more development is getting approved day after day. I had a meeting with Jackie Rosen's office. One of the things that was stated is that I was against development, that you had to have development to fix the situation. My answer to her and my response to them was, you've got all this unprecedented development that you have done in the last 3 years. Where's the money to fix the current situation? Why is it that there is no money to fix what is already an issue? Please explain why you have to have more development in a FEMA floodplain to flood people again. And let's talk about seniors. I have 2 seniors that one is a veteran. They are still out of their home. They are living in a fifth wheel. Doesn't that almost make them suicidal because they can't be in their own home? They're watching it sit there because they can't get it fixed because they're on a fixed income? You did it. You were proven to be guilty of this, but yet you do not want to step up, take the issue, and do what is right. Instead, you have backdoor meetings with developers, you don't include the citizens, and nothing is getting done properly. Ms. Rosen knows about the pipeline that you guys thought was such a great idea to flood American Flats for growing. You keep saying it's grade A effluent. Well, yeah, from your plan it's grade A, but it's grade C from Washoe County, and they commingle into Swan Lake. So it is not grade A effluent. She now knows this. Their staff knows it, and you have an issue. You need to fix this, and I am tired of being up here pounding my head against the wall when I have council people that have backdoor meetings and have all this other stuff that they've got going on instead of dealing with the residents. Help the residents.
All right, thanks, Tammy.
Denise Sewell, followed by Mark Markel, followed by Dwight Nelson.
And I had a visual. I don't know.
And there'll be a PowerPoint clicker on the podium that you can use.
Oh, okay. And it's set to just auto play. Do you know,
Oh.
will it do it that way? Let me know. Okay, we'll see how this goes. Mayor Sheevy, council members, I'm Denise Sewell. I'm the executive director of the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts. And I'm here today to thank the city for its past support and to encourage you to vote in favor of renewing the sponsorship grant to our local nonprofit organization. The Pioneer Center is a 1,500-seat performing arts facility right here in the heart of downtown Reno. Since 1968, we've been presenting world-class entertainment in a welcoming and intimate setting. Our iconic theater is listed on the National and State Historic Registers, with a nomination to the City Historic Register currently under review. The Pioneer Center's gold anodized geodesic dome is a unique regional landmark that celebrates Reno's cultural identity. Throughout the many changes in Reno over the last 52 years, the Pioneer Center has provided a consistent and dependable gathering place for cultural experiences for over 100,000 patrons each year. Our patrons support other businesses in the downtown core while attending productions at the theater, including casinos, shops, and restaurants. Our prime location along the Truckee River and our year-round programming increases the vitality of downtown Reno. This, in turn, draws even more businesses into the area, which further enhances its appeal for residents and tourists alike. Support for the Pioneer Center is also support for the many groups who use our theater. We host over 100 events each year, providing a home away from home for all of the groups you see. Performances at the Pioneer range from national touring Broadway productions to local dance recitals and student showcases, from Spanish language programming to free, family-friendly events. There's truly something for everyone at the Pioneer Center, regardless of personal taste or income level. We also welcome thousands of elementary school children each year for educational and enriching field trips to attend live performing arts events at the Pioneer, many of whom otherwise have no access to these types of events. And in addition to the field trips, we also operate an educational outreach division that brings performing artists into elementary schools and public libraries throughout northwestern Nevada, providing equitable arts access to all children in the region as part of their regular school day. Financial support from the City of Reno has been integral to the Pioneer Center's growth, success, and improvements. City funds have helped us fulfill our mission and deepen our community impact. The goals of the City of Reno align with the goals of the Pioneer Center. We too are dedicated to creating a community that people are proud to call home. We're honored to support this vibrant university town and to enhance its reputation as a destination for special events and arts and culture, and also to help connect, enrich, and sustain the residents of our community. Our dedicated staff, our board of directors, and our phenomenal volunteers are all passionate about the work we do. Every day, we focus on accessibility, inclusivity, collaboration, and the importance of sharing diverse stories. So thank you for all that you do for the City of Reno and its residents, and thank you for your past support of the Pioneer Center.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, next comment is from Mark Markell, followed by Dwight Nelson, followed by Noah Bruntock. Rosenstock.
Hello, Madam Miss Mayor. You heard it beautiful, by the way. And city council members, whoever the heck you are. Oh, Oscar here. My name is, and city manager. My name is Mark Markell, a concerned Reno resident. I won't take up much of your time, but you shouldn't raise the senior citizens, this thing. This is a no-no. Anyways, I was in a drunk driving crash when I was 24, and we were doing 100 miles an hour, and we rolled 8 times. I was ejected, and it landed on my head. And as you can tell, I'm messed up now. And I don't raise the senior citizen thing. I'm 55. I don't know if I'm a senior citizen or not. Am I? Am I a senior citizen?
How old are you?
55?
Nope.
Oh, well. Well, don't raise it. And sure, I've thought about killing myself before, and nobody would give a care because I collect SSI. So I'm just another cog in the wheel, or wheel. I don't know what. Anyways, I'm burnt. I'm messed up in the head. I had a car land on my head. I just don't want anyone else to get in the car with a drunk driver, because this is what can happen. I'm totally messed up. I understand you have a lot of people, so bye. Thank you.
Good job, Mark. Good message. Don't talk like that either. People would care. So don't talk.
Madam Mayor, our next comment is from Dwight Nelson, followed by Noah Rosenstock, followed by Eddie Lorton. Dwight Nelson?
That was sweet.
Once, twice? No Dwight. Noah Rosenstock, followed by Eddie Lorton, followed by Chuck Shapiro.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Noah Rosenstock, and I'm here to speak to you about the pending sale of the Saracen Arms Apartments. I'm a current resident who was informed last Saturday by Reno Housing that the building is in the process of being sold. I moved into the Saracen Arms in December of 2017. Since then, most of the block has been demolished. I understand the area is going through a transformation. I'm not here to speak to you about stopping that transformation. I'm here to ask you for time. While I wasn't surprised, some of my neighbors were shocked. The residents of the Saracen Arms are low income. They have few resources and they need time. Here is what I'm asking of the new owner and the City of Reno. 1, once the sale is finalized, I want the owner and the City of Reno to give the residents of Saracen Arms 6 months to find new housing. This is in the event the building is being remodeled or torn down. If the rent is, it's not? Okay, well, let me finish and then I'll, okay. Maintain, okay, well, how about a year? Maintain the current rent that the residents pay for 6 months, however long. Retain the current property management company until the residents vacate the building. I'm not speaking to you today to buy myself time. I'm already apartment hunting. I have resources like Northern Nevada Veterans Affairs. I saw this coming too when the whole block was demoed. I'm here to speak to you about my terrified neighbors, the elderly and the disabled who don't have the resources I have. The people could quite possibly be moving out of the Sarah's and Arms apartments and onto the banks of the Truckee River. The meeting with housing last Saturday left more questions than answers. In my opinion, the people of Sarah's and Arms deserve some answers. Please consider my
Good job.
proposal.
Good job. Thank you for coming. So that will stay affordable housing, and it's not going anywhere.
Okay.
So I just want you to know that. Do you live there now?
Yes, I live there now. The housing authority, they said they couldn't comment whether the building was staying, being torn down, being remodeled, or anything.
Wow.
What they told us
so
was,
surprised.
it was gonna be $783 a month that the owners were looking to raise the rent to, which compared to the market is understandable.
Well, no, but they're gonna keep it at that price. That was one of the, $490. I think.
$495 if furnished for, they're
Yeah.
actually keeping it?
Yeah, and they, yes, and they, so that's part of the deal, is that they have to keep it affordable, they have to keep, it's not going anywhere.
Really?
Yes, so.
Thank you.
I don't, I think that, there was a lot of talk, and I have a very dear friend, I don't know, Asa, who lives over there?
I know Asa.
I know.
He
I
lives
know.
below me.
Okay, well, anyway, Asa lives over there, so I know all about it. I'm over there a lot. But I
Okay.
just want you to know it's going nowhere. Your rents will stay the same.
Cool. What
Yeah.
time does this air? Because I'd like to tell my neighbors, because it would
You
definitely.
tell everyone.
Okay.
Okay, let
Excuse
them
me,
know.
is this
Thank you
on
very much.
is this on Commercial Way or Third Street? Is that the one there?
Street.
Third Street.
I believe you showed up at my door the other day, and you knocked on my door, and I very rudely said, well, you introduced yourself, and I said, hi, my name is Noah, and I'm taking a nap.
Okay, that's
So-
that's what I do, not when I'm doing council work, but I just wanted to put the address in my mind so that I know it's in Ward 1 because I didn't know about that. And the mayor is our representative of the Housing Authority, and I'll look forward to hearing about what's going on with that property too.
Awesome.
But I didn't recognize you, but
Well,
thanks
I
for
didn't,
coming forward.
I didn't bother to come to my door, sorry.
But Noah, let them know.
I most definitely will. Thank
Yeah,
you, Madam
please.
Mayor, I appreciate
Okay,
this.
Yeah, good job.
Okay.
Okay,
The mayor, our next comment is from Eddie Lorton, followed by Chuck Shapiro, followed by Ann Silver.
Hi, Ms. Mayor, City Council. My name's Eddie Lorton. I'm running for the City at Large seat. And I ended up, if we look at my 2022 plan that was published on my Eddie Lorton for Mayor site 2 years ago, it's still there. It'll be changed over soon. Everything I said was true. And now some of it's getting implemented, and my fear is some of it won't be implemented properly, and that's why I'm going to be running for council as well. On some of these things, let's start from the beginning. We all of a sudden, I talked about infill development. It's quicker, cheaper. It's a way to do it. Now we've been talking about that lately. Then after that, we started discussing a new police station, which we're doing. But the difference is if I were here, what I would have pushed for was using city-owned property to use instead of wasting $8 million on a site to do that at, which would have saved us $8 million, and we had free land to do a state-of-the-art from the ground up, which money means everything, especially when we're pushing seniors out and raising fees. I think they're under other funding mechanisms to take care of this than by misspending money. And my main expertise is real estate and money. So then after that, now there's an agenda item for selling off city-owned properties. This one a long time ago that's on the agenda today was one they were going to give to the generator group. This was a couple years back for free. And luckily that was stopped because an adjoiner was going to pay full bore for this piece of property. And now it's gone on long enough. Now all of a sudden today, we're going to cut $200,000 off the appraised value. I really hope you'll think about that. We have people that'll pay full bore, and that's my fear is I wrote to City Council a long time ago, a property disposal program with policies, found 150 more pieces than the city even knew they owned. And now what I see when they start selling them off for funding is they'll put them in the redevelopment agency and give them away. And they'll say, see, the money wasn't there. And we could start with a ballroom worth of $65 million, but that's a different subject. So then we'll go back to selling off these city-owned properties. I hope they're not going to be giveaways. I hope we can get our money full bore for funding for other things. And then last but not least, what do you know? We're finally going to go after the county for the homeless problem in SU. They get all the funding to place and pay for these homeless. And so now here we are, finally going to go after and make the county do their part. I'm glad to see that. They get the funding to place and pay for it. So therefore, the city is $35 or $6 million into this thing now, and it's became a problem in the city. So I hope we can look at these things. That was published 2 years ago on my site. It'll be converted soon. We're running for the at-large seat, but I hope we pay more attention to the money. Look out for seniors that need our help right now, because there's other funding mechanisms to where I am the one, instead of renting art, I would rather see open closed fire stations. So this is where my problems lie. So I just like to take budgets, you itemize, prioritize. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Chuck Shapiro, followed by Ann Silver, followed by Beth McMillan.
All right.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Chuck Shapiro, and I'm here to speak in support of the grant funding for Art Town and for the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts. I own the Wild River Grill, and so I'm right there in the middle of downtown, across the street from the Pioneer Center, and in the middle of the Art Town Festival in summertime. We partner with and sponsor those organizations. I know the people that run them very well, and I know how dedicated they are and how effective they are at running those organizations and what it means to downtown. So as they have testified, and they will testify, you know, how important the arts are to a community and how it rounds out the soul of a city. So you can have rooms, you can have restaurants, but when you have festivals and attractions and art and interactive art and live performances and things like that, it really enhances the quality of life and the culture for the city. And I think it is something that needs to be supported, enhanced, and broadened if possible. I know that the city is under a lot of pressure, obviously fiscally, to maintain their budgets and make wise decisions about where the money goes. I could make a strong case, I believe, that this is an investment that pays itself back to the city. That if there were no, if these attractions did not exist, and these organizations, that the revenue and the draw to downtown would diminish by more, and revenue to the city would diminish by more than what the actual grant amounts are that you put out there. So if anybody wants to challenge me on that, I could, lay out numbers of how our business changes and grows during the Art Town Festival, when there's pioneer shows, when there's events and things like that. So we literally, they generate thousands of visits to our restaurant alone, and hundreds, which translates into hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that also translates into jobs, higher pay, more benefits for our employees, creates more of a year-round entity at our restaurant, so we can have year-round employees, and it stabilizes my business completely. So I'm eternally grateful to them and for them being there, and to the city for supporting those kind of functions. I know, money is tight, but the money in this case comes back to the city, I believe, and that arts and culture downtown is definitely an economic driver and a commerce driver, and it brings people from out of the region to the city. So that's it. Just want to express my support for that. With my last 20 seconds, I did just want to express my condolences to the family of Bob Cashel. Mayor Bob was here when I first started, and he really helped me out and patronized our establishment. So my condolences to the family. He was an amazing guy, and I appreciate that very much. And also, the ambassador program, fantastic. Thank you.
Like it?
I do, yeah.
Thank you so much,
That's great.
Chuck. You're awesome, Chuck. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Mayor loved to drag me over there he had a soup over there that he loved. So anyway, he was a big fan. So good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to mention one thing to everyone that's here, and I've said this a couple times, but I want to reiterate it again. When things end up on our agenda, they're for discussion. They're not necessarily the opinion of the council or directed by the council. So I just want everyone to know that. That's one of the ways that we have discussion and bring stakeholders at the table. So You know, it's not for people to, you know, I guess we don't want to instill fear in you whenever an agenda comes out. That's not the purpose of it. So, but we appreciate you being here and participating, because I think it's an important process to hear from our community and how you shape it. So just know that your voice does matter. Public comment is important. This guy over here knows it, right? Okay, anyway, go ahead.
Ann Silver, followed by Beth McMillan, followed by Heather Matthews.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and members of the Reno City Council. My name is Ann Silver, and I serve as the CEO of the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to advocate for the city's continued financial support of the Pioneer Center. I was raised in New York City and grew up enjoying Broadway theater, the New York Philharmonic, and developed a love for the performing arts. My career includes serving as general manager of Radio City Music Hall, where I managed the famous Radio City Rockettes, major concerts, and world-famous events and programs. The Pioneer Center has an iconic place in Reno's history and enables thousands of participants to experience live theater, rich musical performances by the Philharmonic, and cultural attractions they might otherwise never hear or see. We encourage the City of Reno to maintain its funding for the Pioneer Center. We know that the Chamber's 1,900-plus business members who employ over 90,000 residents also urge you to sustain a vital center that contributes to Reno's quality of life and encourages future generations to participate in the cultural diversity of our wonderful community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Beth McMillan, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Judith Watson.
Good morning, City Council members, Madam Mayor, Madam Manager. My name is Beth McMillan. I'm the Executive Director of Art Town, and with me today I have the Chairman of my board and our Marketing Director. So I'm here to thank you so much for all your support of Art Town and to really emphasize the importance of your gift and your endorsement to Art Town and what it means. Art Town is an organization that brings our community together. We are the conduit through which the City of Reno's funding flows to reach the entire arts industry and ultimately benefit the community at large. We do not charge any local or regional arts organization to be a part of Art Town, and that equates to 450 of the 500 events, or 90% of the festival. We work with 150 different local and regional arts partners, and we provide them marketing, logistical, operational. Sometimes we pay rent for them, or bathrooms, or security. And this equates to about $4,000 per presenter. And if you do the math, that's about $600,000. And that's how far your investment in Art Town reaches. So on behalf of myself, Art Town, the artists, the arts organizations, and the community at large, thank you so much. I'm going to now show a short video of what Art Town means to our community.
What does Art Town mean to me? To me?
What does Art Town mean 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 to me?
Discovery.
Fellowship.
Uniting.
Magnetic. Collaboration.
Culture. Expression.
Pride.
Eventful. Colorful.
Blast.
Diversity.
Art Town me ayuda con la creatividad de mis fotos.
What does Art Town mean to me? Vibrance.
Music.
Unique.
Art Town is beautiful.
Let me tell you, my businesses thrive during Art Town.
It's a time during the year when everyone comes out and gets together and celebrates the arts in all of its various forms.
I love how Art Town brings this community together.
The Native American participation in Art Town provides the region a celebration of authentic Native American culture.
Art Town to me means access.
My name is Chloe and I love Art Town because the music, it's creative, and the name.
Art Town has transformed the face of Reno.
Art Town is a fantastic, wonderful example of what our community stands for.
Art Town means to me creativity and my mom performing at a Bartley Ranch.
It's live music sitting on the grass.
Art brings everybody together. It brings the community together. And it's just a great, great feeling.
Going to Wingfield Park and hearing beautiful music.
Reno is such a diverse and involved community, and I believe Art Town embodies all of that.
Our next comment is from Heather Matthews, followed by Judith Wasson, followed by John D. Griffith.
Hello, my name is Heather Matthews, and I'm a graduate of California State University, Sacramento. I received a Master of Science degree in counseling, summa cum laude, and I'm also the recipient of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. I've been trying to publish my book, Walking Between the Shadow and the Light, for 4 years now, and California State University has been interfering in every step of the way. They paid Mill City Press not to publish my book, and I filed a fraud case with Wells Fargo Bank, and they proved that there was interference and all the money was sent back. I have been harassed in the city of Reno to the point that I was forced to move to Carson City, where it is a lot better and the people are a lot friendlier and are more amenable to upholding human rights and the dignity and respect of a person to choose what they choose to believe and what they choose to publish. My case is in the Carson City District Court. It was then moved to the Supreme Court, where I thought I was getting somewhere. And then they found that nothing was adjudicated by Judge Wilson in the district court. So I had to wait another 30 days for the remitter to go back to district court. And now I am told that I need to wait 2 more weeks before Judge Wilson will get a chance to look at these things. My rights have been continually stepped on, and I want to have compensatory and punitive damages for the hell that California State University has put me through, as well as a permanent injunction against them being involved in anything in my life, any speeches I give, any books I try to publish, or paying off places I've lived, which they've done. For the last 3 places I've lived, I've had constant harassment, and I've notified the police about this many times in the Reno area and was told that nothing would be done about it, and to talk to secret witness, and nothing was done about that. I had no choice but finally to leave the area. Now, I want this university to stand up and have some respect for their top graduates. I think they were thinking that this book may affect their donations. I don't know what their reasoning is, but I want it to stop, and stop for good. For a place of education, they ought to educate themselves on the dignity and diversity of different people and their points of view. They're swimming in their own mire or human excrement and drowning in it. And I know that God will break them to pieces like pottery, and that victory is on its way, and God endorses what I'm doing, and this book will help many people. And I thank you for anyone, including Adam Schiff, who I've written to, that can help me publish this book. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judith Vasson, followed by John Griffith, followed by David Griffith.
Devin?
Good morning. My name is Judith Wasson, and for the record, I am a pickleball player. So I'm here regarding fees.
You're saying don't do it.
I do. Wouldn't live without it. It can be very socially devastating for seniors in our community when they're daily wanting to get together with other people, which you have right now at about $1 per day, is got a price put against it. How many times a week do you want your mom or your dad to be able to go and be social with their friends when they become senior citizens? They live on a fixed budget, maybe $600 a month, maybe $900 a month, but it's still fixed. $1 per day on a 5-day is $5 per month. That's $20. A lot of money for a senior. You break that up and go to $150 per day. That's $30 a month. Bring it up to $4 a day, which is where you're thinking of going. Now we're paying $80 a month. It's on the paper. So anyway, all of a sudden, something that you want your parents to be able to go do and enjoy with their friends on a daily basis becomes untenable. As a pickleballer, though, now that's for social. That's for go out and have cards and whatever, and enjoy yourself. And I think that needs to stay down. Pickleball, on the other hand, is a whole different ballgame, and it is an activity. It is a sports activity. I go some places, it costs me $5 to play. I go other places, it costs me $3 to play. I think that there should be a different scale for that, or for all activities along that line. Social, cards, beanbag baseball, that's one price range, and it should stay as one price range. Sports and activities should go to a different price range. And that, right now, I think they're saying $150 per year. If we could come up with a different structure for that, where it's done on a monthly basis at $150, that's, $15 a month, maybe, less. If you consider that, and maybe do a card that's on a basis, that's cheap. My feeling is that needs to come up. That probably goes against a lot of people's thoughts, but that's not, the price difference is too great. You need to have the social be social, keep the prices down. The activities such as the pickleball, et cetera, it can go up. And it does cost money to do pickleball. You do have to buy nets. You have to stripe the lanes. And we have 10. We have 10 great courts here in town to use. And we have a lot of outdoor courts that are totally free. And we get to use them all the time in the parks. So that's my thought. Thank you very much for listening. Have a good one.
John Griffin, followed by David Griffin, followed by Sam Dene.
There are three subjects I would really like to talk about. First of all, I would like to apologize to the mayor about the mistake I made when I come to my first meeting. And I think most of that was because of Channel 4 News. They were coming up and down the road, and they were throwing things at me that I had never heard about. And I am at the age 66 when this new law come into effect that people 66 or older could should have free Medicare for all. And so when I started to apply for that Medicare and stuff, they come around and the mayor and them was asking what old people needed and all that. And the news told me flat out that they had to ask the questions the way they wanted them answered. That's what they told me, flat out, that I could not ask questions that answer the questions that the people really needed to know. And that was about homelessness, for one thing. I had a picture that I tried to send to the news, and I give it to the news. They said, oh, you have to use the computer and print it out. We have no use of computer, and we never have had use of computer. And people that have never used a computer and still use the push-button phone have no way of getting in contact with the news. And that is why we get so much misinformation. And then I was walking along the street, and I seen these, what I thought was buildings, because they've still got the windows and everything in them, and that happened to be the buildings that they made parking lots out of. And I asked why they were making buildings out of them, rooming houses out of them parking lots, which was a bad mistake on my part. And now my house, which I live in the Spaghetti Bowl district, and they're tearing down every house across in the front of their house and building that wall next to the road right up to us. And I never knew that until January the 1st of this year because of the news. And then there's another one. I asked them about how much power they was going to put underground and all. And they said, how much power did y'all say y'all was going to put underground? And how much was it going to be overground? Because every time they put power overground, theirs is already underground, it would cut our power off for 8 hours. And then they raised the telephone poles for these communities, right? And that was another mistake that I made, because them poles were raised where the developments that are already made, these housing units and stuff, they let the people, they building new ones, 1,000 rooms in 100 days. And I wanted to know exactly what the rules were to rent them rooms. What are the rules for that? For a person that only draws $1,000 a month.
Thank you, sir. If you'd like to chat with our clerk, we can set up an appointment for you to find out more information about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Griffith, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Gordon Gossage.
Yes, I come to mostly to talk about the safety on the public roads all around Reno. For one thing, you heard that handicapped man talk about safety of doors. There's also another thing I'd like to add to that. How do they enforce the parking space for the handicap? You know, you have to have sign for handicap. A lot of people that are not handicapped are taking them spaces. If they're caught like that more than 1 or 2 times, couldn't they be fined more to help pay for that? I mean, people are deliberately rushing, cutting around handicapped vans to take them parking lots. I've seen that. And as far as the sidewalks go, they moved bus stops. Say you're walking across the street, right, you know, the bus stop and the light was on the same side. But then they moved the bus stop.
Sir, if you're not speaking into the microphone, we can't hear you and record you, so.
Well, now
Thank
this
you.
is sort of a demonstration.
I get that, but we want to record you as well.
All right. The bus stops used to be on the same side as the light was. But then they moved the bus stops to the other side of the road, and people are cutting diagonally across the road without even pushing the lights, and people are flying right through the intersections at the same time. And then again, they're on Aldi Boulevard, where that school is. They have a push-button light thing. They have a thing, but then on the side where the school is, they took down the thing that you push the stoplight. You can't get no signal there on that. And then your sidewalks on a lot of your bus routes are so tore up that at nighttime, if the people wanted to even get out at night to get fresh air or anything, and they're so dark, you just step a couple places and you'll be down flat on your face. I've seen that happen a lot of times, where the seniors and elderly fall bad. And also, a lot of the driveways are made of such slick material that when you walk along, if you step off of a sidewalk, you'd slide. And then when it's icy, it's double problems. That's the kind of safety. And also, the way they put them right biters inside the lanes and not made parking lanes on the outside of them, them bikers deliberately try to outrun the buses and pull directly in front of them from the blind side. And that's where a lot of bikers are going to get killed when they do that. And another question, where is just painting the lanes going to make them safer? Does that help making them safer? And another thing, I like to say good about that man that bought the Bible, but I want to ask you one question. What did God ask Cain? Does anybody in here know? What was the first thing God asked Cain?
Sir, thank you. Your time is up. I appreciate you being here today. Have a great morning.
And God bless everybody.
Thank you for your comments. Sam Dene, followed by Gordon Gossage, followed by Mark Kajekas.
Overhead, please. Sam, Dene, that's me. Reno's guard angel. Not guard dog, guard angel. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate, and I often come here and tell folks that I used to fly fighters and bombers in the Air Force for 26 years, and there's my fighters and bombers, an F4, F-101 Voodoo, and then the B-52 bomber. There's me when I was a little younger, and there I am in my F4. And over there is my airline, Pan American World Airways. I flew for them for 26 years, and I flew those planes for 26 years. And after Pan Am was blown out of business by the terrorists over Lockerbie, I started coming to these meetings, and I've been doing this philanthropically for the last 26 years. I'm responsible for 88% of the good things about Reno. But there's a lot of bad things about Reno that I'm not responsible for. And I'll just give you one example that made the headlines today. About 6 months ago, nice smiley face. About 6 months ago, the city council, of all their brilliance, decided to spend $40 million to rehabilitate the police station that they could have done for $8 million. $40 million they're spending, and I'm not being critical. They ignore my brilliance every single time I come up here, and this time it is really, really gonna bite them, and it is biting them. $40 million they're gonna spend to rehabilitate, to build a new police station, when they admit, or at least the media wacko freaks admit, that they could have rehabilitated the current police station for $8 million. A perfect one, a perfect police station right in the middle of town. Anyway, that's just an example of the things, the 88% of the things, the bad things that I'm not responsible for. I am responsible for saving the Air National Guard. Anybody do you want to correct it? It's true. They wanted to get fighter planes, and I ordered them to get cargo planes. Then they got the C-130. I did that single-handedly against City Hall, against the Air Guard, and against the governor himself. I say Burning Man when the county commission wanted to shut it down, and the media wacko freaks thought it was the morally and financially bankrupt media thought Burning Man was a bad thing. I saved Burning Man, and now they think that it walks on water. I also saved EDON, the Economic Devastating Authority of Western Nevada. I saved it single-handedly when Mike Kazmierski needed somebody to help bring the Gigafactory to Reno. He begged me to talk to Elon Musk and bring the Gigafactory, and the Gigafactory is in Reno. And that's not part of my 88% of the good things anymore. It has done more to damage Reno than virtually any single thing, other than, of course, the media, morally and financially bankrupt media. And now I've done all of my good work. Everything's fine. The economy's going. I think my work is done. What could go wrong?
Madam Mayor, our next comment is from Gordon Gossage, followed by Mark Kajakis, followed by Justin Myers.
For the record, my name is Gordon Gossage of Regenesis, Reno. We are in a housing emergency. We are in a housing emergency. I strongly agree with many of you on social justice issues we've supported for decades. Yet the dominant social justice issue of the 2020s is affordable and workforce housing. Negotiate what you need to, but all of you must find a way to approve a much higher percentage of housing projects. And you must do it a lot more quickly. Recently, you, our elected leaders, approved Silver Hills. I understand some of you had the best interest in mind for our neighbors currently living in the North Valleys when you voted against the listeners after 2.5 years. Over the course of 2020, please consider if your decisions will benefit all of your constituents or just a portion of them. All across the country, we're creating two societies, separate and unequal. Households who make over $100,000 a year and people who make less. People with 4-year college degrees and people who don't. Those of us born before 1982 and our children born afterwards. Residents of California and the Northeast and the rest of America. Workers in growing industries and those in declining industries. And people who own their homes and people who can't afford to. Separate and unequal. In Greater Reno, we're not there yet. Rather than fighting each other, If we cooperate as a community, we can avoid creating two societies beginning now in 2020. We can end our housing emergency before the mid-20s. To do this, we need to increase housing of all types, for all incomes, in all neighborhoods. Like many builders, the listeners ask you for final approval for a neighborhood affordable for the working class. The buyers and renters who can pay for a home in Silver Hills can no longer afford a home in Midtown, not in South Reno, and soon nowhere within the McCarran Ring unless your decisions change. Bob Listener and now Peter are from our community. Quietly, they've helped so many people, including our most vulnerable neighbors. Monica's 10-unit project almost didn't happen until the listeners stepped in to build the 10 houses at an all-in cost of $50,000 each. Who else would have done that? Let's celebrate your approval of Silver Hills and the approvals by other elected bodies. Your decision will help all of our neighbors, including the children of the current residents of North Valleys. All of us must cooperate together to increase our housing supply, to stabilize our rents and home prices for everyone in 5-county Greater Reno. Please make all of your votes for social justice benefit all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Madam Mayor, next comment is from Mark Ajekas, followed by Justin Myers.
Good afternoon, esteemed City Council members, Madam Manager, Madam Mayor, Mark Ajekas for the record. I just wanted to thank you guys for continuing to support the arts. What you're doing when you support organizations that curate and cultivate the arts, you're creating a diverse, progressive community. And as the chairman of the board for Art Town, I can say that I appreciate your founding that organization. You're continuing to support that organization over the years because it truly has inspired the arts, inspired community through the arts for 25 years now. I also wanted to thank you for supporting businesses that hire and mentor artists because as an artist growing up here in Northern Nevada, there wasn't a pathway for professional arts. And by the city valuing arts, it makes businesses value arts. And for local artists, it gives them a pathway to professional arts. I really appreciate that. So what you're really doing by continuing to make that investment is you're creating an ecosystem that blends arts, business, and civic engagement. And for artists like me, it makes me realize that we can continue to build our lives, our families, and our businesses here in Northern Nevada. So thank you for that. Cheers to you. And as we'd say in Greek, yasu.
Nice.
Thank you.
I love it. Thanks, Mark. Good job.
Justin Myers.
Hi, I'm going to speak for Justin Myers, Mayor, Council. My name's Troy Regas. I'm with the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs / Reno Toy Run.
And it raises a lot of money for that.
We do. Last year we raised $20,000 to donate. For the last 10 years, we've donated over $20,000. We've been doing this for more than 30 years. What we're asking for that you keep is the all nonprofit or on behalf of Reno Toy Run and actual all nonprofit organizations, I strongly urge the council to maintain in-kind sponsorship for nonprofit special events. This year, our special event cost us over $5,000, which was about 25% of our total operating budget for the parade to block streets, et cetera. And of course, we would like to ask for help with this next year because that helps us donate more money. We are now a 501c3. We didn't get it in time to ask for this last year, but we will have it in time for this year to ask for those funds. This year, our goal, because of our 501c3, is $50,000 to donate to local communities, and this also includes donating toys to thousands and thousands of children every year in Northern Nevada from, you can name probably 6 counties. And this is very big for us. I represent all the motorcycle clubs in Northern Nevada. This is something we all do for free. Nobody makes a dime on this event. Every single dime is either donated and/or goes to what it costs us to put on this event. And so this year, Bob Cushell used to do this for us a long time ago. So this is something we'll be asking for, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, awesome. It's a great event. You guys would love it too.
I know.
The whole city stops when they see all the motorcycles, and it's just very cool.
I know, and
Especially when the
you've been
weather's
on
good.
it, right?
Yeah, I
And
love
we
it.
appreciate it. So,
All right, great
we're
job,
looking
Troy.
for a very good event this year, and
Yeah.
we're hoping to donate lots of money.
We'll see
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank
Great
you.
job.
Madam Mayor, it should be noted for the record, we received online public comment from Lorna Kennebrew, who has no position but is concerned with homeless levels. Additionally, online comment from Harold Jones, who's opposed to the Truckee Meadows Land Management Act as currently prepared. With that, Madam Mayor, I have Maury Kabaz would like to speak.
Okay.
Good afternoon. You're familiar with my case, you know my name. I've been coming here to get my property valued recently as $340,000 and get the overarching case resolved. This case involved the occult. It was investigated by robbery, homicide, and Detective Stigmeyer referred to them as satanic worshippers. The first thing I like to bring up is that why is this occultist guy, who was my stockholder, Reza Mashur, why is he hanging on to a stolen property and not returning it? Even a criminal on the street is not dumb enough to hang on to a stolen property. We're talking crimes against property, NRS 205.222. It's a B felony, a grand larceny. Now, this guy is also, Reza Mashur, is an occultist. He terrifies people. He claims to be he escaped from a failed state. He claims to be the Shah of Iran in Reno. He terrifies people. He robs people. And the last person he referred to him as a thief and a con artist was Aziz Shirazi, who paid the price. She's been violated by him and his gang repeatedly, and he's been secretly complaining. Now, what is a cult? A cult cell that has targeted me, and this guy being an occultist. A cult means hidden. A cult cell is a cell that has one or more mind hacker at the core of it. You can actually go on internet and watch these guys' physical abilities, anti-gravity, elevations, and things like that. But it's their mental ability we cannot see because it ties into the business of power. If you can get inside somebody's head, that is ultimately the business of power, and it is very exclusive. And of course, we live in a class society, and you get to a point that you can buy into it and just smoke everybody behind. The price we are paying is huge. Because there is no oversight, these guys getting away with so much. And the mind hacker in this case, named Amir Imani, I went to college with this guy. He has these abilities. He can depress you overnight. And anybody who's ever experienced depression knows how bad it is. The whole life, everything, the whole world comes to a screeching halt. And 80 million people in this country suffer from mental illness. We don't even know what it is. Not a single gene has ever been found to indicate mental illness, and these pharmaceuticals are stuffing their pocket. It's your cost. It's your cost. We just heard the directive from Reno about isolation, mental illness, suicide, homelessness. The issue for you, it's not for me, it's for you, is the cost. And sustaining the society, the community as whole. So we need to look into that realistically for what it is. It's not a myth, it's reality.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good job. Thank you.
Linda Hashef.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy, council members. First, I'd like to thank you for your service to our city. I'm sure it's not always easy, popular, or fun being an elected official. Today, I'd like to speak regarding the proposed increase to park and rec fees. I think we all understand the need to ensure a budget that works for the city, and that too, it's not an easy task or an easy decision making, marrying the two for the balanced budget and listening to the input from the various interested and affected parties. I am here today as an advocate for the senior population. I work with the Center for Healthy Aging and Opportunity Alliance Nevada. I spend a lot of time studying issues that face our elders, including currently working with the Nevada Aging and Disability Services Division on the next Elders Count report for 2020. Seniors are our largest growing demographic and the largest consistent voter turnout. They care about their community and they care about each other. I want to share a story with you about a good friend of mine who I know through the Center for Healthy Aging. Beverly is 92. She has a very sound mind and is still very physically active. She's an educated clinical social worker and spent her professional life in the arena helping others. She worked hard, she saved, paid into her retirement plan, and kept her end of the bargain in every way. Today, she cannot pay her rent, buy the expensive medicines prescribed to her by her doctor, and buy healthy food in the same month. She has to make choices between her meds and healthy food every month, as she cannot go without housing, and her rent continues to be raised. The Center for Healthy Aging has a weekly healthy walking program that Beverly participates in, depending on the location of the walk. If it's too far from her home, she does not attend, as she has to be careful with her gas use. Her favorite food is apples, but she rarely buys them because they can cost upwards of $1 a piece, and every extra dollar in her budget makes a difference. There are times that I find extra items in my pantry that I share with Beverly. She was always happy to receive the boxed cake mixes, as it allows her to celebrate birthdays with her neighbors. Most of the time, she keeps very few of the items I bring for her, and she shares them with her neighbors. She manicures the lawns and rock area outside of her apartment so that it looks nice and it keeps her active, and she likes the folks who run her apartment complex. And I share this information with you because Beverly is not the exception to the rule. She is the example of who our seniors are in this community. They take pride in what they do. They don't want a handout. They just want to be able to manage with what they have. As you've heard others testify, we have a large senior suicide rate in our community. And I feel that if we are cutting the ability for our seniors to participate in the parks and rec activities, which is their social outlet and their healthy outlet, that it's going to affect them. So on behalf of my seniors who have done everything right and have kept their end of the bargain of what they've done through their lives, I respectfully ask you to consider their well-being when making daunting budget decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further general public comment today.
Okay, great. At this time, I'm going to actually send it over to our city manager with comments and notes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a couple of items to be pulled today. Item B1F, Lead Dog Brewing Company, supplemental alcohol business license application to be pulled. Item D is in Dog 1, annual operating budget and capital improvement plan for the ballroom facility. That will be moved to your March 4th meeting. And then item D is in Dog 6, sanitary sewer, to be pulled today. I think we may schedule that for another meeting or try to get a special meeting for that. And also item D7, Truckee River Flood Management Authority. Those are all the changes I have, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. And I just want to remind people, we have a really stacked agenda, and some of those items need broader discussion and longer discussion. So, and I'm going to be pretty strict today on keeping everyone at their 3 minutes. Okay? Back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with those changes, we'd be looking for approval of the agenda.
Thank you so much. May I get a motion?
Move to approve.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor,
Back at you, Madam Clerk.
next item is approval of the minutes.
Second.
I have a motion.
Wait
I
a
have a
second.
second discussion. Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I believe that there's an error in one of the minutes. Which set of minutes was that?
December 4th, Councilmember Breckus has some concerns over a vote lodged for December 4th. So in consideration of that, Madam Mayor, I would recommend that we continue December 4th minutes to a future item so we can audit those and ensure that That is correct, and we'd be looking for approval of January 8th at this time.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next item is the consent agenda, of which I have public comment signed in. I'd recommend that we take that first before
Perfect.
council pulls agenda items.
Sounds good.
First in public comment, as it pertains specifically to consent agenda items, is Dwayne Kilgore, followed by Andrew Barbana, followed by Leslie Skinner.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll go ahead and incorporate not necessarily B4, but B3, B4, and B8, in just to summarize everything and expedite the time. I'm speaking on behalf of the Northern Nevada Operating Engineers Contract Compliance Fund. We will be monitoring those three particular projects just for the prevailing wage, any potential prevailing wage violations, and the Apprentice Utilization Act. Thank you.
All right, good to see you guys here. We don't get to see you much.
Andrew Barbano, followed by Leslie Skinner, followed by Tom Dunn, representing Reno firefighters.
It's all you.
Mamselle Mayor, members of the council, honored citizens, guests here today, and everybody out in TV land. My name's Andrew Barbano. I wear many hats, especially my Greek fisherman's hat. And earlier I spoke on behalf of the Chantal Coalition. I'm now representing the Reno Sparks NAACP. I'm first vice president of the branch. And I got up here to support item B39, which is on the agenda from councilors Jardin and Reese, to donate $1,000 to the Reno Sparks NAACP for our recently concluded and quite successful Health and Environment Education Symposium at UNR. You can read all about it in the current edition. It's the feature story in the current Reno News and Review. You will find it at renosparksnaacp.org, and I urge you to support that. We all know at the NAACP that we have to take every opportunity to speak for justice. There's an opportunity to speak for justice here this morning that I will take a moment to address. I'm in my 50th year as a newcomer to Reno. I've never been prouder of this often troubled town as I've been this morning because of everybody that spoke ahead of me here today. It really gives me a sense of community that sometimes is lacking here. And there is justice and injustice all around us that we have to address every day. My fellow senior citizens this morning have come before you, as have other people, talking money issues. I congratulate everyone, and I admire everyone on this council and everyone who works for this city, because you have chosen to get into this with the wind against your face. You're in the middle of this in a looming recession. You all know that. The city's cash problems were here long before you got here, and they'll be here long before you leave. Ms. Newby, you are getting the hell out of Dodge at a very good time because the trains are coming. And what you have to fight every day, as you all well know, are the bitter fruits of corporate welfare that have been going on here for half a century, largely triggered by the redevelopment agency laws of the early 1970s, billions of dollars. That's why you're having to raise funds on senior citizens, and they're rightfully complaining. So I admire everyone who's willing to fly into the teeth of a recession because you have a lot of work to do. We at the Reno Sparks NAACP will help. For more information, go to cabelliup.com, which I wrote when this council gave money to Cabela's for the corporate welfare archive there. And you'll find a lot of stuff from Dennis Myers there, who will be awarded the Cesar Chavez Nevada Labor Hall of Fame honor, largely because of his work writing about corporate welfare in Nevada that nobody else did before he did. See you March 31st at Cesar Chavez Day at the Atlantis. Rock and roll, be well, raise hell.
Thank you, Andrew. You're great. Dennis would be so honored, and I'm so glad you're doing that for him. He was one of my favorite people of all time. I know him way before I got into politics. Good man.
Leslie Skinner, followed by Tom Dunn.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Skinner. I am the treasurer of Spanish Springs Construction, and I just wanted to address the false allegations made by Skip Daly that we have made no attempt to comply with the requirements of SB 207 and the Apprenticeship Utilization Act. The only reason we haven't asked for any apprentices on these jobs yet is because we don't have the contract yet. Yesterday, we sent out our very first apprenticeship requests out to the various apprenticeship halls for a job that was recently awarded to us by the RTC. And I was on the phone this morning with Jesse Barajas from the Plasters Local 241 saying, okay, you have cement mason apprentices available. How are we going to make this work? He asked if he could call me back because they need to figure it out too. So we fully intend to comply with his requirements, and I just wanted to reassure the council of that, and I'm available if you have any questions on it.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you coming. So just, keep us in the loop, keep the communication open, so.
Yeah,
there's-
all these agencies
there's
are
not
working
that.
to figure
Yeah.
this out, and so
Yeah.
are the contractors.
But I
and
really appreciate you coming.
I'm confident we'll be able to figure it out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And will you make sure Madam Clerk has your contact information? Okay, good, thank you.
Tom Dunn, representing Reno firefighters.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Tom Dunn, Vice President of the Reno Firefighters Association. I'm here and my organization are here to support items B9, B10, and B11. All are dealing with equipment as well as some training stuff for the Reno Fire Department as a whole. B11 is incredibly important to us because that agenda item deals directly with our personal protective equipment in a large dollar amount. Our PPE is something that we use on a daily basis, virtually on every call. And with your fire department running over 1,000 fires a year, we use our PPE on every structure fire. Once we're done with that structure fire, we have to turn it in for cleaning, maintenance, and repair. So we have a second set standby for each individual firefighter that's custom fit for their fit and figure. And so it's important that we continue on with this practice. We're just right now we're in the middle of completing our final trial for our next generation of our structural PPE. And this budget item today will directly go to the purchase of that equipment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment signed in for consent, and I'll send it back to you for discussion from council on items to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna send it to Councilwoman Weber. Do you have any items you'd like to pull off consent? No? Okay. Councilwoman Jordan?
B31 and B32.
Councilman Delgado? Councilman Reese?
Madam Mayor, one item, B4, B as in boy, the number 4.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah. B3, B8, B13, B14, B15, B16, B17, B18, B20, B22, and that's it. Did you get all that?
I did not. Can you repeat
Okay.
those, please? 13 through 16?
3, 4, I think Reese pulled, 8, 13 through 18.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on one second. Go. I have B3, B4, what else?
B4, I think, was pulled by Reese.
Yep,
B8,
okay.
B13, B14, B15, B16, B17, B18, B20, and
14, 15,
B22.
16.
17, 18, 20, 22.
22, 31, 32. Oh, so sorry, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, thank you. I was going to pull B3, B4, and B5.
We'll sneak your 5 in there. Okay. All right, great. With that being said, Vice Mayor, give me a motion.
So moved.
All right. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus for
Aye.
3 minutes.
I think we are now on item B3.
Yes?
Okay. And we've had some public comment on this, and this is this new SB, it's one about, it's procurement. And I am passionate about procurement. It is something that I am so interested and fascinated on. We actually have another item to talk about globally, our procurement policies broadly. But this is a procurement bill that was preemptive, which isn't my favorite word in the world, but it impacts our procurement approaches on some of these construction projects. And I'd like a little staff report on that as related to this issue, because I don't think we had a robust presentation on this bill and how it was going to be operationally impacting us when we started bidding out, and now we are at the first bid and just want to understand the landscape we're in. And then since I pulled the other item, which is a massive revision to our procurement policies, we can talk about it then. So, thank you. Madam
Councilmember Breckus.
Deputy Attorney.
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney, Mayor, Council, City Manager. First of all, I just want to clarify, the procurement policy only applies to Chapter 332 purchases. It does not apply to Chapter 338, which is the construction projects.
Okay, we'll get to that later.
So that's
Yeah,
different.
okay.
Okay. So with regard to SB 207, which is the apprenticeship law.
Okay.
Came into effect in January 1 of 2020. The law provides that certain apprenticeships have to be provided unless a waiver is granted. The law indicates that it's the subcontractor or the contractor who requests the city or any public body to submit a waiver request to the labor commissioner. We do not, the city, the government, does not make the determination. The labor commissioner makes that determination. And the law specifically provides that that request can be submitted at any time during the bid, prior to award, or at any time during the project. So once the city gets a waiver, we will submit them as per the law to the labor commissioner to make the determination, and we will monitor their compliance with the law. Our bid documents provide in 3 places the instructions to bidders and the advertisement and the instructions to bidders, and in what we call the 100 boilerplate contract specifications that a contractor must comply with SB 207, which is now codified in 338.01165. And it lays out that it requires a contractor or a subcontractor to comply with the requirements of the use of apprenticeships on public works projects.
Okay, thank you for that legal analysis. I guess here's my thoughts for the body is, let's make this as operationally unclunky as we can. Okay, this is our first time out the chute, we've got it, but let's, it's a learning instance, and I'm sure it's gonna work out fine, but let's operationally make this, we don't have to always take NRS and just cite it and go there. We can say we want the waiver now, we want the waiver now, we want some document. So I would like to move forward, and I'll hear what others, because I think others pulled items related to this. I'd like to hear how we can get this best done to make procurement move as unclucky as possible, because I don't want to award and then there be question about how this back end administration of this law goes. I think it's in the interest of our procurement facility ease, is to have a very clear procedure about in the bid documents or whatever, I don't know, a checklist or something. So I would like, I'll hear what others have to say, but I want to make sure that we're not going to be clunky on this.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Reese, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Ballroth, thank you for your analysis, and if you would just come back up to the podium for a minute. I want to make sure that we're on the same page, and I believe we are, quite frankly. Obviously, this body has the ability to set direction for the public works projects that undertakes. The state of Nevada has now said when public works projects are undertaken, apprenticeship programs shall be used. It's not like we have the ability to waive that, and I didn't quite understand my colleague's point. in this process, the goal is that we are making a policy statement that we as a body support the use of apprentice programs because that's what the law requires. And so I'm trying to understand, in the absence of the labor commissioner granting a waiver, the city of Reno has no role in that. Is that correct?
Councilmember Reese, Susan Bellroth, Deputy City Attorney, correct. It's the Labor Commissioner's determination to grant a waiver or not.
Right. This body wouldn't be in a position to grant a waiver.
Correct.
Okay, nor would we want to. But I guess
Correct.
the point ultimately is, I think what Councilmember Breckus and I both believe is that we ought to be very upfront with folks and indicate that we support the use of apprentices on public works projects. I know that I've had conversations with Mr. Flansburgh and with our public works people to make sure that they have been tracking that and that any projects that we're doing are going to comply with that. So we're all in this new world because the law changed on January 1st, but just I want to make sure that your office as legal is tracking and public works is tracking so that we accomplish the goal, which is that public works projects are using apprentices, period. That's it, right? It's not clunky, I don't think, to say that.
I don't believe, Susan Bellroth, Deputy, so it's not clunky. And as stated, it's new. So we're all working through this and figuring out, contractors, the labor commissioner, the governing bodies of all entities are figuring out the best process. And right now, we're learning and will continue to evolve. And I'm sure the law will continue to morph as pitfall or problems may or may not arise for more clarity in some of the language.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, 3
Yeah,
minutes.
I mean, since I was referred to, it's just, my concern is, and we'll play it out, is a scenario where we award, there's a second and a third bid that are standing in line, and I mean, these are neighborhood streets that are waiting to get done this construction season in our neighborhoods. So we've got residents out there waiting for their streets to get done. They've seen people out there surveying and designing, they know it's time. And what would happen, I mean, could it happen that we award today somewhere, someone, and someone does not, someone then goes to the labor for the commissioner for the waiver, and it holds a 2 or 3 wait period, 2 or 3 week, month wait period to get that waiver? Can we will we on the front end know whether or not they will seek a waiver? Is that a response in the bid documents?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. So speaking to the public comment from one of the contractors and talking about, when you talk about clunky or making it unclunky, when you go to, until I have the award and I actually have the bid, that's when I'm going to go make, contact and make sure that what am I going to need for my apprentices on this, for the different various locations for getting that. So until I know I have that, it's just like ordering materials or making sure I have the right equipment or those types of things. Until I have the contract, then I'll go and seek and make sure that I can cover that. But the intent is I'm going to cover this.
But what if they have there's a notice to proceed here of 90 days, I'm just going to say, and then the labor commissioner waiver is hanging out for 120. Is there potential for that, or could someone come in as a bid responser and say, we're not, I mean, that's the concern, is we're not going to seek a waiver, we're here, we're ready to go in the bid documents.
So there's a timeline they have to meet in order to get approval from the labor commissioner on a waiver. Their goal is to go and make sure that they comply. That's what they're going to do.
Okay, okay.
If they can't comply, if there's some overarching reason, like there's just not enough apprentices in this one location to be able to fill all the needs that we have, that may be a reason that they would come back. But they have a certain time frame. I think it's 15 days
Of
with the
notice
Labor Commission
to get that. Okay, so 15 days, you don't have an issue. We might see the bid come in for the other people down in the queue who, I mean, that's a failure of the contract, 15 days.
We're making sure that we
Okay.
are putting it in the document, make sure that as Councilmember, as Vice Chair Reese eloquently discussed, that they have every notice that we expect compliance.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Councilman Jordan, give me a
Madam
minute.
Mayor?
Oh,
No, Madam Mayor.
hold on, I'll come right back to you. Councilwoman Jordan.
I was prepared to make a motion, but if Councilwoman Dewar wants to speak?
Go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, I think that the issue of apprentices has been covered. My concern about about both B3, B4, and B5 is that I recently read an article that Anjanette Damon retweeted from the Idaho Statesman, which was about construction of roads and asphalt testing and in Idaho. And Idaho is an adjoining state to ours, and we may, in fact, use some of the same contractors that they use. And what the concern is that the highway contractors may have changed their records hundreds of times and then maybe even gotten bonuses for getting work done quicker and that kind of thing. We've got $6 million of street construction here, and I brought this up to Mr. Flansburgh earlier today when I found out about it. And I just want to make sure that when, assuming we move forward with these items, B3, B4, and B5, which are on road construction, that we make sure that we understand the system of oversight and integrity and basically quality assurance, so that when we get our roads, they're actually done to our spec. Now, I know that we have independent inspectors that do spot checks, and so did they. And it wasn't a particular, there's not an allegation that it was a particular company that did this, but a range of company. It was fairly common. And so right now, the NDOT, the Idaho Department of Transportation, their Inspector General and the FBI are investigating. And I just want to make sure, since we do have this close, we share a border, it's very possible that we're using some of the same testing companies, that we pay particular attention to this process and to protect ourselves and ensure that we have systems in place that we can ensure this kind of thing doesn't happen to us as we move forward with this kind of level of construction. And Mr. Flansburgh assured me, but I wanted to put it on the record so that the whole council knows about it and the public, and that we have that extra eye on these jobs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Since B3, B4, and B5 are in my ward, I'm prepared to make a motion on all three.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries
Aye.
unanimously. All right,
Mayor, with
item
that?
B8.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve this one.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries unanimously. All right, B13.
Yeah, I have some general questions. These next 5 or 6 are related to the deferral agreements paying the sewer connection fees for some multifamily development. And I'll start with B13. It's the project proposed for the old Greyhound station there on First Street, 60 multifamily units. So the first question is it the, and thanks for sending the agreements, the boilerplate agreement afterward, is the, and I understand that the analysis has been that prevailing wage is not a point. But the question on the general agreements is, are we locking in just the connection fees, or when they start, because they'll occupy for 5 years, are they going to be subject also to the rate increases that everyone else pays on the regulars, or just the connection fees?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, Madam Newby, to answer your question, Councilmember Breckus, Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager, the rates will be set at the time of building permit. So whatever the fees are when they pull their building permit, that is the fee they will pay. It'll then be amortized on a 5-year schedule based on the time of building permit.
But both the connection fee and the
Building
rates?
permit, yes, whatever the rate is at the time they pull their building permit. So if the rate increases during a period of time, it would.
That would need to
you.
amend the rate ordinance that we have, I believe.
Right. And Mr. Thomas just asked me to clarify one point, which is that we're talking connection fee.
Okay.
Not user
Okay.
fee, connection fee.
Okay.
And we're talking building
Okay,
permit fee.
okay, because the sewer rates, which have gone up 32% since I've been on the council since 2012, by my calculations, are on a CPI under separate ordinance. This is the connection fees, which, we absolutely need to. We're going to bond today on 55 million, or in the process of $55 million. And there was a very involved workshop at the Western Water Regional Commission last week that an expert came down talking about effluent management and drinking water, and he said, do not be surprised with rate hikes in the 10, 12%. That's the price of sewer. And the price of sewer, so let me get that right? Is if these folks come in and pull their permits and sign these agreements today, and in year 3, the council looking at, maybe $200 million for this debt expansion and has to do something, these folks are locked in at this rate today?
Correct. So our current policy for sewer connection fees and for building permit fees is it's based on the valuation at the time of application. And so whatever that is, that's how it's set now. We're not changing that. All we're changing is the timing of the payment. So in other words, whatever the fee is at the time they get their building permit, that's what it'll be. So if the rates change between now and the time they get their building permit, they will have to pay a fee based on what the rate is then. So it's an incentive to encourage them to develop quicker, because if they
Yes.
know that the rates are going to increase,
Yes.
then they will come in and pull their building permit now, then wait for them to increase.
Yeah, yeah. It's a problem for me because I believe that we have not looked at what far down enough, and the word staggering was used the other day, of what we're looking at for capital expense instead, and then in Tumworth. But then also, this one and the others, there weren't any restrictions for units to meet certain affordability guidelines or to be property owners to accept Section 8 vouchers, which I understand are not being,
That was not part of the resolution that was passed by the council in October. The resolution specifically said we would like staff to stand up a program that incentivizes housing through the deferral of fees. There was no discussion on any of those issues in that
Okay.
resolution.
when we issue home funds or tax credit funds, and there's income restrictions, we see the development pro formas. Did we see development pro formas to assure that this is going to go into, where this deferral hit the bottom line? Is it going to be construction? Is it going to be developer fee?
Correct. So once I receive approval from council to move forward to negotiate an agreement with them, I request a pro forma from the applicant, at which point I review it to confirm that, one, that the project is viable, and second of all, that there is not some, gross padding of the profit or something to that extent, that there is a legitimate need for this deferral.
So, but we are approving the agreements today. What if you find one of these pro formas to show it just going off on developer fee? Do you have the authority to not sign that agreement? How do you feel?
Yes, I believe I have the authority to bring it back to council for consideration.
Okay, well, okay. If anyone else wants to speak, I'll let them.
Councilwoman Weber. I didn't wish to speak. Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
She was proxying. My speak button wasn't working.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work that's been done on these initiatives. And what's staggering is the housing crisis that we're in. And I appreciate all of staff's work in coming up with creative solutions that are certainly not doing any handout to any developer, but encouraging them to build quicker of all types. We've heard from many organizations today speaking about the impacts of the housing crunch that we're in. And this is a great program to help us move those projects along. So, Madam Mayor, if prepared, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Sure, go ahead, give me a motion.
Item B 15, 16, 17, and 18.
No,
Move to
no,
approve.
this is just item 13, and I have questions on the other items.
Move to approve item B 13.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
I'm opposed.
Aye.
Motion carries. Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay, item B14, if memory serves me, this is a property of city-owned, this is city-owned property, or was, that the Jacobs Company came forward and asked for us to sell to them, correct?
Correct. Jacobs, Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager. Jacob Entertainment has an option to acquire this property.
Okay, and as part of that, did we put any restrictions or requirements on the affordability of the units to be built?
There are no requirements, to my knowledge, on the affordability. The option specifically says that they must construct a mixed-use residential development.
Okay.
There are no restrictions regarding income levels.
Okay, and this one, okay, so unlike the other one where we know it's 60 multifamily units and we can put $1 and time to that, this one hasn't fleshed out the number of units?
Yes, I believe in the staff report, it says it's approximately 260 units.
260 units, okay, because it doesn't say in the header. And this one, let me ask you, the agreement seems to not go with Jacobs Entertainment, it goes with Pacific Development?
Correct. Pacific Development is in the process of acquiring the property from Jacobs. They would be the ultimate developer of the property, and so they have made the request for the fee
Okay.
deferral.
And that when you get the pro forma, you'll see the land's price, and we can see if Jacobs turned a profit on this option that they had. And then, we can understand, what profit they've received for that, correct? Okay,
Yes.
okay. I didn't envision the Jacobs property offer going that way, but I'm still not supporting in, for the other reasons I mentioned on B13. So I won't make a motion, even though it's in Ward
Okay,
1.
Vice Mayor.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Opposed.
Okay,
Item B15, this is in the Opportunity Zone. It's the Park Avenue, New York City, New York applicant. Is this the only one in the Opportunity Zones?
Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager. No, the majority of these projects are in opportunity zones.
Okay, okay.
In fact, I believe there's only 3 that are not.
Okay,
Of all the
okay.
applications.
It's just their narrative discussion. And that raises a question is,
Yes.
it was reported in the newspaper that you said to people, hey, come in and ask for, whatever. I didn't see that on this one, anything other than sewer deferrals are going, okay, for
Right,
5
so
years.
Sewer deferral and building permit deferral, that's the only
And building
request.
permit deferral, okay.
Yep.
all right, no other questions. Vice Mayor.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries unanimously. Hi.
I'm opposed.
You're back. We haven't seen you for a long time.
Okay,
She
item,
hates that when I call
item-
her out.
item
I just
bi-
looked up, I was like, wow, we haven't seen you forever. Okay,
Item B16 was curious to me because it also appears to be a deferral of traffic impact fees with the RTC, is that correct?
No. Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager. Early in the program, council asked staff to research if we could defer regional road impact fees. It was determined after discussions with council and with the RTC that we could not unilaterally do that. At that point, the program was modified so that we are only deferring building permit fees and sewer
Okay.
connection fees.
Okay, the application mentions road impact fees, the staff
Correct.
report didn't counter that, and I thought maybe I missed some amendments to the GAM.
Nope.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye by saying aye. Aye.
I'm opposed.
Carries.
Okay.
B17.
You can take B17 and 18 at the same spot, please. And I have no questions on those. I just repeat my opposition to this subsidy from the sewer fund.
Okay, so with that,
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor? Yes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
item B20 is pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, this is a really exciting project in my mind. It's one that I participated in. I thought actually we would have someone from Washoe County here. It's the Regional Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan. Everywhere you turn on your paper right now, the newspaper is all about coronavirus. If you wanted to know how our region would respond to that, you would read this document. And so that's good. The one question I had, and Chief, I don't know if you're aware as maybe others, is I had them come during the process to my neighborhood advisory board because we have older housing stock. And with that older housing stock, we've had tremendous concern about extreme heat and extreme air quality events from forest fires. And do you know why those two things did not raise to the level of having their own? There's maybe 10 or 12 different events, a pandemic, an earthquake, a terrorism attack, but the heat events, which there's a little narrative on, are tremendously escalating. And I know someone in Ward 1 who believes her mother passed away under maybe the rim fire, from emphysema impacts. Why didn't they stand up extreme heat and do poor air quality due to forest fires as its own special event? They put it under winter storms and windstorms. And they could have just even called it windstorms, winter storms, extreme heat. I mean, do you know why they didn't stand it up as its own issue? They came to our NAB and we gave a lot of feedback on that.
So Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. I do not have specific information on that item. Emergency Manager Bob Layton was the one who participated in this process on behalf of the Reno Fire Department. I do know that they did look at those environmental events, if you will, as well as wildfires, and then proposed mitigation recommendations for those events. But in terms of a specific heat event, I don't know why that was not
Okay.
made to-
I'll follow up with Mr. Keniston. It was his assistant who came to our, bless you, to our NAB meeting. But I want to use the opportunity of this plan, which is a very important document, to just highlight the air quality under, and it's not when you're fighting fires, it's really more when the rim fire is going on or something like California's burning. But also extreme heat, because for each one of these events, they talk about different responses. And the response that I was looking for was that we will start to stand up cooling centers as need be. And I just don't see that in here. And I'm a little disappointed, but I guess maybe it's updated every 5 years?
Every 5 years, correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And if Mr. Keniston could reach out to me and answer that, I'd really appreciate
If
it.
you'd like, and I can have Chief Layton reach out to you as well.
That's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Give me a motion.
Move to adopt, we're adopting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay.
822 is pulled by Councilmember Reckes.
Yeah, I had a little bit of dialogue with Ms. Ballroth about this. This is a very broad document. I thought it encompassed all of our purchasing proceedings.
This only covers the procurement of services and supplies.
Okay. It does a few things. First of all, it gives the city manager administrative authority of up to $100,000.
Correct.
Okay, and I guess that parallels the state law. I thank you for bringing that forward for us to adopt, because I think there was some thinking maybe you didn't need to have the council amend the policy, and I think that's the consistent practice. When I came on council in 2012, the previous council had just assigned or upped the procurement provisions to $50,000 for the manager. I know there's been inflation, we all know that with our sewer bills or whatever, but I'm not willing to match that state match, particularly as we're going to be in an interim position and we're going to be having a new manager. I like to see the $100,000 come to the body. And we have lots of flexibility in joinders as we've done, and then, run those up through the budget. This procurement also gives and is explicit that the city attorney is the only one who can hire outside counsel. And the charter says that outside counsel can be hired by
It
the
can also be hired by
Yeah.
the city council.
Yeah, I want, in his services and supplies budget, the city attorney to come to this body and identify where he wants legal services for the year going. And if he needs to hire new legal services, I believe it should be this body under the charter doing that. And I think some of my colleagues will remember, at one point, a 5/7 vote failed on an attorney, and then the city attorney's office went and hired that same attorney anyway, and that was a run around the charter in my view. And so and then Mr. Reese in the last month or so brought up some linkage, what I call linkage policies, to advance certain public policy goals, like what the legislature did with this apprentice thing. And I can't remember what it was for something. And so what I would like to see, and I know we're restricted, but I'm very passionate that procurement should reflect your values and the approaches you want to take to, be very transparent. And so I would like to see this policy held for a little bit and about 5 areas looked into, and those are separately, in separate policies. I don't believe the manager should have the 100,000. City attorney approaches to procurement. I'd also like to have policies and understand the policies in place for professional services, because those are no bid. That's not a bad thing. It can be a good thing, but I'd like to make sure that when a no bid professional services contract comes forward to us, that we understand the vetting that's gone through. And So those are some improvements I'd like to see. This is a very big policy document.
Councilman Reese,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to echo some of the comments of my colleague. I understand the need to match or mirror the state policy, and if that's all I thought this was about, I wouldn't be concerned about it. But I am concerned that there are things which should come to this body which might be not coming to this body if I'm to pass this today. And so I want to see it broken out into a little bit smaller bites for me. One of the things I don't entirely understand is the services nature of it, because at least some of the redlining seems to suggest that that is excluded or it would be part of a joinder process, and I just could not follow from the documents that we received. So I need more time to be able to go this way with you. I don't doubt that the intention is right. I just need a little more time.
Okay, and I do want to just point out, most of the changes that are done in the document are related to internal audit. So there's some cleanup and clarifications in there. The one thing that is new is the increase of the authority for the city manager and the finance director in order to make sure that we continue to move those work along. As Councilmember Breckus mentioned, our costs have gone up significantly, so the cost of our contracts goes up. The bulk of our contracts are under $100,000.
I think if that's true, then we don't really need a policy that authorizes you to go over it. And ultimately, my concern is largely that we have a budget and we are going to be getting very, sort of tied down, and it's going to be very tight. There's not going to be a lot of wiggle room. And so my concern would be, how do you change that in the absence of coming back to this body? And so while I want you to have the flexibility to run your departments, and while I want the city manager officer to have that thing too, I'm concerned that it makes our budgeting process very difficult. And I don't want to avoid having the hard conversations, especially as it relates to services or and attorney services, by the discretion that's more broad than I think I'm willing to give today. It may be that after you and I sit down and you explain things in the way I oftentimes need explanation when they're coming from your office, that I may agree with you, but I just cannot agree today. And that's the concern. I want to help and support staff. You're doing an awesome job. Your department is great. All the internal audit stuff, I don't have any concerns with that. It's these two areas about the increase in the limit, especially when we have a vacancy that's going to arise, and with regard to the need for additional time to sort of fully bake it for me. But I thank you for bringing the policy forward. It is an important conversation for us to have.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan?
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
I just want to support, are you calling on me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I concur with my colleagues who spoke prior to me. I had some of the same questions, and I was unclear about whether this covered professional services or not, in terms of, I'm particularly concerned in the area of sole source contracting. So where we have the joinders, that's one thing. We've already had a government go out and do a procurement process. But in sole sourcing, and again, I'm not really clear about whether this policy covers that. I've often seen, for expediency, staff go to a sole source process when I think the free market would speak to a more open process, a more open and transparent process for bidding on those kind of professional services. So I'd like to see more discussion as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can I just clarify?
ahead.
The policy does address sole source. It does have to have approval by both the finance department, who does the research on the procurement to make sure and ensure that it is not brand specific, that it is truly a sole source. And then it also requires the city manager to approve it, the use of a sole source. So that is addressed in the policy.
Okay.
All right. Councilwoman Jordan?
Thank you very much. Prepared to make a motion to continue on this item?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, item B31 is pulled by Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, B31 and B32. B31 I'd like to pull from the agenda and table for a moment in light of other discussions and things I'd like to discuss. So that's a motion?
I have a
for
motion and a
B31.
second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
B32, the dedication of the 9,300 for West Park, I still want to see go for that purpose, but without the specific designation for the dog park, just more in general for West Park, and I'll meet with Parks to discuss the distribution.
Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
We take a break.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are done with your consent agenda. The next item is item D2, presentation, discussion, and potential direction for staff regarding fee schedule for FY 2021.
Okay, yeah, I just want to let everyone know I'm going to skip around a little bit because we have stakeholders in the chamber, and I want to make sure everyone gets their day going, so I don't want to keep them any longer. Okay, item D2. At this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, the public comment that we have does not wish to speak. However, we received I apologize, recounting. We received 2 comments with no position but of concern, 1 in favor and 3 in opposition.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna
Madam
have-
Mayor, if I
go right
may,
ahead.
just sort of give an intro to this. As part of your annual budget, you will be required to approve a fee schedule. This is the very first start of this discussion where we propose something to the council then gives feedback to staff then goes and does the work on based on those recommendations. The fee schedule will then be per previous discussions in previous years sent out to various advisory boards and commissions that you have for their feedback. That feedback will be provided to finance, and then all of this will come back to you again. So I just wanted to put it a little bit in context because some of the previous speakers, I think, had some incorrect information about the process and how it was going to go. This is really just the very first stop, and it will go to boards and commissions after this.
Okay.
So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Lochner.
Right.
Oh,
Go,
Madam Mayor?
go right ahead.
Thank you. I wondered, and maybe we'll look to the city attorney for this, there's a lot of interconnecting items. This one, item D10, which is the Pioneer Center, D4, D3, and D10. These are all kind of conversations that tie together, whether we're talking about room tax, fees for seniors, the Pioneer Center funding, and I'm trying to think, there's another one. Is there any way we can have a bigger global discussion and open them all at once? Because to me, one can impact another. And secondly to that question is, we're having a budget workshop next week?
Yeah.
Okay, we're having 3 budget workshops next week. Is it a little premature for us to be giving direction today on things we're going to be talking more in depth globally in 5 days?
If I may, we've started our budget process in November, and we've had several discussions, so this is just building on that process. What we are asking for today is really to get some council feedback on issues that are affecting the budget this year, is some of the items that you mentioned, and then also talk about the budget we're developing. So this item really is to bring, because of the issue around fees over the last 2 years that I've been here, we decided we wanted to bring this to council first for feedback, saying here's what we would typically do based on resolutions in place that set forth these fees. And we get the council's feedback so that we can then put together the actual fee schedule, send it to the commissions and boards that have been identified, to get their feedback, to come back in May with a fee schedule that has been vetted through council as well as the community.
And
so
I
it is-
understand that, but we came out of our strategic planning session and ranked our collective priorities. And they were public safety, homelessness, and housing. I'm just wondering if this discussion and fees are tied into those, because if we don't increase a fee here, it could have an impact on those three priorities.
That
So,
is
I'm trying
correct.
to understand how these singular pieces all fit together in a global discussion in connection with our strategic planning priorities, which nothing in here speaks to public safety. So I'm trying to connect some dots. I'm trying to move the ball down the court and meet everybody's timelines, but I'm just wondering, when we're literally a week away from diving into more of those discussions on our strategic priorities in the budget and how they all tie to our collective strategic priorities.
So you are correct that all this matters. So you're talking about fees that come into our general fund. Those are the revenues that support the services we provide. So yes, they are all interconnected. We like to, and there are several items that the finance department has brought forward on this particular agenda that are all dealing with budget items to get direction on how we move forward, to help inform us with the discussions of next week as well.
I understand that, and I'll get off my box now. What I'm trying to say is, if we grant the money, what I'm trying to get to is the impacts on our priorities. In other words, we give the money to the Pioneer Center, we don't increase the senior fees, we fully fund all the arts. How many police officers are we not getting because we chose to do those?
So
That's
for-
what I'm trying to understand.
For example, when you look in our presentation on the fee schedule and you look at the impact of Park and Rec, the increase in minimum wage, it's $2.7 million over the 5-year period. That equates to, I believe, 17 police officers or 16 firefighters.
Okay, I appreciate that. I still think it's a little choppy.
Okay, Councilwoman Weber, and then I'm going to go to Councilman.
Thank you. Just real
Vice Mayor Reese.
quickly, I think it makes sense what you're saying, and that when we meet, depending on what we do here, when we meet for our budget meetings, can't we have that spelled out for us? Instead of asking, couldn't you spell out, if we do this, how many
So
public
that
safety
is what we
officers?
do during the budget process, when we come back with the city manager's recommended budget later in the process. So it's a very long, lengthy process, as you all know. This is just part of the beginning parts. We have done some preliminary analysis. We've worked with the departments. We've projected what we think is going to happen through the end of the year. And we will be presenting next week kind of the overall, the basic information we provide every year about the departments, their initiatives, what they are hoping to accomplish in the coming year. All that requires budget. So even the discussions we're having today, anything you decide that has a fiscal impact will affect your budget. Every single item you decide affects the budget. Usually, those items are included in your budget, but sometimes they're not, and that's what we do augmentations for. So what we are talking about today is an overall trying to get a policy direction on how we put fees forth for the council's consideration later in the process. And so we're really looking for that overall policy direction, because we don't want to present a recommended fee schedule that doesn't meet your needs.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may
Go right
give a
ahead.
suggestion here. Ms. Lochner has a presentation that can go over the draft fee schedule and some of the issues that led to it. So perhaps we could have her do the presentation. And then if you want to hold off on making any sort of recommendations or direction on that at this time, we can certainly re-agendize it for one of the sessions next week.
It's included
And this
next
will
week.
just give you some food for thought in the meantime. Okay, let's do that.
So, yeah, we're just looking for some general discussion and direction so that we can give you what you would like to see. And as you pointed out, rightfully so, if you don't increase fees, it does have an effect because our costs are going up. But we'll go through it.
And then I will come to, do you want to speak now? After? Okay, and then you're next.
So we wanted to talk a little bit about how the fee schedule is developed, get some direction from you, talk about community development and parks and recreation because their fees are developed slightly differently. And we have a slightly different recommendation on their fees. So really, as part of the budget adoption, we go through all the fees. We apply CPI to the fees that have been approved to it be increased that way. Each fee comes to the council originally to set the fee by resolution typically, and then in that resolution, oftentimes it'll say it'll go up by CPI each year. So we don't have to then bring the fee back to get how we're going to increase it each year. We already have a CPI increase. So the ones that have that associated, we apply the CPI increase. Some of them are fees established under NRS, so we look and make sure that those fees still hold. We send the fee schedule out to all the departments to review, make sure that it is their fees. We just manage the process. So we want to make sure that they've agreed that those are the fees that are going forward. This year, we added an additional discussion with council just to make sure we have the right policy direction. And then once we have the policy direction, we will then send it back. We'll complete the fee schedule according to policy direction and send it to the boards and commissions for some additional feedback and see if there's some other tweaking we may need to recommend to council when we come forward for public adoption in May. So the CPI increase, we wanted to just show you what the increases have been over the last 3 years. So it was steady for the last 2 years. In fiscal year 21, it's going to be 2.8%. Not all departments have a CPI increase associated with their fees. So the building department or the building fund is recommending that they update the valuation table but not change the fees. That will increase their fees associated because the valuation table, the fees roll off of those values. And then Parks and Recreation fees, we'll talk about that a little bit. Muni Court and police fees also are not necessarily increased by CPI. So for community development, business license fees are typically updated using CPI unless there's an NRS restriction such as marijuana and gaming. So those are governed by NRS. There are community development fees, planning, engineering, code fees are increased by CPI. But the Building Enterprise Fund, as you know, the Building Enterprise Fund is very well funded, and we're in a situation where we're watching it. Under the NRS at this point in time, based on the amount of money, the cash in the fund, we cannot increase fees beyond CPI. So the recommendation for building fund is that we just update the valuation table, hold them steady, evaluate them next year for a possible decrease. And then we're going to Parks and Rec. And so as you know, the AB 456 increased the minimum wage in Nevada. So our minimum wage will increase 75 cents a year until we reach the minimum wage of $12. Right now, we pay $8.25, but there are, as you can see, there are several different positions that need to be increased because we don't want to have a compaction issue. So essentially, you have to apply that increase to all the different levels of staff, so you continue to maintain your compensation system appropriately. So this just kind of talks about all the different people that have temp salaries. And, you know, Jamie is here if you have questions specific to Parks and Rec. And she's given the presentation a couple times to her constituents. So, you know, as we know, the increase in minimum wage, we equated that to a percentage for you. It is actually an 8% increase each year, you know, and what that equates to. So we'll go back here. It's 8% increase each year is what that 75 cents equates to. In the first year, it's an 8%. So this shows you pretty much how the fees are covering the expenses of the various programs that we run. As you can see, of course, you would expect park maintenance because they don't bring in a lot of revenue. not designed to bring in revenue, that they would be highly subsidized by the other, by the general fund in general, and it's not by fees necessarily. You can also see that the youth fees, and I would say that is primarily our child care facilities, they do actually support and subsidize the other programs that we have. So here's, what I was talking about before, the $2.7 million over the 5-year period, because it really does add up pretty quickly. It accumulates and compounds each year. And so I will let Jamie go through the rest of her presentation, because this is really about her philosophy and how they work on fees in parks. So.
Thank you, Debbie. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. After Debbie presented to council in November with the introduction of that mandated, unfunded mandate with the minimum wage increase, I did present to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee a couple of weeks ago to start the process for the discussion. So again, it's important to reiterate what City Manager Newby stated, that we're early on in the process. So this is not, we're not coming to council today to say adopt a fee schedule. It's sort of a starting point of here's where we think we should start, and then get the council direction based off of input from the different advisory boards. So it's definitely a tough position to be in, and as I have to consider all the needs, the demographics, essentially, my strategy is that I have the fiscal responsibility to make sure that what I present to council is, accountability of those taxpayer funds. Parks and Recreation is not an enterprise fund, and so we are able to offer programs that other agencies wouldn't necessarily offer because of the fact that it's not going to cover all the costs. And we have the ability to price our programs either at or below market rate because it is subsidized by the general fund. And so we have that ability to take into consideration those income levels. However, there's always the, the balancing act of we can't ignore this issue that we have with the minimum wage increase. So just so that everybody is aware of how we establish our fees in the world of Parks and Recreation, we essentially look to see if there's a need for a program. Then we determine that cost of that program by what those direct costs are going to be and what those indirect costs are going to be. Essentially, we focus more on the direct costs because of the fact that we are subsidized by the general fund. So, an example would be if we are offering a class, then we would figure out what are the part-time salaries involved in that class, what are the supplies that we actually have to purchase, and then we don't necessarily have to take into consideration the overhead, with that's an indirect cost of what our full-time staff are, because we know that our full-time staff are working 40 hours a week. Then we take a look at our cost recovery goal, and I'll show a slide that shows those goals based on program area. We take a look and see if it's a new program, can those expenses be absorbed within the existing budget, or is there a program that's not doing as well, and should we do our due diligence and replace that program? So cost recoveries right now, these are goals. You can see by program area, we have different percentage rates. Then I included a column that showed what we actually achieved in the last full fiscal year, which is fiscal year 18-19. Some of our program areas met them, some of them fell short. Others exceeded, which then helps subsidize those areas that fall short. So as we look at trying to address this $2.7 million anticipated deficit, what our first initial strategy that we're presenting to council today is doing a graduated cost recovery plan. So we know that we don't need to come up with the $2.7 million instantaneously. I mean, it's the minimum wage is going up 75 cents each year over the next 5 years, so there's no need for us to increase the fees to essentially account for the 2.7 right away. And so, our idea is to do incremental fee increases so that the customers can slowly adjust. We have attached to the staff report a 5-year projection, just so that council has the understanding, as well as the public, of what that looks like. By doing so, we can keep pace with the increased temporary wage costs. It also helps us plan better, knowing that if we go in a certain direction, then we can know that this is something that we can plan on and that we're guaranteed that we know that we have allocated the correct funds for that. And then lastly, doing all of this clearly will provide stability for the Parks and Recreation annual operations. So some of the examples that we have started to look at would be increasing fees in different program areas. So I took the approach of looking at all of the program areas for Parks and Recreation and trying to sort of share the pain, if you will. So we looked at pool lane rentals. So in aquatics, our swim teams will rent a lane, and the current price is $8.75 now. And we looked at doing a 50-cent increase for next fiscal year, just a 25-cent increase the following year, going back to 50 cents, because that would allow the swim teams to be able to plan again for what that increased fee will be for them each season. And again, it doesn't necessarily jump it straight from $8.75 to $10.50. Our softball leagues, so in our adult sports, we do have competition there in the sense that other agencies will provide softball. And so we do have to be mindful that if we raise the fees too much, then the teams will choose to go to the other jurisdiction. And so that fee increase won't be realized because we won't fill those leagues. So we are recommending just a $10 increase for the next few years. For our rec centers facility use, this line item essentially is just for drop-in fees. And currently it's $1, $4, and $6 based on the various age groups you see. And we are recommending, in the case of seniors, going up from $1 to $1.50. You can see that there's a very big discrepancy between a senior who is 50 and an adult who is 49. It's a $5 difference for essentially the same service. So that is something that we are hoping to address, because if we don't, yet we continue to raise the fees on the adults, you'll see in that line that we're recommending just a one-time 50-cent increase. But by the end of 5 years, we have a little bit more of an equal pay scale. Brunch and a Movie is a program that is offered, and currently it's 20. So we're anticipating that because it's just one part-time staff member, that we should be able to cover the cost by only raising it $1 each year. And then for our Sierra Kids programs, I just did the afternoon. Our fee schedule is very complicated, but a majority of our attendance is the afternoon program for the week. And so we're recommending a $3 increase each year there. In doing that with our just preliminary numbers, we should be able to address the deficit. So when I presented this to the Rec and Park Commission last week and got their feedback and additional options that we can consider to help address this deficit and yet still have options so that we're not pricing everyone out of the market, if you will. The City of Reno does offer a fee assistance or a scholarship program. And currently that's capped at $500 for the year. And knowing that if we would be raising those fees, that we would want to then address the most vulnerable population and allow that cap to go bigger. So if we raised it from $500 to $600, then hopefully that would make it a little bit more cost neutral to those that need it the most. There's a lot of discussion about seniors and what that age should be. Currently it's 50. For example, in Sparks and Carson City, that senior age is actually 55. In other areas, it raises to 60. Sorry about that. Raises to 60, 62, and so the commission recommended additionally changing that age to 55. If we don't want to look at raising the fees to cover the entire cost of the anticipated deficit, there's always the option of reducing the general fund contingency or looking at the general fund reserves. But most importantly today, we just want to make sure that everybody is aware that if we don't address this deficit, the option out on the table is that we may have to cut programs. And what that looks like is having to reduce facility hours. So Evelyn Mountain Northeast Community Center is our largest facility, and in order to address an 8% increase in temporary salaries, we may have to close it on Sunday or only be open a half day on Sunday. We would have to eliminate those low-performing classes and/or put enrollment caps due to staff ratios. If we can't hire more staff, then that means we'll have to have fewer people. So then this last slide here just talks about the recommendation from the Rec and Parks Commission. I did let both the commission know and the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. Again, this is the start of the process, and we will be coming back to them based on the council direction that we receive to present those different options that council would like us to research. So the RPC agreed with the proposed 5-year graduated cost recovery approach. They also directed us to look at a few other elements. So consider changing the age and what a senior is. Consider the impact on working families, not just seniors. If you have a child in our Sierra Kids program, you have multiple kids, and we raise the fee there, that could be a significant impact to your working families. Consider the increases to pickleball fees, potentially move them from the seniors area to our athletics area because that's a larger cost recovery goal target. Publicize our scholarship and fee assistance program. Look at the definition of a senior. Is that actually defined somewhere? Consider a resident, non-resident fee structure. And then they wanted to make sure that we educate the public on this isn't optional. We are not choosing to have to raise fees. It's an unfunded mandate to raise minimum wage. The silver lining on that is that we feel like we're probably going to be more competitive with the private sector to be able to hire more quality staff as well as have that consistency. A lot of our part-time staff work multiple jobs, and so we will often get we're like level C because we pay the lowest. So they're obviously going to pick up hours at the jobs that pay the most.
So that was the end of our presentation. So essentially, I did want to point out to the council, by your definition, I'm a senior. I can afford to pay the fees.
We were just talking about that. I said, oh my God, for seniors. We're a month away.
You just celebrated your
so
birthday.
we got
You're
good
headed
news.
there, right?
We got good news. If you're 50, you're not a senior. Right? Okay. Thanks, Deborah. Okay. That being said, I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to first thank you, Deborah, for the work that's gone into this. I think part of the issue and why Councilmember Jordan started off the discussion about these items being related, obviously, we're talking about a budget. The budget is a pie where you take some out, other cuts happen, and so they all related. I think that's part of the issue. Some of what happens, though, is in this particular item for me, you've attached this Exhibit A, which is a 47-page document about a range of fees, and some, of course, are unchanged and some are increased. And I'm not sure entirely, other than that I want to share with you what my own priorities are, whether or not it is my job to micromanage, line item 12 on page, 27, which is like a trash fee for a rental at Idlewild. I don't know that that's what we're trying to do. I'm looking at the very broad brush, and I know that people who have appeared here today, they came because they care about the issues that are important to them. And ultimately, our budget is a reflection of our values. What do we value as a council? And so while we're probably all not going to get very excited about the trash can rental for Idlewild Park fee going up, there are things that we are passionate about, and our budget is a reflection of that. And so I want to look sort of at two things, and it might take me a second time around, but I want you to understand in terms of the direction you're seeking from this body today. My direction is I want to protect our seniors and our most vulnerable citizens. So that means people who are working poor, some of which are not qualifying for the other kinds of programs and assistance, kids in the Sierra Kids program, but certainly, at least today, we've heard a lot about those two groups. And so I would rather raise the fee on a rental for an Idlewild Park trash can as opposed to raising the fees on seniors. I'm just saying, help us go back, find the money somewhere else, because from my perspective, that's what you're asking for, is a broader policy look-through, not about the actual minutia of each line item. And so for me, just what my priority is I don't want to see the fees that are be raised on seniors. I also don't entirely want to see them be raised for children in the Sierra Kids programs. There have to be other ways to do it. And I'll give you one example because it was just the one that I could come up with. But fees collected last year for appeals that are filed, and it looks like from January 1st through December 31st of 2019, there were 61 appeals filed. Those appeals cost $55 an appeal, and that fee seems very low to me. But again, I'm not sure you want me to micromanage every fee item in the budget, but just that let's do it somewhere else. I'll wait for the second pass about some additional thoughts I have, but that's where I'm starting from. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I do want to thank you all for all your work on this. It is never easy, and I appreciate that everybody has spent the last 4 hours with us, because I think you've all kind of got a flavor of what different groups' priorities are and what they believe builds a great city. And we are paying attention to the dimes, because that's what our budget it consists of. And I think there is this misnomer that during this booming economy, that somehow the city's budget rises with that tide. It does not. It does not. And while we're being stretched thinner in all of our resources, whether they be infrastructure or public safety, we are doing more with less. And so this pie gets tighter, and the slices get thinner, and we really are down to the dimes. And that's why I was so interested in having this bigger global discussion, because you pull the rope one way here, you're going to pull it from someone over there. And what are our core, services? What do other best practice cities, are they funding to the degree we are some of the things we are? I mean, we've done a good job. We got out of the golf business. We got out of the ice skating business. I think we are trying to do fewer things better. But we're in that decision point. And I come today with some potential solutions or opportunities maybe we can vet further at our meeting next week. But some of the suggestions that maybe we can go back and massage and noodle on a little bit is there is a fund that is a pass-through for the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee that they then donate to various groups. I would suggest a reduction of that to help offset some of these fees that the group has come and spoke so, advocated for today. Whatever that is, I think it's $43,000. Maybe we look at $45,000. Maybe we look at either eliminating it or cutting it in half to help mitigate some of these fee increases for our seniors. Increase in the age, there was a suggestion of 55. I would support that, and not just because I want to push my age out by a few years. Increasing the pickleball fees, I've heard that a few years in a row now. I think we need to look at that a little more closely. There seems to be some support for doing that. The $50,000, and again, I'm not meaning to get into the weeds on line item support, but Reno Works has had a line item for $50,000 for the last few years that, God bless our public or private sector, they have funded that program. I would advocate that we could probably move that $50,000 over to the seniors, these fees, to help offset some of that. The private sector really has done a tremendous job of helping us with that program. And then how are we partnering with our partners at Renown and HHP? They came and spoke to us. How do we better advocate with those groups that having the seniors' activity and getting out of the house marry with their objectives, and maybe see how they could assist us in mitigating some of these increases as well. And then we do have to take a serious look at the things we're funding in all of our other departments. And that's why I was so advocating for that as well, because it impacts those that can least afford it. And anyway, those are some suggestions.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Leave it at that. I just think you just did a great job, so I am happy to leave it at that. Other than, I do want to tell you that as the liaison to the Rec and Parks Commission, and I was at the meeting, I heard a lot of good discussion by the members and others that came and spoke. But we also have to remember that the minimum wage is here to stay. We know that it's coming. And in that case, we need people, in my opinion, to look at responsibly, we do need to raise the fees. And what was suggested by the director is that that this is part of the way that they were looking at how to increase the fees. And it would be fair and responsible. And so I think it's important to remember that this is not something that we're just doing. It is because of the minimum wage, and that is where most employees are in the Parks Department. They are working under minimum wage. So, okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckis.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Ms. Jordan said, but I think also that should be laid over the 5-year plan, because I like the long high horizon of certainty. You know, we're trying to get for more multi-year budgeting, but, you know, so use that to feather out the whole impact, but keep on the 5-year proposal, I think is a good one. But I do believe, and, you know, I'll say this again at budget, I say it all the time, is all the revenues in the region need to be on the table. And in this area in particular, because we're talking about general fund responsibilities, it's time to look at the building enterprise fund, close that thing down. I don't know why, you know, Save Mart or a lady who cleans houses who has a home-based business, those business licenses go into the general fund. But when I fix the foundation on my home, or master builder down in Southeast Planned Community pays a fee for a house, or, you know, the work I do on my house, that gets lockboxed into this building enterprise fund. I think those revenues need to come in and be supportive of the general fund, just like businesses' licenses are. And I've been bringing that up for a long time now, particularly as that fund increases. So I'm going to cue to you. I really want to spend time on that, because I think we can lockbox that thing and move into the new model of making that general fund, which is the old model. It switched over around 2002 or 3. Thank you.
All right,
Madam Mayor?
yes, go right ahead. Councilwoman Dewar.
All right, thank you.
Can you put her name up there whenever she wants to speak, or is that not possible, Madam Clerk? No? I can turn her thing on. Oh, you want to, okay. All right.
I did send her a text for your request.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I spent quite a bit of time studying this over 40-page document and all these subtle fees, and I had some kind of global thoughts. I noticed that building fees were not going up at all, and it was hard for me to understand from a policy perspective why that would be, when it was sort of established that everything should be affected by an increase in the CPI. So I'd like to hear more about that at a different time. I was confused about no increase in marijuana and gaming. I understand that they're set at the state, but I mean, I really do question that, in that marijuana does have its own cost to our community and has an opportunity to help us underwrite these fees. There was no increase in 1,000 feet from a FEMA floodplain. I didn't understand that. I wondered if the grading fees were calculated for RTC. So this came to my attention about 6 years ago when we were asked to, if there was an appeal related to the Southeast Connector, and it was at that time that I determined that we were not charging RTC fees for grading the same way we were to private business. And I felt that that was an inequity, that we would subsidize a public agency, but we would not a private agency or a private organization. So I think that we should look at what RTC is doing in terms of grading and what income that might bring in. I think it would be a very small portion of their overall construction budget, but it might be an important component here. And again, it's really an equity issue. This is a philosophy that I've had for over 25 years, that we should not treat governments different when it comes to a fee. And it's the same thing. We don't subsidize people's water usage, wastewater usage. Excuse me, what I mean by that is government. They need to pay as you go as well. I was confused about the wildland fires that was on page 26. And it was unclear to me, and maybe someone will be able to address this. It says that up to 10 acres, I don't know what the fee is for. And then it says 10 acres and larger. I mean, what kind of a fee are we charging to these people for all of these fire inspection fees, carnivals and fairs, nitrate film, explosive, fruit and crop ripening? I mean, it seemed like if some of those have a higher duty cost to us, that we should increase the fee there, maybe preferentially to the recreation services. It's basically a fee for service. And then one I think that we maybe missed the boat on, we've stood up a parking division essentially over neighborhood services, but I don't see on page 30 parking fees going up at all. It says residential parking permits were to remain the same, whether it was for 6 months or 12 months. I think we really should look at that $11 and $22 for a parking fee when those kind of fees are much higher in other jurisdictions. So that could be a potential. And then finally, I do support my colleagues' recommendations on the enterprise fee, enterprise fund. I'm the new liaison to that, and I've been making a study of what they're doing over there. We've had a presentation by Michael Michelle over in our Public Works Department about inspecting stormwater ponds. They've inspected stormwater ponds in the North Valleys, but they have to branch out to some 30 or 50 more basins. And the question there is we're not charging at all for that. Most jurisdictions do. And I think that the development community understands the issue we have there. And I think they should be willing to step up and be willing to pay for that service to ensure that they stay in compliance. In the North Valleys, we learned that as many as 40% of these ponds are out of compliance. And so the inspections are really needed. And I think that the building community would be willing, from everything I've heard from different developers, they would be willing to step up and pay the cost of those inspections. And it really is an annual inspection. So those are just some ideas for exploration that I'd like to see addressed when we dig into this a little bit further. Thanks.
So if I just may address your question on the Building Enterprise Fund and why they're not increasing fees this year. And also, so the Building Enterprise Fund under NRS, you're only supposed to have half of a year of operating in the bank. We have more than that. If you have more than that in your cash, balances, then you can only increase fees by CPI. When you change the valuation tables, some of those fees go up beyond CPI. And so we are addressing that with the increase in the valuation tables actually increases the fees. And so we have to analyze at what level that increases them, and does it go beyond CPI? And if so, then we have to take some corrective action.
And can I just respond to that? If you could, in the next presentation, maybe show us the total, like you showed us the increase in the fee or lack of increase in the fee, but we don't really have a picture of what you just said, which is we may be keeping the fee the same, but the overall impact is a greater income. Excuse me. And the second piece of that is that I too believe at this point, I may change my mind, that the enterprise fund probably should be dissolved. It's an artificial construct. Any others you want to respond to?
No, unless there's something else you really want to know right now.
No, I think we're good. Okay, moving along. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I want to look at an item, and if we could just scroll through this. This is a sort of twofold purpose. Number one is I want the public to understand more broadly where we're coming from, and it's not always easy to get into the weeds on the documents that we receive. But this is a 47-page document that is the fee schedule that's been sort of proposed and which you're seeking input on. And if you just can scroll through it, Madam Clerk, as you're going through it, any one of us might find some fee or some line item that we are concerned with, that it should be increased or decreased, however it might be. And I guess ultimately, again, I go back to something I said earlier, and Council Member, I think Jardin is correct about this. We have to make sure that we are being good fiscal stewards of the resources we have, and that's why we're working on the budget process that we are. Some of this does not entirely inform my decision because part of the equation is missing. For example, if we just went to the page that is about parks and rec fees for seniors, and I think it's maybe 34 or it's somewhere near there, you've proposed an increase, but I don't know what that line item would generate in revenue to justify the increase, right? I mean, part of the equation for me is if we need to generate X dollars, and I understood it was, several $1 million over 5 years, and you spread it out through all sorts of areas, I don't see the concomitant other side of it, which is there are this many seniors, they would use this many services based on our projections, and then those services would pay for this X number of FTEs or something like that. So part of it is a disconnect for me. And again, I don't want to go through every line item on this budget because I'm not sure that was what you asked for in the presentation. You were looking for a broad policy statement. I think I've already made my broad policy statement, which is I want to see our budget reflect our values as to our senior citizens and towards our vulnerable population groups. And oftentimes that's working poor and people using some of the other programs. Ultimately, I'm not sure how much direction you're getting out of us today because we're still working through a lot of the budget process. But obviously these fees also inform our ability to support the arts. They inform our ability to support all of the things that we're doing. And so it is a good look-see, but it's also somewhat disconnected from the things that matter most to people who appear to be here today and who are out there thinking critically about what they want to see us do. Again, as a city, we have to have our priorities, which I think for me and a number of the council members have always been public safety. And then we start looking at the things that we can add on top of that, which improve the quality of life. So for me, I quite frankly, if I were going in a different direction, just me, I would roll back and just say, seniors, when you've gotten to that point in time in life where you have gotten to where you are, I don't want you to have to pay a fee to come use our facilities. There are some communities that have no fees for seniors, right? And so, again, I think we'll get there together as a body by looking at the ways in which we can move other monies there. But I would much prefer us not to increase the fees in that particular line item so that we can honor our seniors. And so, hopefully I've given you just some additional information to think about. I don't know if you're getting enough to go back and then participate with us later, but we will get to a point where we're having to look at the whole pie and it's competing concerns. It's zero sum. And so your office has been very good about helping us to find a sustainable path. This is part of that, and I want to honor that work that you've done. But I just think that, if I went through this and looked at California building permit fee or the use of the California building, for example, for a private wedding has gone up $40. If it went up 45, would that close the gap and we wouldn't have to pay, our seniors wouldn't have to pay additional fee? I don't know because that analysis hasn't been done.
So all that analysis you're talking about has been done by the department, and they have, I'm sure, multitude of spreadsheets that help them come up with that data. The way fees are set under, the law is you have to have a nexus for those fees. So you essentially can't charge more than your actual cost. And so originally these fees were set by an outside consultant, did a whole fee study and set the original fees. We're probably due for another one of those. They're costly, so we kind of put them off, but you really need to redo those every 5 to 7 years in order to realign back again, because things get out of whack. As you just increase fees by CPI each time, maybe that's not the right thing because maybe your costs of providing that service have actually gone up greater than CPI. So having the overall analysis of the nexus of charge, what goes into the service provided that develops those fees is something that we're working off of.
Well, can I ask then about Councilmember Jardin's point where she said, look, I think there are some line items in our budget we can move around. She was talking about the pass-through amount, the Reno Works program. Councilmember Jordan is doing the work to find a solution. And that is what I'm also interested in seeing happen. So as far as I've said, I've expressed a priority. Now it is incumbent upon you and the various department leaders to figure out if Ms. Jordan's right that we could do some of those things and to help us prioritize. I think, again, Ms. Jordan has done the work to find a solution. I don't think I've brought you a solution. What I've just said is my priority is X as it relates to this item, and if Ms. Jordan is right, I very much support those efforts.
And I believe there are some areas where we can look at it, increasing fees differently, particularly in parks. You talk about daily rental of the California building. So rentals are you have to look a little differently on how you build that fee. And so, yes, we can look at those, and you have given us good direction. So you think you haven't, but you have. It gives us a direction to go forward and try to realign some of these fees to meet what the council has requested. So I would thank you. It is good direction.
So I want to say thank you to staff. This is the time of year, and I just want everyone to know, all the stakeholders sitting in the room, this is the time of year where they get beat up really, really well. And you have an incredibly hard job. And I think because there's a lot of times, I think the community feels it, I even think the council feels it, that we feel like we're being pitted against one or the other when it comes to whether it's parks or rec or arts and culture or, those things. And so it gets really challenging and difficult, right? And I think there's just other ways. I'm repeating myself probably from what Councilman Reese and Councilman Jordan said, but it gets really challenging to try to, sort of figure that out. And I think you have to really look also at the quality of life. I think especially for our seniors, you have to remember the seniors are on very fixed incomes. That's it. So right now when the economy is great, it's not great for them. Matter of fact, it's worse for them. So I want to make sure we're not doing anything that affects our senior population and how they get out and how they interact. And it is very true. Seniors have a very, very high rate of suicide. Lost a good friend, 70 years old, about 3 years ago to suicide, and I had no idea that it was so prevalent in seniors. And a lot of it is because they're very isolated, and they become very isolated. And I think, especially we need to continue to be proactive instead of reactive. And I think proactive is more of the way to sort of have the longevity and to make a difference in the community and in people's lives personally, right? So I feel really strong about that. And the other thing, just to throw out there, and I don't know, but the legislature put in the ability where we could do a parks district. I do think that that might be something that the council should look at is, looking at parks districts so that it does help with, setting some of that cost. Because I do believe, I have to be honest, I hope everyone hears this. We still have not caught up from the recession. We really haven't. Some of our parks are in pretty bad shape. And I just see a lot of the things where, I'm going to the city manager and we're still trying to play this catch-up game. And it's really challenging too, how our property tax is structured. And a lot of people might not know that either. And in Nevada, we're the only state that does this. And still, it makes it really challenging because I feel like we're always borrowing from Peter to pay Paul to figure out how we're going to fund things. So it's so hard and it's such a balance. But I think other ways too, for arts, for instance, is looking at the room tax and the percentage. Now that's great when things are well, but when they're not, that can also bring it down tremendously, right? So it can be great when it's good and bad when it's not so good, right? So, but I do think all those things are so important to the lifestyle of our community. So I just want to make sure that from me after I ran it, that I wouldn't be in favor. I say, hey, you know what? Let's get rid of some of these studies that we do, right? Or some of these recruitments that we have to do. Some of those are very costly and expensive. I would much rather, invest in the people and, the things that provide longevity into their lives and just provide a great quality of life. So that's where I'm coming from. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
I just, I think we're really going to have to focus this spring on how the direction we give to staff. Oh, sorry, my hair. Because you seem to feel you have enough direction adequately because you've kind of bounced back all of us. But I would not mind trying a motion so that it's recorded is, move forward with the 5-year plan, but try and feather it out with the concepts that Ms. Jardin brought up. But obviously, you've brought forward to us a massive 45-page document, and Ms. Stewart's comments, for example, of what about parking fees? I think in this fee schedule, everything that one of us here today, and you have very good staff, mentioned and highlighted, maybe footnote that when you come back to the budget time so we can see how you're addressing these. And the motion would also include, please go find that memo on the Parks District and the building enterprise ones, because memos have been written in the past, and remind us, because these are not new issues. So that is a motion. Do you want to second it?
So I've got a motion from Councilwoman Breckus.
I'll second.
And a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Hopefully we gave her enough.
All right.
Aye.
Madam Mayor, our next
Thank you.
item is
Councilwoman
item
Ward.
D3, as this also relates. This is the FY 2021 Room Tax Fund Review and Discussion.
Okay.
All right, so this item came forward at a request of Councilmember Reese to take a look at overall arts funding and provide some certainty to arts funding. So we were wanted to just have a discussion on the council about the room tax policy. So the fund policy, which currently says you would be using it for the development of downtown event facilities, programs and facilities to improve homeless situation, development of new attraction and events, tourism-related social programs, including but not limited to daycare, affordable housing, and the arts, additional public safety personnel and equipment, not to exceed 1/3 of the proceeds for city improvements, and other purposes as the council may decide. That's what the policy currently says. How this fund has been managed is half of the revenue it goes for the council to put out for projects, and half of the revenue goes to the Parks Department. And the Parks Department primarily uses their half for park maintenance support, not entirely park maintenance. I mean, that's not their whole budget for park maintenance, but that helps support them. And the half that the council uses has a good portion of it has gone to arts. It supports the Arts Commission, Art in Public Places, Art Town, Pioneer Center. And so and then also supports the special events. So that is your staffing and some of the subsidy we provide to the special events is in your room tax fund as well. The council has also in the past funded some one-time projects from their funding. So we have some ongoing funding that goes to the Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful Fund to work on that. And we also continue to fund the Sternberg polls. So that's essentially what the council has been using the money for. This was a discussion to look at, do you want to tighten the policy, change the policy, keep it as it is, and I know Councilmember Reese had some concerns about the funding for arts in particular, and maybe he'd like to address that with you
Okay,
as well.
I'm gonna send it to, well, actually, no, before I do that, do you have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have none registered.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ultimately, I think this is something that all of us are concerned about. I did ask for some direction on this as we approach the budget, because I felt at times during the last budget cycle, I was still so new on the council, I had a lot to learn. And so I felt like I missed some of the opportunities that I could have had to make it clear what my priorities were, right? We're talking about the priorities we have as a body, and now we're transitioning away from some of the issues that are related to seniors and parks, and now we're talking about both parks and art. And so my focus, of course, at this moment is then on arts. And ultimately, what I am concerned about is that art has an incredible value to this community in an intrinsic way, for certain. That's the first thing it does. It has a placemaking value. It has a spiritual component. There are so many things about it that sometimes get overlooked, but it also has an economic impact, right? We know that we've had this incredible community that has been, I think in my lifetime, it's been transformed principally by three things. One is, oddly enough, Hello Hollywood Hello, which had the opportunity to create a momentum around arts that were not here beforehand. The second is Art Town itself. And certainly every one of us on this body and everyone in the room would agree that it's an incredible event and a placemaking thing. And then the last is Burning Man. And I think all three of those things have layered on top of one another to make us an art destination, an art hub of the world. When I go to other places, sometimes they don't know necessarily where Reno is, but if you talk about Tahoe or you talk about Burning Man or you talk about art, they figure it out. And so I want us to, as a body, have a discussion about how we confirm our priority as to these items, and in the same way, how we make it sustainable over time. And ultimately, some of it has to do with the way our budget is, the fund balances end and how they're carried forward. And I'm certainly learning a lot, as Ms. Lochner has been able to share with me. But it just feels like we have a moment where we can, as a body, prioritize the importance of art in our community and figure out a way that it's sustainable. Some of that might have to do with the way we grow our art commission's authority or role in it by rolling up all the other funds into it and then having them go out through that. That was one idea that I think has been floated. One is about trying not to let the special one-offs consume the budget and pushing more of it at the two ones. Obviously, 50% goes to parks and 50% goes to, I guess it would be council priorities. I want to make sure that the part that's sustainable is that we see art grow in its funding stream and that it's reliable over time. And so again, you're looking for direction. That's the direction that I am personally investing in and want to see happen, and really believe that we have been good, but we can be better. Thanks.
So this council knows that I've been kind of, I guess, talking about this for, I would say, good 2 years. And part of the frustration is that, the city spent a lot of money investing in special events when really it needed to be over on the RSCVA side. And so that is no surprise. And I will tell you, there was a lot of pushback last year, and then this year, the RSCVA board has really felt that special events need to be a priority. And I will say, I'm really lucky. Jennifer Cunningham is here from the RSCVA. We've had a lot of discussion about it. Matter of fact, and you're also the special events queen. So I want you guys to know they are here in support of building our special events, making them bigger and better. You know how they say, like, sometimes government shouldn't be in, a certain business? Well, we should not really be in the special events business. These girls are the queen bees and know how to get it done. And also what we noticed when we looked at it is that it, like I said earlier, it became very fragmented. We were seeing that some events were getting funded and some weren't. We were seeing that one event might, get pitted against the other. There was a lot of discrepancy in how they were funded. I think what the city can do to participate too is look at the way, because there's some requirements certainly with public safety, and sometimes those can be really egregious on how a special event sort of, continues to move on, or it has sustainability. So there's a lot of different pieces to it, but I can tell you, this is actually a really, really good thing that special events would be in a place where they would be funded more. That's the other thing that the board voted on, is to fund them more and also to really spend some time building up those room nights and being finally a partner. And I don't think that would have ever happened unless, the other entities said, hey, this is a hard thing for us to take on, not to mention, I don't think we do it as well as the experts can do it. So it gives us an opportunity to come together with the city of Sparks, the county, Reno, and the RSCVA to actually expand upon special events, which we haven't done in a long time. And I think that that's kind of a disservice to continuing to build upon, these events, especially, the legacy events that have sort of made Reno what they are. So we look forward, I know Jennifer Cunningham is here, I don't know if you want to say anything, but we look forward to working with all the different special events and making them a priority. I have to tell you, because of so much of the hard work that Jennifer puts in over at the RCVA, it's become a priority, and I think that's tremendous, because I haven't seen that in the past. I've sat on there for 5 years, and it hasn't been. So I want to say thank you to Jennifer Cunningham. She's amazing. So anyway, that's kind of where we're going. My point was, this was not a surprise on my end, because I've been saying it for a long time. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And something we've also been saying as the chair of the Special Events Committee for a number of years is that, a regional board that serves either in conjunction with the RSCVA or as an arm of totally makes sense. I will say a glimmer of good news that came out of the county commission meeting yesterday was they had a nice robust discussion about standing up their own arts and culture board with volunteers and staff and that sort of thing. They voted not to do that and rather wanted to explore how they could better partner with us in the city of Sparks and see where our gaps and opportunities were. So I think that fits into Councilmember Reese's discussion about how do we better collaborate with our regional partners and not shoulder maybe the majority of it and maybe even expand it. So I think that is a wonderful thing. I'm going to go back because I think we're on D3, but this is why I kind of wanted to open them all at the same time because they all interconnect. So back to the room tax. I'm going to go back to my original comments about council priorities. And council priorities were homelessness, housing, and public safety. I see two of those that can be fit into the room tax bucket for that 50%, homelessness and affordable housing. So while we want to expand our arts, and I totally agree that they have a significant impact on our economy and our quality of life, frankly, I'm going to go back to my priorities and say, what are we using our room tax for as it relates to homelessness and affordable housing? When you talk about priorities, that's where my priorities are. It's what this body voted as its priorities. So in looking at the room tax, I would like to further explore how we can use some of those funds for those purposes.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, thank you. Just responding to Councilwoman Jordan's comment just now, I think in that analysis, we also have to look at all the funds and how they are restricted. So, for example, everything can be funded from the general fund. The room tax is more restricted in what it can be used to fund. And I think since that's true, we have to try to portion the fund with the funding with the things that only it can be used to support. So, for example, we've already said 50% has to go to parks, which is I totally support, and then the other 50% has a broader applicability. But I want to make sure that I agree that we set our priorities, but I also know that some of these funds are more restricted. So, for example, the Building Enterprise Fund right now is very restricted. It can only be used for these things. And again, if we dissolve those restrictions, we could, in fact, use some of that income to address homelessness or housing, even public safety. So that's an issue there. I support Councilman Reese's perspective. I think he said it very well, so I don't want to restate it. But I do think that the uncertainty for the arts has been a bit of a negative, I'll put it that way. Every year, they're fighting there for scraps, on just a few things. One of the items I think could be taken out of this list, and that's $100,000, is these Sternberg polls. I would venture that many of the council don't even know what those are. but they are poles that previous council, they're light poles, right, that previous council authorized, but it's the repair and maintenance, and I really think that should go to more of a public works maintenance budget rather than coming out of this kind of budget. So those are just, that's an idea and of how to maybe peel some things away that maybe can go with other restricted funds. If you understand what I'm saying in terms of public works maintenance, maybe should be used for repairing things, not this fund. So that just might be one way to expand the fund. And another example is this, the Evelyn Mount HVAC, which was a one-time, which came from the room tax. I think that could have maybe come from the public works maintenance as well as some other parks maintenance support. So those are just some ideas. I just think we have to be really careful with aligning restricted funds with things that only they can be used for, in contrast to broader funds that can be used for a broader array of projects.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. So just
Council-
one
go ahead.
clarification, public works maintenance funds are general fund.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
still, they're in that bucket.
It's general fund.
Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is good discussion. I have a question, Madam Mayor, to your comments, because we need to get to specificity. Are you saying that RSCVA this year will budget an increased amount to,
Special events.
I mean, obviously, no one's budgeted anything so far, right? But they're going to go into budget just like we're going to go into budget. So you're saying that, I guess my thoughts are, if they're moving in a tandem budget process that we are, if we see that going, the eligibility is that, then I think we should think about backing it out. And I think that would be direction. Councilmember Dewar mentioned these artificial constructs, and the room tax ordinance is just that, an ordinance that we could do. It's one of the few, when I came on, it's explained to me, one of the few earmark sort of things that this city has in their budgeting philosophies. I don't think it's a bad one, but it does have more flexibility than what has occurred, and some of that is the housing production. That's a tough area for us to get into. Subsidized housing in this region has always only been federal in origin, and now the state just came in with their program, their tax credit program, and there's some real estate transfer stuff. When you start to get us into the housing production business, that matches up against collective bargaining agreements, parks, and everything else, you know? So I think, I know it's a sphere we're getting called to be into, but I think it's a sphere that the more we take on, that it takes us from those very core services and lets other people off the hook. I mean, the state can generate revenue. Even Washoe County has revenue sitting on the table. We do not. And the parks budget is only 6% right now of the general fund. When I came on, I think it was 9.5%. So it's shrinking down as a percentage of the general fund because public safety is enlarging. And I think those, you know, this is the budget brief and budget. So I think we kind of need to go there. But I guess to wind this up as principal thinking is, you know, I don't know, I'm trying to understand where people are at. I think that if the mayor is saying RSVA is going to go up, we could then take the flexibility to back that out in tandem and keep the people who have counted on that special events allocations in a competitive wholeness. And if there is savings to us of some amount, then that has to fight and contest for everything else. And maybe at that point, we don't change our room tax ordinance yet. We kind of see what this new landscape is like. So, you know, maybe that's an approach to go forward. Because we're early and we have a lot of time. Anyway, anyone have any thoughts on that?
Okay, Councilman Jordan.
Madam Mayor? Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. And that was actually kind of what my thinking was. And part of the reason, and we at the Special Events Committee had kind of pumped the brakes on people submitting their applications for special events because we knew this was coming. And I think the agenda spooked some folks, but we needed some things to kind of play out for us to have this discussion. Certainly our thought is, I don't know what the timing is for the RSCVA to determine, you know, their funding and to what level. And I would suspect their funding is going to correlate more to those events that have room night connection. there's still going to be a significant portion of our special events that aren't going to correlate to that. We have a great system for bringing them in, ranking them, helping to fund them. I think more of the room night ones will be the RSCVA's discussion. But I don't know what the timing is, because we have to, at the City of Reno, begin taking applications for ranking and potential offset of some of our fees. And we already bumped that out. So we're trying to figure out, do we know what when the RSCVA's
So,
meeting?
Come on up,
No, but
Jennifer.
they didn't talk about specific
Yeah,
events and
come on up.
additional, the amount.
Jennifer Cunningham for the record with the RSCVA. My understanding, our budget is due in May, just like everybody else's. And so over the next few months, we will be pulling together a marketing committee meeting with some of our board members and inviting all of the special events to weigh in on how to restructure this. We're looking prior to the May date of submitting our budget to getting an idea of what we will be proposing. So additional money, and Mayor's right, we talked about it at the last board meeting, and there was quite a lot of our board members were very enthusiastic and supportive of it, so.
And I just want to thank all the members on that board and Mayor Sheevy, in your leadership, I know we have talked extensively about the RSCVA playing a bigger role in these tremendous events that we have. We at the Special Events Committee have been very good stewards of the taxpayer dollars and have lowered the amount of the city's contribution by $100,000 over the last few years. And I have a speech, and the gentlemen in the room, ladies in the room will know I give it at every meeting. Don't build your budget on us, don't count on us. We hope we can, but if we have to choose between police or special events, that's gonna be a tough spot to be in. So I'm glad to hear we may not have to make that tough of a decision. And to Alexis Hill, hopefully the timing, we can work it all out to where everybody can build their budgets accordingly and have at least some certainty of how we're moving forward. So I appreciate your leadership on this, Madam Mayor. I know we've worked diligently on this. Thanks for moving the ball on it.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks
But that
so
was a
much.
motion.
All right.
Well, can I just,
I'm gonna ask you guys to keep it quick. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, thank you. I just want to also say that another potential source is we already have a program called 2% for Art on infrastructure, and it covers public works projects. But the thing is that some of these public works projects have been exempted, such as sewer. And I don't think that they should be exempted. I think that is another potential source of revenue for arts that would not take away from the room tax. I also think it should be expanded to explicitly apply to RTC. It hasn't so far, or there's been a lot of confusion about that. I think since we're working on Title 18, this is something that could get cleaned up very quickly and be more precise and specific so that Public Works can budget for it, RTC can budget for it, and it will provide an extra income stream to the arts. So I would really like to see staff come back with that as part of this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilman Breckus.
I think maybe, here's a way, because they, the timing schedule is, and I'm on the special events subcommittee also, is how about if we go through the process, because we have a packed process, and then, so it's ranking, and we, the subcommittee, turn over that to the RSCVA when they have their budget all done. And if they do roll out that budget amount, it's just feedback to them. And then if they, for some reason, don't do it, we bring in our revenue, maybe at a reduced 25% or 20%, but it just, because I think some of these folks, the event season starts, so here's, well, you go ahead, but that's what I was recommending as a subcommittee
I
member.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that it flows through. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't intending to make a motion, so I may defer to my colleagues, but ultimately, I guess, again, it was policy direction. And I'm really excited about the RSCVA and what they're looking at. And certainly, it's not because we're saying we're getting out of the business of improving the quality of life as a city. We're focusing on other things. It's just that we've been hard pressed to meet all the priority demands that we have over the years, and we feel like we've been stretching the blanket that's already too small. Councilmember Jordan has been, I think, a very good advocate for making certain that this place we call home continues to be that special place. At the end of the day, again, what I was looking for in policy direction that I want is I want to see us have a sustainable path forward as it relates to both events and arts. I want to make sure that when the pie is being created, arts gets some of that pie, even if we are doing it by getting out of the events business, and that's coming over. But, it is just a necessary component of having the conversation so that people understand. I'm certainly not prioritizing some of the things that I've talked about over public safety or the homelessness, any of those things. It's just they come out of different budgets. There are different kinds of requirements for the dollars that are sort of allocated to arts. But we can't just keep expecting art and artists to make this place incredible without supporting the efforts to make it that way. And so that's what I want our policy and priority directions to be as we move into those budget directions. And some of it is for my colleagues so that they know where I stand. I again, like Councilmember Jordan, I don't want to be in the position of choosing, police officers and firefighters over sculpture, because sometimes we get that on Facebook. People, flame you about that. It doesn't work like that way. It really does not work that way. And so ultimately, I don't want to be pitting these competing interests against each other, because I think there is a path forward, and it does involve working with the county. It does involve RSCVA's commitment to things. And at the end of the day, I hope they'll be committed to the good work that Art Town has done. I mean, it must generate thousands of room nights and tons of economic interest for our community. And so it's not that I want to see any of those things cut or slashed. It's that I want to make sure that we are fully supporting them to the best of our ability.
Okay, go
So,
ahead.
So-
Really quick.
Just one thing, and just a real quick look at the numbers. What you're supporting currently is about 25% of your piece is going to arts, about 25% of your piece is going to special events. It's a little bit less and more, but about that.
Okay.
And then the remaining amount has gone to one-time projects. Just
Yeah.
for your discussion. So I think what we had talked about when Councilmember Reese and I talked about this is maybe getting a policy going forward where you, over maybe a 5-year period, you increase the funding in one area and decrease it in another. So you're incrementally, again, going with the 5-year plan, but getting up to maybe a percentage of your piece of the room tax that goes specifically to arts, or arts and special events, however you want to do that. That would be a little bit more specific than our fund policy is right now.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Councilwoman.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we go into budget with the special events piece cut up to starting point 20%, and then the special events committee convene through the annual process of taking in applications, allocate through that process, and at the end of that process, give a recommendation both to RSCV board and the city council on those allocations. And then we will take it from there, how their budget rolls up, and we will hold that money if they don't come in.
Okay. I think that's fair. They better come in. That's all I can say.
So the direction is all the special events go talk to the RC.
I'm the vocal one over there. They already don't like me.
Yeah,
They better come. Anyway, okay.
I would second that.
Madam Mayor, I
So
have a
I've got
question.
a motion and a second. Councilwoman Dewar, let's wrap it up.
Yeah. Okay, I'm a little bit confused about legacy events and whether, for example, Art Town is considered art or an event.
Okay.
And if it's an event, is it a legacy event?
You
And
make a good point.
that's-
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And Alexis Hill is coming up to the podium. And that is the kind of a distinction we need to make out there for all the smaller events that are, whether it's Earth Day or the Rose Society or some of the other ones at the city. This doesn't really apply. I can't imagine the RCVA is going to get into.
We have Art Town in that art component.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
you split it out, art and special events, art is in the 25% that's going towards art.
Okay, but as we move forward with the 20% sort of reduction of allocation, my understanding is that that 20% reduction would apply to those events that we better understand the RSCVA would fill that void. In other words, I don't want to take 20% from Earth Day or Pride or
Right.
something like that, that aren't necessarily room night generators.
So my understanding of the motion is that we would continue with the budget as it's currently set. We would take it and split it in two, essentially saying this is the support for special events and this is a set aside in case some of those events that don't bring room nights need the support and it's not part of what's in there. So we would hold it aside and we would come back once we understand the RSCVA's budget, we could come back and augment to do something with those funds.
Okay.
Yeah,
And the
could-
clear understanding, though, from the Special Events Committee, we have not gone through the ranking process.
Correct.
Even with all that distribution, there is no guarantee that you will get at or anywhere near the level you got in the past. Don't budget on it.
The standard disclaimer.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
And I'll be brief, Madam Mayor. Ms. Lochner, I think you've really conceptualized what I was trying to accomplish, and I really appreciate that. As you go forward, please build towards that goal, which is, while it might be decreasing in the one area, it will be increasing in another. Ultimately, we're trying to find sustainable paths forward, and so I think you understand what my priority is so that we can do that. And I think Councilmember Breckett's motion really is thinking about a 5-year plan too. And I think that's super critical that we have a 5-year look-see, because then it's not that we're in, these strange budget talks all the time, because we're really in budget all the time. But it, again, is a reflection of priorities. So I'm inclined to support the motion on the basis of how it's been set up. Ultimately, I want to make sure it comes to pass that we are making the money go to where we're in designing it to go. Thank you for your hard work on this. Very much appreciated.
Okay, I'm going to send it, do you want to address that? Councilwoman Jordan?
Yeah, so here's my question, and maybe I'll go back to the city attorney's office. We morphed into two separate items. We, in essence, just discussed D3 and D4. So I don't know, from the city attorney's office, can we open D4 now, take public comment, and then make motion on both at the same time? Because I feel like we kind of covered both.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Yes, you can open them both. I would recommend that.
Okay, I'd make a motion to open D3 and
I
D4
have
in
a
conjunction.
motion in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and then we have to take public comment.
Aye.
Okay, where are we at, Madam Clerk?
We do have public comment registered for
On
D4
this?
if you'd like to take those now.
Yeah, just one more, because I mean, I was kind of, I don't know, I just want to make sure the RSCVA is here, Jennifer's here, Esther's here. I want to say thank you to you guys. You guys are rock stars over there. You guys are what make the difference. And you've been so supportive, and you just want to see special events flourish, so I'm super grateful, really. And you guys showed up. A lot of times, our partners don't do that. That means a lot to us. So thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Mike Wan, followed by Fred Telling, followed by George Combs.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Mike Wan. In 2012, I retired as the Deputy Chief of Police here in Reno, Nevada. And since then, or close to then, I've been currently the Hot August Nights Executive Director. This is the last thing I really wanted to do, come up here and spend 3 minutes of your time. I spent more time over there on that side of the room than I wish to talk about. But I think this is very important. I think it's something that I had to deal with in 2011. We had to cut the budget by $10 million just for the police department. We lost about 90 officers. So I get it. So I'm very conflicted about this. But on the other hand, I think there's some things you ought to consider. In your D4 category, you talk about a couple things that I think I want to address. Nonprofits versus for-profits. I think that's very important. But you don't see anything in there about gated events versus non-gated events. If you want to increase room nights and how many people come here, look how many people come here on free events like ours compared to a gated event. We keep on talking about the RCVA monies. That's great. I hope that happens. I've been hearing that for 5 years. The prior CEO was not very forthcoming with special events. I don't think he was really happy with them. But their monies, we've gotten them from them in the past, have to be used for advertising. I don't want to use it for advertising. I want to use it for public safety. With everything going on in this world, Vegas, Gilroy, our events need public safety, not advertising. So let's keep that in mind. Yeah. Last year, you guys gave over $266,000 to our special event funding. $141,000 of that was for what you call the legacy events. The legacy events, I believe, and we all have been talking about it, put more heads in beds than the others. So I think that's a big component of that. Our HON cost is $2.2 million to put on our event. And I also know the city of Reno, because of the taxes, makes $724,000. That's from sales tax and room tax. Our CVA makes $1.3 million from our event, yet they still charge us over $100,000 to use their facilities. Even the Washoe County School District makes $700,000 from our event. So our fiscal impact for the whole community is $100 million. Regardless who it comes from, I think it's important to talk about this. The city of Reno can't afford to lose these special events. My biggest concern, like I said, is security. Guys, for me, this doesn't really matter. This is my last year as executive director for Hot August Nights. I've already given my notice to the board, but I feel passionate enough to work with the RCVA and whoever needs to for the future, because I sat on the other side for so many years on the Special Events Committee. So I think that's important. The other thing I want to talk about, the NRS doesn't define exactly where that money should be spent. It does a little bit with the council that you talked about, but I think the more emphasis ought to be looked at special events or places that put heads in beds, because that's the ones who make the money than others. So again, I suggest you look at all these events and invest wisely in your future, because I think our society and our community depends on it. So thank you.
Yeah, great job, Mike. I think you can bring in a really integral piece of both sides. And that was one of the first things that we talked about, is that money does not have to go to advertising. So you were exactly right. So thank you. Make sure you're at our meeting. Okay, good job.
Fred Telling, followed by George Combs.
Good afternoon. As a resident of Florida, my name is Fred Telling. I happen to have the honor of being the chairman and volunteer CEO for the Reno Air Races. I'm joined today by Tony Lagatetta, our COO, and Tim Spencer, our Director of Emergency Services, both of whom I know are, well, even better known to you than I. We are a 501c3. I'm only starting my third year in this role. And as you well know, it's been a challenge keeping the air races alive. Indeed, I'd be remiss if I didn't echo the comments earlier about Mayor Cashel, because in the 2011 event, the mayor's extraordinary personal intervention throughout the entire time, the recovery of all of the people that were affected, and his time in the hospital every day, was a model of the kind of service that is demonstrative of the gentleman you've spoken of. But it's to that point that's particularly critical to us. You know, as you well know, and I won't duplicate some of the comments that have been made, if these changes are going to be made, all that we ask is they have to be made in a way that, as you know, the RSCBA money that we currently receive does go to marketing to support it. The Reno Rodeo, the Reno Air Races, Reno River Fest, I mean, even in our names, these are events which are synonymous and as part of our global marketing throughout the United States, brings attention to Reno and is part and parcel of the community. The global special events that are here, contribute well over $300 billion to the community at large, and more importantly, they deliver important cultural and economic diversity that enables so many people to participate, and finally, for ourselves, like others, extraordinary educational events that support our STEM programs. So we had over 7,200 kids last year out at the Reno Air Races, and the schools play a phenomenal role with their teachers in helping make aviation-oriented things important and accessible to children. So you've already voted in favor of it. Having read it, Mayor Sheevy, I'm delighted that you've made your earlier comments earlier in the day, because obviously you are undertaking the right kind of balance. So at this stage, all I'm urging is you have to bear in mind whatever is available at RSCBA. They've already made their decisions regarding allocations to date. Any new money, assuming they have some, they'll have to make those in a timely fashion. We're all beginning our efforts right now. So that's particularly important, and we are covering right now $75,000 worth of support services back to the city for fire and police. And for the record, let me say, I am second to none. And indeed, if you go back to 2011, those services are critical to our being able to recover from any incidents that I'm delighted to say we have not had in the last number of years, and I hope the future is equally positive. But we recognize we need that police and fire and emergency services coordination on site to assure the safety of these events. And if anything, as your costs grow, our costs grow. Last year, in relation to the 75,000, we received 39,000 to fund it. That gap has considerably increased over the last 5 years. So thank you for your time and attention, and we look forward to your deliberations moving forward.
And
Delighted
thank you
to be
so
here.
much. We look forward to working with you too.
Thanks. It's a
Thank you.
pleasure.
Great job. And you probably don't recognize him, but this man here, you would only recognize him if he was in a white uniform. Mr. Tim O'Brien. Mr. Spencer. Oh, Spencer. Spencer. Sorry. I was just thinking of him. Anyway, so good to see you. But that's why I didn't recognize you. I'm like, I know him. How do I know him? All right.
George Combs.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. George Combs, General Manager of the Reno Rodeo. Thank you for letting me be here today. I'm the oldest legacy event in Reno. You know, the Reno Rodeo's been here forever, but we're probably one of the smallest takers of the sponsorship money of the city. And one of those, I think I want to bring it forward is we don't use all the services of the city. We use Washoe County Sheriff's Office instead of Reno PD. We do have couple parades that we do, some street stuff that we do with your public works. So with that being said, you know, with us switching this over to the RSCVA and doing it that way, I think it's great. I think the marketing piece of it that Mike Wan said a lot of good things. You know, we have an impact of $50 million to the community, and the $13,000 that we get in the sponsorship money is not gonna break Reno Rodeo. We're gonna continue on. But I think that it's important that we know that we have almost $250,000 worth of other police that we don't have sponsorship for, that we have to pay out of our pockets too. So we're just as big as Hot August Nights when it comes to our expense side. But going forward and being able to work with the RSCVA, I think that'll be a great plus. We have not ever received any money from RSCVA in the last 5 years that I've been here. We were rejected from funding from them 5 years ago because I spent a lot of time because they wanted us to use it as a marketing piece. And the way our marketing piece, it didn't fit their needs, so we were told, you're not getting anything. So anyway, hopefully we can work together and look forward to it and look for the city to move forward and help with these seniors, and I think that'll be great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for the rodeo.
Thank you.
It's iconic.
101 years.
101.
Yep.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Well, we look forward to seeing you at the RCVA. I promise we won't throw you out.
Madam Mayor, it should be noted for the record, we have 4 online public commenters who did not wish to speak in favor and 1 who is concerned. And with that, we have no further public comment.
All right, thank you. That being said, where are we going?
We have a motion and a second on the table for D3 and D4, so we just need to take call.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thanks, everyone. Really appreciate it.
And that was an aye for me too.
Where are we at? Because I want you guys to get up and move your feet and get something to eat and go to the bathroom so you're not so cranky to people. Okay? They're not, but you get my point. So Madam Clerk, let's take a break. Let's do 20 minutes.
Okay, it's 2:44. Should we be back at
3.
3:10?
Let's do, yeah, a little after
3:15?
Yeah.
Okay, 3:15.
Okay, perfect. That's fine.
She is, yes.
All right. I'm going to send it back to you. Give us
Madam Mayor,
direction
we
where we're
will
going.
resume your meeting, and just to confirm, Councilmember Dewar is on the phone, so you do have a quorum present. At this time, Madam Mayor, we are going to item D5. This is a discussion on public safety overtime, severance, and other payouts.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I have none registered.
Okay, staff presentation.
And I
We get to see you a lot today.
I promise this is my last
Your
budget,
last.
my budget thing that's coming towards you today. So what we wanted to talk about as we've added additional staff to the public safety services over the last few years, we haven't actually added the infrastructure necessary to maintain that staff. So we've primarily found the issues in our budget in severance and overtime in the safety services. So in the staff report, there was some information on the severances this year, and just in over budget amount for both police and fire is about just under $800,000 in each one of those services. And that's just severances. We knew we had an issue with that. We added money to the police department budget to match the fire department budget for severance last year, or this fiscal year, but it's not kept up with the pace of long-term employees leaving. And the unintended consequence of that has been that the Position Review Committee has requested the department either to come up with the funds out of their services and supplies or salary savings, or to hold the position vacant. And that doesn't work for our safety services. So what we wanted to bring forward a discussion for council, because with the latest request to the Position Review Committee, we are going to need to augment these budgets. And at the last meeting, when we were talking about the augmentation, the council made it clear that when we found an issue with the budget, you'd like us to bring it forward before we actually see it in an augmentation. So that's why I'm bringing it forward. The severance and the overtime is really necessary infrastructure to maintain those departments going forward. So this is where I come back into my recommendation for the city's budget going forward was to not add staff and to make targeted investments throughout the organization that would make us more nimble and better to manage our operations. And this is one of those areas where we could really use the ongoing support to those departments in the areas of overtime and severance, and so that we don't hamper their operations and we're able to continue to keep them fully staffed going forward. So this is really an overall discussion allowing council to know that we are going to need to augment these particular budgets. It is not going to take money out of fund balance when we do that. We do have some additional revenues that will support that. It is not the best way for us to operate going forward. We really should have a budget that matches the operational needs. I've known this is a problem, is overtime in the safety services. I think everywhere I've ever worked, that's been an issue where we've trying to manage the overtime, but we know that the budget's woefully inadequate. And so on a go-forward basis, instead of adding staff, I would recommend we add into the overtime and severance budgets in the safety services and maybe some other areas throughout the organization that could use some additional funding to support existing staff and future staff.
All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thanks for that. You're presenting it differently than I saw it in the staff report. So you're saying to get through this FY, you're recommending we do an augmentation on this, because we're almost closing out, almost to the end. I mean,
Yes,
we're over half.
we will be, when we bring forward the April augmentation, we will need to augment these budgets in order to make them, keep them whole.
Okay, so that's.
And the state looks at your safety services different from your other services, so we need to make sure that our safety services have adequate budget to make it through the year.
Okay.
So specifically, Ms. Breckus, we have 2 captains that are yet to be promoted into the captain position. There's about 200,000 of
Just under that, yes.
severance money that will be overspent in fire to replace those two captains.
Okay,
So we
okay.
currently have a grievance at the
Okay.
step 2 or 3 right now
Okay.
from the union on that subject.
Okay, I interpreted the staff report that I read, and maybe I didn't read it correctly, obviously, was that this was budget direction for going forward to going into budget next week. I didn't realize it was on this FY.
It's actually both.
It's actually both. Okay, here's my request is, next week we have 3 budget meetings, and obviously you're bringing back an augmentation. What would be most helpful for me to understand overtime and severance is to classify it into 5 areas. You know, for overtime, special events? Is overtime because we've got people fighting fires in Australia? Is overtime because of, I don't know, if there was a way to
We don't keep the data that way. There are some categories of overtime, but it's not specific like that.
whatever you could help.
And for the overtime for special events gets refunded to
Okay.
the department, so
Okay.
that's not what's pushing them
Okay.
over.
Okay, I don't, I've sat here for 8 years. I don't understand what the overtime, I mean, I get it. We're short-staffed, so people are asked to work more shifts, and that is a hard thing for, it can take a toll on them. It can also be a benefit because it can bring them more revenue, more household income. But I just really would, and I know our chiefs are doing a good job balancing it. If there's any way you could categorize those so we could understand what is it. Severance, I get. I mean, I understand severance because it drills down into the CBAs, but overtime is more operational. And if we're going into budget and you're going to say, hey, up the police and fire for these line items, I'd just like to understand what they are.
So we have, in the staff report, I think we did provide some historical amounts for those, for overtime and severance, to show you also where we have increased their budget in the last 5-year time period. The issue is that overtime budget is still not meeting the core service needs. So like when you look even, you look at any department, you have peaks and valleys, but you have a kind of a steady line where that's where you really should be funded. We haven't gotten back up to that level yet.
Okay.
And it takes a while, but we've added staff, but not the associated overtime, severance, city attorneys, fleet, all the stuff that supports staff. We have not added anything to support the additional staff we keep adding. What I'm looking at is primarily in this area. It would be hugely beneficial to those operations going forward if they had at least more budget to be able to better manage, so we're not holding positions vacant, primarily supervisory positions.
Sure, I get that. It's just, for me, it'd be helpful to know, is overtime because we have positions vacant that we're holding, we're doing overtime? Or sometimes I understand the police, they double up 2 officers when they're in some sort of suppression response thing. So if you could just even tell us.
So I can
Some
ask
picture.
the
Yeah,
2 safety
that-
departments to
okay.
bring some of that data
Okay.
forward for you. With fire, when they go out on a big fire, we get repaid for that. So that again doesn't hit their overtime. It really is vacancies and various shift trades and the ways they're managing. And while the chiefs are doing the best they can to maintain, we haven't given them adequate budget to do this without augmenting. Every year I've been here, we've augmented the last augmentation to bring the safety services up in budget because they've overspent in overtime and severance.
All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. To Councilwoman Breckes' point, though, wouldn't there be a line item if we're getting reimbursed by FEMA or California or something?
Those I can tell you what it
Yeah, 'cause
is,
that
but it's a
would be-
wash. It's essentially you pay for the overtime, you get repaid.
No, and I understand that. I guess I'm trying to understand just kind of the volume and trends to kind of understand going forward. And you still have to fill in locally. You have to backfill all that. So that
And so we
impacts
end
our-
up with local backfill
Yes,
overtime
right.
as well as people on overtime in the field.
Precisely, and seeing where that's trending, I'm gonna guess that's trending upward, gives us some indicators of how we better budget going forward. And I understand that you know, there was, it wasn't, I don't think this last academy, but the one before, there was a statement made that they believed the overtime would flatten off once we staffed up for the last group that went through. It really hasn't, and I think that's attributable to retirements and just not having enough people overall. But to Councilwoman Brex's point, you know, getting some more data to that, just so we can understand. You know, we just had a fire audit that, you know, we're trying to reconcile all these things with, and how does this fit in with that? So, but I appreciate this. I mean, yeah, severance is severance, and buyouts are buyouts, and
one of
you
the
want to budget
problems-
for them because they're big. I mean,
Yeah.
those are big numbers that really can affect a cash flow, and so I don't want to, you know,
Right.
beat a dead horse, but we need to better forecast maybe for the new environment we're living in.
So we can forecast what the overtime budget should be. We don't do the budget that way. We essentially have added to the overtime budget just when raises have gone in. So we got a 2.5% raise last year. In police department, we added 2.5% to their overtime budget going forward. So they have, you know, some increases. That's a more recent practice because when I started, I looked at how we were budgeting, and we were essentially cutting everybody's budget every year to try and hold them flat. We've looked at actually building the budget appropriately and working on a 3 to 5 year plan to get there. So this is really the first discussion with the council on this is a major issue I've noticed in our budget. Where the departments are working diligently with the finance department and the city manager's office to overcome this situation. But if we had added, or we had just even more budget, then those operations would have a little bit more stability.
I get it. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I just have a couple of questions for Ms. Lochner. First, I wanted to understand, just in general, as a policy direction, obviously I see the overtime budgets over a period of years. There was like a historical analysis of it. And so ultimately, I guess my policy preference would be that we hire more people rather than continue to pay overtime, right? So I don't know ultimately if that's just a staffing issue, or we haven't been able to kind of project accurately what our staffing needs are. And so, because if I'm right about what this file says about our overtime usage, you know, it looks like you're budgeting 1.74, right? So wouldn't it just be easier to have more bodies and not have that, or it's just impossible or impractical?
I think that's impractical because, for example, in the police department, if you have somebody that has to go to court, you usually have them on overtime to do that. It's not their regular shift. Or if it is their regular shift and they have to be in court, you have to pull somebody in to backfill them. So that's kind of the overall issue is you're never going to get away from overtime. You may be able to reduce it. I've heard that claim several times in my career. I've never seen it actually pencil out that way.
Well, I've
because
never
lot
seen
of
a
different things
zero-based
change.
budget, right? I've never seen it be zero, but this is a pretty high number. Let me ask a second question. Are promotions being held currently because we haven't worked out the augmentation to pay for the promotions? Is that part of the concern?
At the moment, right now, there are 2 fire captain positions that are on hold until we have this discussion with council, because at the last meeting, when we did the augmentation, the council wanted us to bring forward when we saw these issues with the budget before you saw it as an augmentation. So I wanted to bring it forward, raise the issue, make a recommendation for future budget, let you know we will need to augment this budget, and just have that discussion overall on, I think the chiefs are doing the best they can to keep the overtime as low as possible.
Well, and I
But
appreciate your
you're right,
transparency
there's-
on that issue.
there's
I just
both.
want to make sure that that movement allows us then to bring people at the bottom of the ladder, right? And so all those things are important. Let me ask the last question. This is more like writ large, we're reaching age and generational shifts in our workforce. So I worry about massive retirements, right? If in 2020, I understood that some large percentage, like 60+ people, would be eligible in fire alone for retirement if they so chose, right? How does this policy change get us to that reality, right? Because we wouldn't be able to fill the positions fast enough. We wouldn't be able to find the people. So what do you do when that happens?
So, well, there's a couple different issues with fire because we have a safer grant. We need to make sure we maintain a minimum staffing level going for at least the next 2 years. So what we have with the position review committee looks at every position that's being requested to be filled. The position review committee is looking to make sure that it's either paid for, there's existing severance in the budget, which both safety services have exhausted their severance budget now. And if not, we have asked the departments, how are you going to pay for this? Because we don't have more budget. We've come to the point in our budget where they really can't scrub anything else out of their budget to pay for this going forward. And I see the issue continuing into next year as well. And it may even continue for another couple of years because those 60 people are not going to all retire in 1 year.
They aren't, but how does this budget account for that reality? I mean, obviously, we don't believe that all 60-plus people are going to retire at one time, but what happens if, you said we had 3 payouts this last year that were in excess of?
We've had more than 3 payouts in excess of $100,000.
This year? In the fiscal calendar year, starting on July 1, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, and so does your recommendation today help us to get to dealing with that reality?
That's what I'm trying to, my recommendation for the go-forward budget is instead of adding staff, adding the infrastructure that supports the staff, so that when we come to the following budget, hopefully by then we'll be balanced and we'll be able to add staff with the appropriate infrastructure to manage it.
Thank you.
For a motion?
I'll move to approve staff recommendations. I think, I guess it has to do with the augmentation process, but I will accept presentation as directed.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Madam Mayor, items D6 and D7 have been continued to future meetings. Therefore, our next item is item D8, resolution for remnant property.
All right, any public comment? Madam Clerk?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it back to Lori Miles, and then I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus.
Lori Miles, property agent, City of Reno. We are here today as part of the exclusive negotiating agreement that we entered into previously. And for your consideration today is the offer from the adjacent landowner to purchase the remnant parcels from the city. So,
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to send it, Councilwoman Breckus, it's your board. Go
Yeah,
ahead, okay?
and I want to say, I understand there's been some, I think the newspaper reported on the delay, and I think the delay was due to the complexity of putting encumbrances on the property, which are very important encumbrances. I was around here when the retrack project went forward, and the human artifacts or cultural artifacts were known, was always going to be something we were going to deal with, and it took time to get it through that federal process. And the property has been encumbered from the original appraisal, correct?
yeah,
Yeah.
well, we got a current appraisal just to make sure.
With the encumbrance, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am comfortable moving it forward because we've adopted a real estate disposal policy that is preferential to adjoiners, and that is in this instance. And we've also followed through with the obligations that we had in terms of fulfilling what we were going to do at retrack. Because, you know, I think that we just never got to encumbering these properties the way that we knew we needed to at some point.
And that we had promised.
Yeah, so we could have done that right out of the chute on retrack and looked at all these properties. And I think that was always the intent of the council at that time, because that project, that was a very important thing that happened, and the project could have stopped.
Forever.
Yeah, when those discoveries were made. So I'm comfortable with it, and
I'm- A motion and a second.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Sorry,
Councilwoman Jordan.
sorry for discussion. You know, normally I would always say, you know, go back out, whatever, you know. This one is different to me as well, and it almost feels a little bit like if we did that, it's bad faith in the negotiations and all of the things we had to jump through for this buyer. It feels really like wrong. So I'm supportive of this as well.
And just to let you know, those easements will be coming back for you to finalize and record before we.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, so that's
It's been
more,
working with them to get them finalized and,
yeah, and I know it's very important.
yes.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, next item is D9, staff and direction on fee deferral for a agreement for 1,000 homes in 120 days.
Okay, hold on. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
I have none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any council presentation that you'd like to add?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager. Just looking to see if the applicant's here. There he comes. The applicant, Green Street Development, would like to make a presentation to the council regarding their project, their proposed affordable housing project. So with your permission, Madam Mayor, I'll turn the time over to, my gosh, is it Jim who's here? Who's here?
To
No, it
Dane
is, it's Dave.
Hilliard.
Dave,
Jim
sorry, I was
Mateo.
looking to see who was here.
All right, come on up, let's do it.
I'm not sure. Let me ask the clerk.
We'll start your video for you if you'd like. Is this one yours? No more stuff.
I understand. I'll be brief because it's a long meeting. Anyway, council members and Madam Mayor, we have, as you know, done a lot of affordable housing. Quick update, Steamboat is now 60% occupied. That's 360 units in South Reno, and will be finished there by June and fully occupied. Sky Mountain, 288 affordable units in Northwest Reno, is 20% complete and 20% occupied. It'll be finished in December. We're working on the final permits and budgets for Sanctuary. We hope to start that in the next month or two, which is 208 senior units on Gentry. And I'd like to bring up Crossings, which is our 230-unit affordable project in South Reno, because the project we're proposing is very similar in nature. So Crossings is 230 units, senior affordable, looks very much like this. We've won 2 big national awards, including Best Affordable Senior Housing Project in the country by the NAHB. This project we're proposing is a city-owned site, you can see there in the picture, and it is a 4-story senior project. We have worked with city staff to move the building as far away from the railroad tracks as possible and create a buffer. So you can see that. We've also worked with staff to line up the streets and everything to match the adjoining properties. This would be, do you have the thumb drive going? Yeah, let's move the, is this the videos? Oh, right here. Okay, what do I do? Sorry, I should have come do a practice session.
You want to start
Where's
with this
that?
video?
Right here?
Right in the middle. Yeah, just click there.
So it's just a quick fly around showing you the tracks and the building. We're trying to buffer the train track with a lot of trees and landscape and then parking. And then we'll have amenities within the project close to the building for the residents. Secured parking. The project is designed completely for seniors. For example, we have all ADA showers with grab bars. Every unit is fully amenitized with a full kitchen, washer and dryer in every unit. We have predominantly 1-bedroom units with 15 studios, which are actually, they have a separate sleep area, so they're kind of a blend between a studio and a 1. The site falls into the tax credit enhancement zone. So it is the only way to make projects like this work. I might need Jim up here. Oh, there we go. There's a better view of the elevation. You can see it's 4-story, little balconies. And how do I go back? There we go. Here's the site plan, which kind of gives you an overview of an aerial view of the site. So you can see 2 entry points, one on Vine, one on Washington, and then the parking buffer. There's a 30-foot railroad easement back there, which we're anticipating and including. Here's a quick before and after photo, showing how this project will definitely enhance the neighborhood and the properties around it. Show you a few photos of how the common areas will be designed. Again, these are senior projects, so all the amenities are designed for seniors. And again, we're taking the design much like crossings. So this is the common area, main room and crossings. It'll be very similar in this project. They gather here, they have events here, community kitchen, etc. I know we're short on time, so most of the pictures here are showing what the units would look like. Do you want me to show you those, or you guys, I know you're short on time. We've got some interior photo shots. But basically, the project includes fitness center, library, business center, computers zone for the residents to use computers free of charge with printers. The staff here includes all kinds of community events and brings in outside counselors and people to help residents with their finances and their lives, life planning, all that kind of stuff. No charge to the residents. So again, it's 100% affordable. Our crossings project has been 100% full since it opened, and we have over a year wait list to get in. And the rents are the same here. The rents start in the low 600s and go up into the low 800s depending on the unit size and how many residents are in the unit. So we think it's a great project, great use of the land. We came up with the price based on the cost of construction that we know for this type of building, and then the cost of demolition of all these buildings on the property now. And also we're anticipating having to design the building a little bit different with the sound of the train, so more sound deadening in the windows and the construction, and possibly some type of foundation differences with the vibration. So we have to do studies and all of that stuff. So this is basically preliminary design and cost based on what we know today. And I know we have to come back after there's maybe an appraisal or something, but we're very excited about it. It's very hard to find sites for this stuff, as you guys know. And we love the location, basically downtown for our seniors who are typically on Social Security, fixed income, veteran income. Most of them are in their 70s and 80s. Most of them do not have cars. So there's walkable facilities here. And we also do coordination walks with staff. So any questions?
Thank you, nice job.
Yeah.
Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so I do have some questions. This has been a property that's been on my mind for a long time. I remember, those of you remember, this was our, early on when there was no construction activity residential. We had that design contest. I used my discretionary funds for urban design for the next generation, wanted to start to think about that. And we had a good architect student who came forward and showed what he envisioned. And so we're teed up to, not RFP this out, to let you walk in the door, to come in and buy it sole source, more or less. And we have done that in the past on some agreements, and you have a track record. So while I'm not crazy about sole sourcing, I like the competitive process we did on the bowling stadium or the old bus station. I acknowledge that. That you're coming in for the deferral on the, on our, which will lock in what are probably going to be increased sewer connection fees, because there's no way those cannot go up and we can continue on the path of expanding stead. But I want to ask you, are you going to come in for tax credits? You mentioned the boost.
Yeah, this is a 4% bond deal.
Okay.
So it's the bond funding request will come to the city council.
Okay.
And then the tax credits are automatic, so it's not a 9%
Okay.
competitive round.
Do home goes with that?
We would ask for home funds also.
Okay, so you'd be tax exempt. I guess what I want to ask you, and we will have a development pro forma that we can size up to other deals you've done of development pro forma and see how our subsidy, which is layered, comes in, is I'm a little uncomfortable that we're not having you go deeper in the subsidy because you're going at 60. You've been doing 60 all day long, right?
Yep.
I want to see 40 because I want to see the poorer of the poor get housed when we're coming in deep on land and deferral. And I recognize the incongruity of that because we just gave a whole bunch of market rate people a big subsidy and didn't put any conditions on them. But I want to know why you can't go to 40.
It would just require a lot more subsidy, including, equity, because the 40% units, 30 and 40s, they barely cover, maybe not cover the cost of operation of that unit. So there's no money to pay debt for that unit.
But we're bringing equity in for you.
Not enough. If we wanted to do that, we could talk about it and we could show you how much equity would additionally be required. But a 40% unit may not even break even as far as cash flow, and we have big debt on this in bond debt, so we have to make the debt payments.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. I want to have a discussion about how we can get to 40%. I really do, because the difference on 40% is what on the annual rent, on the monthly rent.
I think it drops, let me ask Jim. Maybe 150 to 200 a month.
Because those 150, 200 a month, we had some of those folks earlier. One guy, was it Paco who works for us? He was saying something, and so I don't know. I'd like to throw it up to the council to ask them to work with our staff, who looks at the pro formas anyway, and talk about this deal, because we're going to see when the developer fee comes in, it's very transparent, and I'm sure it's very reasonable and comparative, but I think we should be pushing people to, I think we should have pushed those other folks to some level of subsidy, and I think we should be pushing you to 40%. That's what our master plan said.
Yeah. Well, typically the 9% deals serve, as you know, serve the very low, the 30, the 40s, some 50s. Those are designed because there's no debt. It's all equity. So they're not making a loan payment like we are.
Yeah.
So that's how the structure is typically set up. But if we've done deeper than 50, these have some 50% in it also. I may have failed to mention that. But we have done some units deeper, actually in California, but we got very big subsidies because you have to basically have no debt on that unit to make it financially viable.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to lose money every month and no money to pay debt service.
I just don't think I've seen a 40% since I've been on the council.
On the 9% deals, they provide them.
When was the last one that?
Every year. They don't come to council.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have to. They just get home funds. They don't get bond debt.
Okay.
But every 9% deal has 30s and 40s. But typically, that's one deal a year, 60 type units.
Yeah, I want to see this all 40. Anyway.
Sorry,
Okay.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your work in this area. We know that the need for affordable housing is significant, and you're out there doing it. I think you rattled off about how many units of affordable?
1,100.
Thank you. You had that number ready. In what period of time? When did you start?
We finished the crossings last December, and then the rest of these are finishing this year.
Okay, so we've got 1,100 units of affordable coming on, so,
Yes.
or on. And I appreciate the one up in the Northwest is beautiful, by the way.
Thank
I'm
you.
excited for that to be finished and get that up to full occupancy, because that is so desperately needed up in that area. The question I have is probably more for staff. And the question for staff is, on this particular plot, this parcel, we have two things. We have some storage for our fire department, and we have currently our homeless overflow shelter, our permanent overflow shelter, I guess is what temporary.
Temporary, permanent.
Temporary in the sense that we're kind of violating a settlement agreement with a number of downtown properties and having it in its existence, and it was going to have to move out of the area at some point. I guess my question is, what is the build out of this? When is this anticipated to break ground, or when is the demo anticipated? We heard earlier today that there is a possibility, or more of a probability, of some property with a large sort of tented structure, which may actually be more suitable than this particular building. If you guys haven't been in it, it's rough. I want to make sure that those things have some level of timing, because the last thing I want to do is go into a situation where we don't have, as much as NAM's campus is coming online and the dorms are filling up and we got tiny homes, I'm still worried that we're not going to have enough beds for people. I just want to make sure we're not going to displace those that can least afford displacement. By trying to do a great project, by the way. I just don't want to have unintended bad consequences.
Yes. Thank you, Councilman Jordan. Those are excellent questions. We have been working with the applicant, the developer. They are aware of those issues, the fact that we have this facility, that we have to find another location before they can come in and acquire the property. So, yes, we are very cognizant of that. And in addition, just for full disclosure for the council, CDBG funds were involved in the Washington Street property, so we will have to repay the CDBG fund out of any proceeds from this. However, we have contacted HUD, and HUD will allow us to put those CDBG funds back into the city. So in other words, even though yes, we have to pay the CDBG funds, we don't lose them. HUD will allow us to fold them into another revenue year so that we can then expend them on another CDBG eligible project.
So can you tell me, I'm sorry, can you tell me what that amount is?
I believe it's 350,000.
And so those could go towards the future acquisition or site improvements or operations of the next site?
Potentially. There are limitations. CDBG funds typically cannot be used for new construction. However, they can be used for infrastructure. They can be used for affordable, for another homeless shelter related project.
Okay.
So absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to make sure everybody knows that that's what will have to happen.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Mr. Hilliard, Mr. Zakeo, thank you so much for being here. Your projects have been a pleasure to watch come out of the ground. I guess I, like Councilmember Jordan, am sort of saying to you both, let's see how low you can go, right? I mean, I get that you'll have a pro forma. I'm happy to enter into a negotiation with you and let the staff and you work on what you can. But ultimately, we just have people who are falling between the gaps in the various AMI models. And so maybe it's not 40, but it becomes 48, or maybe it gets to 50, 52. Anything less than 60 in my mind is a win, even if it's a number of units, right? Maybe you have a mixture of units within it that helps us, because ultimately it's that group of people, and this location is a good one, I think, for people who are in the lower of the end of those AMI ranges. And so I'm hopeful that it will get the support of the body. I certainly am supportive of you doing it. And when you start to layer on all those things, whether it's home fund, CDBG, you ask for our deferral, all of these things, I'm willing to go down that road with you, because you have proven to be a good partner and built the kind of projects that you have. And again, on that basis, I trust that you will do those things going forward. Help us to help you get the project built by building a project that is for a group of people who are just not in the ranges. Even when you talk about that $600 and $700 product, we have a gap where people aren't able to make that. Or, you heard Mr. LaChoy today talk about the fact that his rent was going to consume 100% of his Social Security benefit. And so it just is that if we have very few tools as a city to address affordability, and this is one of the tools we have when it's our land. So I want to get the most we can out of our land for that purpose. And so just help us run the numbers, do what you can in that regard. And then when you come back, we'll all be cheering for you. And it's that concept that the mayor talked about, rooting for Reno. I know that both of you are rooting for Reno. Let's root for all of Reno, especially the folks on that lower end of the economic spectrum.
Thank you. We totally appreciate the comments, and we will definitely work with staff, and Jim's the finance guru, and try to figure out how to figure out to get some lower units in there and where we can get the equity from.
Councilwoman Dewar. Oh, she did, okay. All right. All right, if she jumps back on. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Breckus, your ward.
Yeah, I'll move to, can I just ask, why aren't you doing the other deal then? Why is it a 4% versus a 9%?
The 9% deals are typically done by nonprofits, and it's a different.
It's a model.
It's a different model, yeah.
Okay, you haven't gotten into part, okay,
Yep.
that's fine. Okay, I'll move to have staff work on the deferral agreement and the negotiation of the city-owned parcel in concert with the other subsidy requests and the consideration of the council's desire to see it be lower than a 60%.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Good job.
With that, transitioning to item D10.
Brother, or son.
This is the resolution for Pioneer Center.
Younger one, yeah.
We'll bring up Alexis Hill to present the item.
All right, great.
Alexis Hill for the record. I am presenting on behalf of the City Council's budget in room tax. Typically, you give $50,900 to the Pioneer Center of Performing Arts and have been since 2005. or have been giving an allocation of room tax to the Pioneer Center. This year, or this last budget cycle, you asked the Arts and Culture Commission to give you a recommendation because you wanted to see their thoughts on these allocations. The Arts and Culture Commission recommended a 10% cut from the Pioneer Center, so that is part of the discussion today. This council, the way that the item has been agendized, however, this council can choose to allocate the same amount of funding that you have been allocating for the last few years.
Okay, thanks. All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. In light of our kind of actions that we took earlier, wouldn't we want to hold this item under the new structure of the 25% of room tax? And then I'm just a little curious, why is this it's a standalone?
It has been a standalone since 2005. So the council at that time, they pulled out the Pioneer as a priority, and they allocated actually $70,000 at that time, and then reduced it in 2009 to the $50,000. And so this is for actually this fiscal year. So the fiscal year we're sitting in, typically we do it in December or in January or February of the actual fiscal year instead of Art Town, which we'll be discussing later, which is next fiscal year. And but I was thinking the same thing, that in light of that discussion, the Arts Commission just was saying, okay, well, you've given us some, and not to speak for them, but in the meetings that I was in, you've given us an opportunity to speak up about this funding. We'd like to have additional funding for grants to go out to other smaller nonprofit arts organizations. That's why they recommended the 10% cut. But if the council is finding additional funding, which it's sounding like through room tax for the arts, perhaps this wouldn't be as necessary to make the cut.
So I guess that line of thinking, I guess we need to bifurcate things. We need to
Right.
talk about what we need to do or we're thinking about doing right now.
Yes.
And what we're thinking about doing policy-wise in the future. So policy-wise, my recommendation would be this gets put in with everybody else and considered and allocated. And I don't understand the standalone value. Not saying it doesn't have standalone value or did at one point. I'm just trying to better understand that. But for this year, we have to deal with what we have before us. So we have two directions we need to give today? Am I kind of correct? What we want to do with them in the future and what we want to do with them for this fiscal
That
year?
may be very helpful for the commission as well.
Okay, thank you. Know what we're doing.
Let me just ask you this. What was the background? Did the RSCVA own it and then give it to them? Or did the city own it and, did the city have it and then RSCVA had it and then you guys had it? Do you
I'll
know?
have Denise answer
Yeah.
that because I think she has a better idea of the history.
Hi, Denise Sewell for the record. Yeah, it was a joint project between Washoe County and the RSCVA. So Washoe County owned that parcel of land and the RSCVA owned the building itself. And then in 2012, they deeded them to our nonprofit. So we now own that city block and the facility itself. But it was never a City of Reno property.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. The other thing is, I think there's kind of two parts here. I think the building is really historic, right? And it takes a lot of money to upkeep
yeah, so-
something that's very historic. I'm a huge fan. You guys know that. I became very, very critical. I'm going to call the elephant out in the room. I became very, very critical under, your previous, I guess, administration. I don't know how to say that. You have been incredible and really reached out to the community. And, I've heard nothing but great things, how you're continually reaching out. Before I felt like, it was very isolated from the community. I was just on your property one time and got screamed at to get off that, the little, what do we call it?
The plaza.
Yeah, the plaza. Yeah, we call it the plaza. And I kept hearing that. And so it just, I think for a while it had this feeling of we're not open for the community, we're open for what we think we need. And I think, if we're going to be partners, we got to make sure that we're all feeling like, the Pioneer is welcoming. I think you've done a great job doing that, and you guys are doing phenomenal. So I just feel like maybe, there's that historic piece, but then there's the arts piece. So you kind of have two components there. And, you know,
Yeah.
that's one of the things is we're trying to get out of like saying what's important to arts and culture. Geralda knows that. Like, I think it's really important for you guys to look at overall where you want to go in the vision, because that's why we give you that board, so that, you know, you guys are doing what we put you there to do, right? So I just want you to know, I think you've done a tremendous job, and I'm really grateful, because I know you've really tried, and you can tell.
Thank you so much. I really
So,
appreciate that.
yeah.
And that, as you say, it's part of what's unique about the Pioneer Center is we're also the stewards of a national historic treasure, basically. The building is on the National and State Historic Registers, soon to be on the City Register as well. So we steward that incredible facility as
Right.
well as arts and culture programming. So we're a
Right.
dual purpose, for
Yeah.
walkability in downtown, for preserving that entire city block,
Yeah.
for keeping that iconic building going, and for the arts and
I
culture
just think you've
programming.
changed
So
the
we're a
energy.
multi-purpose.
How's our friend in the comedy
Wonderful.
store? Okay, good.
Yeah, he's doing great.
He says great things about you. By the way, Miss USA reached out, you know, that we had Miss USA here last year. And I said, you might want to look at the Pioneer. It would be an incredible place to, you know, I could see it on TV, just this cool gold dome.
We
but
have
anyway.
photographs of them.
Yeah.
with their sashes
Oh, right
on
out
the
there.
plaza.
Yeah.
It's great.
Anyway, okay, well, good. Jenny Breckes, I'm going to send it to you.
I mean, I think, I recall, since we've been on the council, those of us who came on 2012, that when that transfer occurred, the city had some piece in it, because that came forward in some way. And I'll ask the clerk maybe, because it'll be a budgetary discussion, but I know it was Washoe County RSCVA, but it might have been the city had some piece or something.
Did we have it before the RSCVA?
Do you have any
was
rec?
something.
Yeah. So, but here's where I think the logic was on that set aside was they knew that this building was always self-supported by tax dollars. And I'm sorry, but I call lodgers revenue tax dollars. And so the council, as they knew it was getting shed by the RSCVA at the time, backed up with a stream that I think now, you know, as we move forward and we're really tight, we're looking at. But I think we should support it this time. And if the decision is to move this in for the whole at some point, I want to advocate for the broadening of the arts and the culture to think about the facilities, because we need to look at the you know, where they go. And it may be, yeah, and it may be 1 year. Yeah, and it may be 1 year that the money rolls into McKinley, because I looked at the McKinley stage the other day and it is not looking good. So I think the arts and culture could be a broader sort of thing, because I didn't realize that we're actually earmarking this for the performing arts season. And I thought in the earlier years it was to the physical nature of the Pioneer.
Yeah, and if I can speak to that as well. For many years, the sponsorship funds from council were, there were no restrictions on what we could use them for. And then maybe 3-ish years ago, Alexis can confirm this, there was a line item in the sponsorship that said cannot be used for facility renovation. So it could only go to the general operations. And I don't know if that was the intention or if it was just a kind of a fluke that happened. But now there is wording every year that says that it cannot go towards capital improvement or any infrastructure. And for us as a physical space, capital improvement and infrastructure investments is really more valuable to us than it would be to a different type of group.
Yeah. Because I've been in there, I mean, even in the comedy area,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you need some paint, you know, so I
Yeah,
don't know how that happened, and I just,
Yeah.
I think I think I would agree with you.
I think if the council wants to earmark for this facility, it should be for capital.
Yeah,
If it's
that's what I'm
for
saying.
the activities, the arts, it should go in with the other pool.
Right.
And so
They're different.
maybe it goes through a process each year of, it's the carpeting, it's the green room. You know, that's how, so I didn't know that nuance, but anyway, that's all budget discussion, and that starts next week.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, I think you jumped on.
Madam Mayor? Yep.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. I just dropped off for a minute. I just want to go on record as saying I fully support the $50,000 this year, and I concur with the concept of not earmarking it just for programming. I want to acknowledge the work that the arts and culture did, because we asked them to, you know, look at things, taking a haircut or a shave, reducing the amount, and they did. And so kudos to them for sort of trying to balance. But I think it's critically important that we continue to support the Pioneer. And I do think, as we all know, older buildings take more money to run, manage, and maintain. And I believe we should remove the restriction. And I think things are going to balance out this year with the help of ours.
Did you kind of
I
fizzle
just
out
don't
there?
think it's worth arguing about, 5,000. So I'm sorry, did you ask me a question?
Oh, yeah, you're kind of going in and out, I think.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, is that any better?
That's it. All right.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I'm just supporting the 50,000, complimenting arts and culture for doing their work, but saying that I think these historic buildings require more to maintain and operate. So,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, Vice Mayor, I think I'm going to send it to you. Or Councilwoman Darden? do you
I have
wanna-
a
Oh, yeah, go ahead,
question.
sorry.
Okay, so clarify for the record again. Who owns the building?
Our 501c3 private nonprofit owns the building and that city block that it sits on.
Okay, so the city doesn't own the building,
Correct.
but we're going to pay for improvements to the building. And/or its I'm having a hard time with this one. And I'll tell you why, and let me tell you why, is because if you'll recall, and I'm going to separate my support for the arts and the things that make our community amazing from some other things. We had the Nevada Museum of Art came in here and asked for money too, because they are a tremendous partner in this community that do great things. And we said no, because I'm having a hard time having this reconcile with our priorities at our strategic planning. And I'm hoping someone can persuade me otherwise, but I'm having a hard time with this
Well,
one.
let me just, here's the thinking I think is why we inherited this, is because right when we were coming on, it was coming out of public ownership and tax supported. And so we've been continuing that. And that's why I think,
But how long ago was that?
it was since we've been on, since you and I have been on.
And, okay, so then we can maybe compare it to like we've done with special events, and we have been ticking down every year, special events as well. So, I don't know that I can, I don't know that I can support this today. I don't know, I'm having a hard time with this one.
But it was 90,000, so it has been coming down.
Okay. See, that's why I appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, Madam City Manager. Julie Towler for the record, Deputy City Attorney. If you look in the agreement on page 4 of 9, it says restrictions on use, and it says kind of what Pioneer Center is not allowed to use the funds for. On the prior page, it talks about what the allowable costs are, and I believe that this relates directly to room tax. And if you look in the legal implications portion of the staff report, it talks about let me read directly. It allows council to allocate room tax funds to advertise the resources of that incorporated city related to tourism, including available accommodations, transportation, entertainment, natural resources, and climate, and to promote special events related thereto. And that's why it's kind of separated into the building infrastructure versus the event portion. I hope that helps.
That's why I was just saying that it should be over arts and culture.
Yes.
Because it's an art component, it's a culture component, right? So I was just, that's why I thought, if that's where you guys,
Which, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry not to interrupt
No,
you,
no, go
but that was my point for on the go forward. I think going forward, it should definitely be over with you guys. Because I was trying to understand the distinction when there wasn't a
Sorry,
clear
Geralda, I'm putting a lot of
distinction.
stress on just
I
one
know,
person.
but-
Geralda, you need to go.
So that's the future, and
I
I
don't
think
mean
the
to do
future
that,
for
but
operations.
you're the only one here, I think.
Yeah, it's a special event, and it should be
to the
considered with
chair.
all the rest of the special
the chair.
events and have this. I'm trying to get to the 50,000 for this year and marry it up with our budget discussions we had earlier. And I don't know, as I sit here today, when I'm talking about seniors and their increase in their fees to be able to access healthy, activities, and that 50,000 helps close that gap even more. I'm having a hard time with this one.
Madam Mayor, would you like to take public comment
Yes,
before
please.
Nettie Oliverio would like to speak?
Okay.
Should also be noted for the record, Madam Mayor, we received 21 online public comments in support of this item. Those have been submitted into the record.
Okay.
Good
I
afternoon.
didn't recognize you. You changed your hair color.
I did.
I love it.
I did. I'm going silver.
Good for you. I love it. I
Thank
love
you.
it. It's great.
I feel like I should have brought you all margaritas. I'm sorry. Darn.
Next time.
So for the record, Nettie Oliverio, you guys have seen me up here occasionally over the past years, 10 years on the city's Arts and Culture Commission and 6 years on the city's Public Art Committee, and so I'm honored to be here. And you well know that I get a little nervous when we talk about reducing funding for the arts, and I'll tell you why I do. Back almost 30 years ago, the city of Reno was part of the very first Americans for the Arts, Arts and Economic Prosperity Study. And they do that once every 5 years. And we were asked to be a part of the most recent version of that as well. And what that does is to look at cities around the nation that have arts and culture as a priority and what they spend on arts and culture, what arts and culture adds back into the community, what kind of tourism it generates. A lot of data points come from that. One that is the most outstanding is the return on investment from government dollars. And this is city, state, federal, whatever, but government dollars. And for every dollar spent by a government, the return on investment is just under $7 back revenue into that government entity. You know, that's really darn good ROI. I'd like to be investing in that. And I know we do too, want to invest in that. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, Nettie.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to move that we move forward on this, and we're starting budget next week, and so we can have that discussion about how to treat these set-asides next week.
Okay. So I have a motion. Do I have a second? No second? Okay, Vice Mayor, give me a motion. We can't understand you. Sorry, Naomi.
Second, can understand me?
There we go. Anyway, it died, your lack of a second. I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will move to accept the recommendations of the Reno Arts and Cultural Commission as to the funding for this fiscal year being reduced, and that money that it is reduced would go into the art grants program as recommended by the Arts and Cultural Commission.
Wait, how much is it reduced then? I'm
I
sorry.
think it's 10%.
10%?
To the
commission, they recommended $45,810 would be the reduction if you wanted to move forward with that.
So what does the Pioneer get then?
45?
$45,810
Can I ask a question?
Oh, okay.
Yes, go ahead.
would be the
Councilwoman.
10%.
Thank you. Clarifying question. So if the 45 and change didn't go, if it got voted down today, it goes back into the arts and culture budget, which is already approved. It wouldn't be available for us to reallocate to the seniors to lower their fees.
Well, it's council funding, but in the last budget cycle, you did say you wanted commission oversight, so.
And these monies, at least a variation of, were considered within that budget that they looked at on the whole.
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to mess with that. I was trying to understand, I don't want to mess with their budget and their work that they have done. I was trying to get the money for our seniors. I agree, this should not be a standalone item. You guys should have it, consider it with all your things in the future. But seeing how this can't be, or we didn't vote previously for it to be pulled back into the general fund to be redistributed somewhere else, I will support the motion as Councilmember Reese put forward.
Okay. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion
Aye.
carries. Okay, motion carries. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item D11, resolution for Our Town sponsorship. Should be noted for the record, Madam Mayor, I received 2 comments in favor of this item.
All right, yeah, any public comment?
We have none. Beth McMillan is available for questions.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm literally down to the dimes. Just as a quick question, I'm not asking to reconsider, I'm just trying to understand. So we lowered the amount from 50,000
To 45.
to 45. So there's $5,000. Now that $5,000 could go back into the general fund.
No, I think they put towards the arts grant.
So they still get, okay. I'm trying for you seniors, I'm trying.
You're gonna have a lot of people that either like you or not like you. I know how that is.
Madam
gotcha.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Is it me? Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Councilwoman?
Okay. Yes, thank you. I just want to say that I think it's really important to remember that we had a pretty thorough conversation during the fee discussion, and I proposed numerous opportunities to look at increased fees, including stormwater inspections, including parking fees. So I'm on the same goal as Councilwoman Jordan. I want to not have the seniors have to increase fees. But I think that we are skipping a step to make this all about arts versus seniors. I think there's a number of other ways we can go, and that we've asked our staff to come back and look at those things. And I do think it is premature to be divvying up these monies before we've had that conversation. That said, I'm still going to recommend the full amount for Art Town based on what Nettie Oliverio said and the actual reports that I've seen, which show the economic value over and over and over again. I think we would be pennywise and pound foolish to make a small cut here when the gain to our community is so large. So I would just ask that we look at other ways to make up the difference besides sort of trying to pare down 5,000 here, 10,000 there on these 2 items. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I need to see the Lear saved. And I've been saying this for a long time, and my constituents are saying it. They're very, it's in Ward 1. They are very concerned. I am not prepared to grant money to Art Town because they have not delivered what a lot of conversations have said where it's going to be delivered, which was to get the Lear in a better place. And it's not in a better place this year than it was last year. I am very concerned. We've had so many fires in West Reno along the river. And if this building goes up, it's going to be a true cultural drain on our city because that building is amazing. And here's where I'm going. I know our manager doesn't want us to take it on, but I would rather see our Public Works Department maintain that fencing and that perimeter than how I've seen. But let me continue. I would suggest this is we make this grant contingent upon them putting it in, putting it somewhere
Right.
within the
I
next
know
6
where you're
months.
going. Yeah.
And if they don't, they have to repay this money to us or
Right.
deed us the property. But there's also this whole issue of how it changes hands. And I'm not really comfortable with it being in their executive director group, and I'm representing the interests of the Historic Resources Commission wants to be a part of this process, of a transparent process like what we did for the what we did for the transit center. So that's one option, is contingent upon us having a hand and an approval on where it goes in the process, so two-stepping it, or they can walk away today, put that project on the market as their property rights allow, and monetize it, and do what they want. It would be very sad if they monetize it to someone who's going to tear it down. And I could
well,
see
we
that
don't-
path happening
I
too.
don't think we wanna
It's
see
time
that.
for us, I think, to engage with them very specifically on delivering something with some strings attached.
So I think you make some great points. I sat on that board for a few months. I became incredibly frustrated. I think they were frustrated with me, to say the least. But the one thing that we completely agreed on is they love the Lear. They want to do, right by the city. That was always the intent. When we all agreed on that, that it needed to be cleaned up, that it was definitely an eyesore. I think you make a really good point. And maybe and you tell me, I think we're kind of going in the same direction. And Councilman Reese, you are now on the Art Town Board. But what we had thought is maybe taking that money and certainly making the outside presentable, because I don't think it's fair to the people in your ward and on that street, especially when everything around it is, looks fantastic. But anyway, but taking that money and putting it, on the outside to make it look presentable. And when the building sells or they have an RFP, I know that you're in the process of doing an RFP to take it out there, correct? Am I right, Beth?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, can we get back on this agenda item? Because this doesn't really have anything to do with the Lear Theater.
It has everything to do with the Lear Theater. Yeah.
It's the terms of this agreement, frankly.
This is the Art Town Festival.
And it's,
Yes,
the
and they
sponsorship
own-
agreement will
they
have,
own that.
is being proposed to have conditions.
So, but one thing we talked about, and I thought it was a great idea, that once that RFP goes out and someone comes in, and I think you have specific parameters of saying, hey, it needs to stay an arts venue, right? I think that's really, really important. And also it needs to stay historical. I think that's really important. And then, let's say you have someone that comes in. I know we've had a lot of people ask here and have a lot of interest. And if that were to happen, then you just pay back that money of the loan, and there you go. And you're going to do really well on the other side from the private sector.
Madam Mayor, if I may
make
make a
sense?
suggestion going forward, perhaps we just hold over on this item and you direct staff to go back, because we're having conversations about something that I don't know that Art Town was prepared to talk about right now. So perhaps we take some time to have staff talk with Art Town and perhaps our delegate to Art Town as well, if that would be amenable, and then bring some sort of agreement back to this board.
I think Councilmember Breckus has made a good point that the issue is Art Town and the dollars that are identified in this budgetary process for sponsorship have remained this constant 125 for a number of years. But there's a subtextual layer to it about their ownership of the Lear Theater. And ultimately, what I would just indicate, and I'm happy to have it come back another time, I'm not sure we have the time to uncouple it from its budgetary impact, so that's the harder part for me. But one of the things is I met with a number of different stakeholders about the future of the Lear Theater, and the goal being to preserve it and all those things. And one of the discussion points that was had was whether or not the city would lend its, staff resources to operate an RFP. This was a discussion point at least, and I believe the Art Town Board is to take up this discussion further tomorrow. Now, of course, on the heels of that, there was also another outside interested party who had approached Art Town over some months ago to say he and his group had interest in the facility itself and how might that be done. So ultimately, we're trying to avoid the duplication of staff time. Either the city of Reno may assist through the RFP process because we have a little more expertise in that, or Art Town will go down the road with, if they choose to, with some kind of exclusive negotiating agreement with another party. I'm sort of, torn because the item, as I understood it, was related to the funding for this next year, the 125,000. It is related to the other issue that Councilmember Breckus and the mayor have mentioned. And so I'm looking for our body to kind of figure that out. If we're not ready to have the discussion today, Madam Manager, I'm happy to move off of the need for it today, but I just want to take direction from my colleagues as to what we want to see happen with it.
Well, and I think, and I get it, I don't want to mix the two because that's your programming funding. That's the problem there. But at the same time, I think Councilwoman Breckus is frustrated with, it's taken a long time. It really has. I mean, I sat on there and it was hard. We tried to, get it going and, it took a lot. So, and it's one of those things that when you drive by it, and I'm sure you've gotten a lot of people expressing their disappointment, because I know I've gotten a lot of it into my office. And here we are, we're still trying to chisel away at getting that cleaned up. So I would like to see the city do that and then make an agreement that if it should go to another entity, then you just pay back the city. And we'll leave this separate because this is your funding. Am I right? Yeah. Okay. So that's where I'm coming from, but I support Councilwoman Breckus and your idea to get, something done.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. And same as I said to the prior presenter from the Pioneer as well, we have made some, what I would say, pretty substantial changes that could be coming forward with regards to special event funding. Art Town is a very special event, and it has always been held out separately. It is the only special event that gets a cash contribution. Every other special event in the city only gets a percentage of their city costs offset. So keep saying all of that, I still believe Art Town should be put in with consideration with everybody else, with the RCVA. I'm trying to streamline some of the city's processes. We have spent a fair amount of time here today on some one-offs that frankly aren't in the best interest of the taxpayers. They should be considered within the bodies and the process in which we set up, and these one-offs are taking a tremendous amount of staff's time and our time, and I don't think that's a particularly great use of our time. Not that it shouldn't be considered differently, I just don't like the standalone way. And I've said this so many times at special events, and there's always a great argument as to why not. I just wonder if this is the time, if we're going to go down potentially a different structure with regards to special events and their considerations, that maybe in the future, again, Art Town sounds like today we have to make a decision for this budget year, but how we treat it going forward. So same argument I gave for Pioneer Center.
I think I can move
Go ahead.
forward with the thought is, and this is evolving, but I am prepared to go forward today with 125,000 sponsorship with the condition in the agreement that if the Lear is monetized to Art Town in the next 5 years, that payment comes back to us, and an offer to Art Town to assist in a transparent RFP process to dispose of the property with, the resources that we have, and that includes a member of the HRC on there because it's going to go to the HRC one way or the other because it's on the registry. So, and let me explain that second part is we're going to close up our budget in May. And in May, if we don't see any movement on something, I think that will put in a subsequent commitment to them into question because we're going to close up our budget again. So I think we've got some strings attached for you if you monetize it. We've got an offer of help, and we're also watching between now and when we close up our budget in May to see what progress you've made. And I think that's a fair, clear path that frankly has been on, of consideration for about 3 or 4 years now.
Just for staff's clarification, I just want to make sure I understand the direction from council. Are you saying that if Beth were to sell or Art Town were to sell the Lear, that they would pay the $125 or $125,000 back to the city?
That's correct.
Okay.
I do believe that because that gives them an incentive to not sell the property because they got the property for $1
From the Lear board.
from the Lear board.
Yes.
And what they also got was their own building and a parking lot. And if they sell that property then has to deliver to them the profit that they get from that. And that makes the pro forma of that property that much harder to pencil as a nonprofit arts exhibit. So we really do want to see them, if there is through a transparent RFP process, give it nominally or grant it nominally to a body just like they were granted nominally it. Because that way, the property doesn't have to carry an onus of a heavy burden.
So Madam Mayor, apologies, John Shipman with the City Attorney's Office. Just concerned this is getting a little far afield from, the basic thing. So I think if we could take maybe the city managers, if we want to discuss the Lear, if we want to discuss a property deal, let's do that, but let's do it.
Okay.
All right?
Then I would just move to continue in a month, but.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion.
Well, she's up.
Oh, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I would support that direction. That's what I'm trying to.
Naomi? Councilwoman Dewar, I'm so sorry, but you're going in and out.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, are you on a landline?
I'm on my cell. Is this better?
A little
Yeah,
bit.
that's a little better. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I would like to support continuing the issue, and I think that the city's contribution to the Lear, to Art Town and the Lear are intimately tied, so I think it should be brought back, agendized differently, and that we should look for a global resolution to this. And I'll just put it out there. I would like to see this property preserved. It has a huge cultural value. Seattle did it. They call it Town Center or Town Hall. They took the same building. It was a Christian Science building by the same architect, and they turned it into an arts center. They did it. I know we can do it. I think it just requires similar to what the McKinley Arts and Culture required. So I'd like to see it come back as sort of a multi-part agreement that the city would work on. So we could get it into put it into public ownership and move forward with a development plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Move to continue 1 month.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Aye.
Madam Mayor, our next item is item D12. This is an ordinance initiation for police facility impact fees.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. This agenda item is to initiate, not for approval of an impact fee system. Back in November, you directed us to explore options. We've done so. Sienna Reed led up the process, helped with RPD, Bill Thomas, and myself. And we've done a bunch of outreach. We believe an impact fee system is feasible, and this initiation is needed in order for us to move forward with the next step, which would be Planning Commission review and then bringing it back to council. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Well, I look at him, I'm all, okay, so give me, he points to you. Okay, none. Go right ahead. Oh, we did. And you're wearing your badge, you look so
Madam Mayor, Trey
official.
Abney would like to
Trey
give public
Abney.
comment on behalf of NAOP.
I turned in
Good,
my
come
blue
on up.
form hours and hours ago, so just for the record. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for your time. For the record, Trey Abney here representing NAOP, Northern Nevada. And first, I want to thank your staff for all their time on this. Thank Sienna especially. I don't want to give Arlo too much credit, but we'll thank Sienna and her efforts. And for providing us with a couple of briefings on this. And after the first briefing, after we had done some math on some of the fee schedule, your staff went back and recalculated some of these numbers because of our comments having to do with the calls for service, the different types of of development and different types of buildings. We definitely understand the need for a new police headquarters facility, and we want to be a part of that solution. And we do appreciate the fact that the piece of this that's funded by new development, we think is a fair portion. As you know, new development shouldn't be required to pay for current deficiencies, and we don't think that this plan does that. So we appreciate all the thought that goes into that. There were, when Arlo and Sienna came and visited with the NAOP Government Affairs Group, there were a few concerns, and I'll mention them just briefly here. We do want to point out that this is not happening in a vacuum, that while this specific fee for this specific project is important for this community, we must point out there's been a lot of talk about fees as I've sat here listening for several hours and talking about, I think there was a statement made that building fees are not going up. Building fees have gone up. It is not getting cheaper to develop in the city of Reno, whether it's sewer, whether it's health district, other fees. So, and as we look forward past this impact fee and as we move to talk about fire impact fee, which will be a much bigger and more difficult discussion, just want to point out that this does not happen in a vacuum. We do appreciate, though, talking to commercial folks and my residential friends, that a stable fee like this is certainly better than exactions project by project by project. So we understand that piece of this as well. It was discussed when we were briefed that this could cost $299 a square foot. Most of my members sitting around that table thought that was a little high for this. So we trust and we know the city and your staff will look at looking at that as well. Do I have that number? Per thousand, just kidding, per thousand, just kidding. Apologies, per 1,000 square feet. So they thought that was a bit high. Now we know you have to deal with prevailing wage and all the other issues that came up this morning as well. And we would urge if there's any kind of public-private partnership opportunities to look into that for this as well. But overall, again, appreciate staff's time. Just a few concerns, knowing that this is, again, another fee in a long list of fees to develop commercial real estate in Reno. So thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Councilman Jordan?
Thank you. My question is just how long is it going to take to complete this, to get this new?
Assuming this gets initiated today, it will be on the Planning Commission agenda next week, and it will be back to you in approximately a month.
Okay, thank you.
It does take a few steps for final adoption, so it's going to be back in front of you two times.
Thank you, Arlo, for all your work on this. Thank you.
Sienna.
And Sienna, thank you.
Wait,
Councilman Breckus?
I have some very big questions about this, and I did not support moving forward on this. And I'm very surprised to hear numbers and dollar amounts, square footage is tossed around, because that's not information that's been provided to us. We're going through a procedural technique right now. Now, Nevada revised statute requires a study. Is that correct, Mr. Stockham?
Thank you for the record, Santa Reed, Senior Planner. So in terms of what Nevada revised statute requires to adopt an impact fee system, you need to have the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee weigh in on your land use assumptions and CIP. You need to have your council or governing body do the same in terms of weighing in on the land use assumptions and the CIP. And so there is not a technical requirement per state law for a study, but there is a vetting of all of the land use assumptions, the methodologies, and those would be coming forward to the Planning Commission in their capacity as the CIP Advisory Committee. And then if their recommendation is to move forward, then those items would come forward to the council.
So I guess it sounds like there's some dollar amounts, something has been done that I don't have knowledge of. All I know is we're initiating, which is procedural. What is out there? What have you done?
We have done preliminary work to analyze the feasibility of whether or not we can move forward at this time with a police facility impact fee. And so what that entailed was taking a look into the land use assumptions and growth projections that are available to the city to use. There's kind of in the staff report a preliminary outline of the basic parameters of an impact fee program. And so those numbers in terms of population and employment growth projections. What we think is feasible is using the exact same numbers that are used right now with the Regional Road Impact Fee Program. We have a general approach to a service area boundary, and then we also have draft service units. And so that's, when you think about implementing a fee, that's what we've been taking out to NAOP, to the Builders Council, to also AGC to say, how does this sound? Do you have any concerns if we were to move forward with this general type of methodology before we start moving forward with the statutorily required steps? And so we have gotten feedback throughout that process. That's what Mr. Abney alluded to, modified things moving forward. And so now we're at a spot where we think we can bring forward the actual land use assumptions, the capital improvement program through their statutory review process. And then the item before you today is really just the initiation of the Title 18 text amendment. It would be a very small portion of our Chapter 1812, just to add basically the section that allows for impact fees for police facilities to be imposed.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand why you're bringing us a Title 18 initiation. Let's go through all this analysis. Let's understand the fundamentals, the methodologies, and then if the council wants to move forward, then we will initiate. I'm looking forward to that. I don't get why we're doing this at this point. I'll look forward to the Planning Commission and see what's going on there, but I don't want to move forward with initiation of an ordinance when I don't know why we would do it and what it looks like. So I'm not supporting this again. I'm going to be looking forward when it comes up to us, because like the NAOP is concerned, I want to see if we're trying to plug deficiencies in here, because that's going to be the critical issue, because this is the one police station for a 120-year city. So you got a lot of existing growth that's already paid for it. How much will we assign to the new growth? And is it even going to be worth it and pay for it? I don't know. I want to see before I initiate a Title 18 amendment.
Okay, Vice Mayor Reese.
Let me just see if I can manage a motion. I'll move to recommend the council initiate the requested text amendment. I think we've got a long way to go, but I think it's a starting point, so that's my motion.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
And I want a little discussion here. Is I've seen
3
before initiations come through, and then the word down to the Planning Commission is the council wants this. The council wants this ordinance on. And I don't think we know if we want it until we look at the methodology and the complexity of what we're talking about, because it is very, very complex. I mean, obviously some preliminary numbers have been, but I just think the conveyance to the Planning Commission should be, I've seen it too many times say, the council wants this. Oh, okay.
Well, in response, I think you have seen the council say we are looking for some other revenue stream for development to pay for services, right? I'm not saying that I know what the numbers will be or how they will shake out or what way we will do it, or how, I don't know all of that. But as far as my motion and what I've offered is that we should go down that road. I think staff has put in some work. The Planning Commission will do the more work, as I understand it, and that work will then inform our decision, right? So I don't want it to be perceived the other way around. I do not believe that we should tell the Planning Commission what the outcome will be or how it will be situated. Hopefully, when they are talked to about this or it's brought to their agenda, they'll understand that we're expecting them to do a lot of the work.
Just, this is a very special methodology. It's not like changing, parking spaces from, 9 feet wide to 8 feet wide. It's really based upon the fundamentals of going through these steps. And I think that we should have the steps understood and then initiate. So I'm not going to support, but we'll see what comes back up our way.
I think the part of the problem is, though, Madam Mayor, is that we know that our revenue challenges are where they are. This is one way to explore how those revenue challenges will be. It's a far cry, I think, to always say the services will be there. isn't the infrastructure, and that's what I don't like, the adverse implication of your no vote, because I do believe that you want us to explore opportunities for making the good choice on the public safety side. And so it seems like there's very little risk or downside to our moving forward down this path if in fact ultimately we conclude it is not viable, feasible, doesn't raise the money we need. I don't know all those things, Madam Mayor, and ultimately I think it's worth our exploration of it because we've made commitments to our public safety employees and to this community, and this is one of the ways. And I think, quite frankly, at least in the small discussions that I've heard, and not in a specific place or anything like that, but I understand the building and construction and development world is aware and knows that this is something that could be coming down the pike, and they have been, at least in passing, supportive. Now, they don't have the meat on the bones either, but it's up to us to go down that road together.
Sure. It's just during 2013, the Regional Road Impact Fee Program cost more to administer than it was bringing in. At the time, we had a growing revenue source of gas tax. So sometimes when we talk about wanting to make housing affordability, that Regional Road Impact Fee Program, I think was always on the table. But that's an aside. But we'll see what it thinks it can deliver for standing up this very arduous program.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those
I'm opposed.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, if I could make a recommendation due to considerations of those in the audience, which is typical practice of council, I would recommend that we move to item F3 at this time. We've got a handful of people in the audience for multiple items. I'd like to get those taken care of and then get back in order if that's the pleasure of the body.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Madam Mayor, F3 is an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Hold on one second.
You
So
do
I'm
have a
going to-
disclosure, Madam Mayor.
I'm going to give you a disclosure, so give me a minute.
Yep.
I think it's F3 and F4.
It's F3 and F4.
2, 3. Okay, Madam Clerk. Yes, F3 and F4. Okay. Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal and non-business relationship with Jessica Sferrazza. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on the project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record for item F3 and F4.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we'll transition to the city attorney to,
I'm going to send it over to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6546. Case number LDC 20-00025, Live Plus Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 7.04 acre site located north of the intersection of Wells Avenue and Winston Drive from plus or minus 3.4, I'm sorry, I'm on
it's like that.
3.2. Let me read F3. Okay,
Thank
case
you.
number LDC 20-00026, North Valley Zone Map Amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 30.2 acre site generally located north of North Virginia Street, south of Interstate 395, east of Stead Boulevard, and west of Webb Circle from mixed-use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor Overlay District to industrial commercial, together with other matters properly which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Madam Mayor, I have no public comment on this item.
All right, thank you. Okay, no public comment. Any questions? Sending it to you, Vice Mayor.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. You second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion carries unanimously. Sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our
Any
next
public
item. No. We're
Okay.
going to move to item F5, an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Okay.
Is it F5 or F4?
We're going to do 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, F5.
Yep, start with F5, please.
All righty, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6547, ordinance to amend Title 5 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privileged Licenses, Permits, and Franchises by amending Chapter 5.05 entitled Licenses Generally, permits and franchises by amending Chapter 5.05 entitled Licenses Generally, Section 5.05.008 entitled General Requirements to add massage establishments to the list of business licenses required to obtain a Federal Bureau of Investigation nationwide background check, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
All right, thank you. Any public
Move to
comment?
adopt.
None, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have a motion. Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam
Madam
Clerk, did we skip over 4?
We did skip over 4.
But you're coming back.
I'm coming back. I'm keeping track.
Yep, let me know.
We're going to go to F6 now, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
All right.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6548. Ordinance to amend Title V of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privileged Licenses, Permits, and Franchises by adding a new Chapter 5.23 entitled Massage Establishments in its entirety to create a massage establishment, privileged license, and new definitions, license application, and issuance process, and minimum operational regulations for massage establishments, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, item F7 to be read by the city attorney.
Item F7, ordinance number 6549. Ordinance authorizing the issuance by Reno, Nevada of its general obligation limited tax sewer bonds additionally secured by pledged revenue, Series 2020, in the maximum principal amount of $55 million for the purpose of financing sewerage projects for the city, providing the form and terms and conditions of the bond and other details in connection therewith, together with other matters relating thereto, sewer fund.
Move to adopt.
Madam
I
Mayor,
have
I
a
do have,
motion and a second.
I have
All
public
those in
comment
favor
prior
say
to
aye.
your vote.
Pardon?
I have public comment prior to your
Oh,
vote.
good.
Tammy Holt
Going
Still.
back right at you, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Tammy Holt Still would like to speak on this item.
Tammy Holdsdale, Live in Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. When this was brought up a few weeks back, when Mr. Flansburgh was directly asked what this 55 million was going to be going for, his dreams and his aspirations was Bedell Flats. Well, it has now been noted that Bedell Flats cannot be used as a reservoir or for an injection spot. So here we are with you guys having $55 million bond, you're expanding a sewer plant, and you have no place for your effluent to go. Doesn't make any sense. And for me to have to speak about it here when there's been meetings that have been canceled 3 months in a row for water management in the North Valleys is very frustrating. For me to have to sit here all day to get to this, to say, hey, there's issues that I told you all along that were issues. You can't inject into American Flats because it feeds Swan Lake. You can't inject into Bedell Flats because it goes to Pyramid Lake. So where are you going to put all this effluent? You're going to put it on top of me and the rest of our residents out there because we're not part of the city? We're in Washoe County? Development on top of development has caused this issue. And spending this kind of money and putting it on your taxpayers to deal with your greed is an issue. Fix what is before you keep going any further and dig a bigger hole or pile it on top.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment. You do have a motion and a second on the table.
I do want to discuss some new information that came forward last week at the workshop of the Western Water Planning Commission, and that was that Bedell Flats, where there has been and I'm going to say science project, is not going to be a location for disposal of effluent. It somehow moves the arsenic around, and so I don't know if American Flats is one, but I want to tell the council, and I want to emphasize very strongly that moving forward with this 55 million authorization to expand your plant to 4 MGD is like going out and buying land but not knowing what the house is going to cost to build on it. It only gets you halfway there, and we still don't even have the idea of what we're going to do with the effluent. That science is still pioneered. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting last week. It was the most involved discussion that there has been on effluent disposal and the connectivity of creating that into tap water, which it will be, which is the way we were moving regardless in this region, whether or not we had this effluent project. But they had an expert there that has been hired by Western Water, and he's worked all over the country on these toilet to tap projects, and says when you get into the effluent problem, which we're in, it really is a big deal. And, you know, you start to learn the cost of sewer, and the cost of sewer could well be, and he's seeing rate hikes around the country of 10, 12%. This council has to be prepared in the next 5 years to jump up rates, not just connection fees, 10, 12%. And you know how angry they were when the 7% catch-up came around 2013 or 2014. This is, in my view, very premature for the council to be issuing these. If you don't, though, it creates a whole lot of other problems on the other side of the development. That's why I wanted a moratorium, because we're continuing to bring development on, and you almost need the 4 MGD, but you're going to spend out this $55 million on this plant expansion, and you're not even going to have the other side of the equation, so you're going to be stuck anyway.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Flansburgh, would you like to get up and say something? He laughed, he's like, because it's very hard, and Councilwoman Breckus, I respect where you're coming from. I respect where you're coming from, Tammy, even though sometimes I do think that you, I don't know how I think you direct it at us, and that's not really your intent. I think, you know, you have a lot of frustrations, and I get that. So I don't want you to think just we're trying not to support you, because I think you have a lot of that insinuation when you speak to us. And, you know, I don't want it to be like that. And I know you have a lot of resentment towards us, and so I just want to address that. But I also want to address that we're trying to do the best that we can with the knowledge that we can. And, you know, we're listening to someone that is an expert in the field, and that's what we have to go off of. And I also respect, you know, Councilwoman Breckus's, you know, her thoughts and feelings on it too. So I just want you to know, and I appreciate you, Mr. Flansburgh, because you don't have an easy job. I know that you take a lot of heat, so. But I want you to give us your expertise on this, because I don't think it is a science project, so.
Thank you for the opportunity. For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. The $55 million before you today is for the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant from 2 to 4 million gallons per day. It is out to bid. We expect to open bids latter part of March and bring it to you in April for an award and moving forward. There's been some insinuations made here today that I just want to be clear what that $55 million is for. It's not for some other project. As far as moving forward, American Flat is a good spot for us to do direct injection. We have proven that out. We know that it will be a source for at least 2 million gallons a day for direct injection. We are looking at whether we want to do A+ on there, whether we're going to be doing the reservoir. And the other part about American Flat, as far as not just the aquifer below, but the ground above, the dewatering project from Swan Lake, pipe is there, and we plan on turning that water on within a couple weeks. Hope to have maybe a media event about that if we can. So try to fit that all together. And then the farmer is getting ready to move forward on that. The reason that's important is because the continuation of the agriculture on top is equal to 1 MGD of effluent disposal. So it isn't like we're putting this in and not going to have any place to take the effluent in the future. So we do need to come up with some wintertime water storage to help facilitate that for the longer term. And growth doesn't happen immediately. It happens over time. And so we're looking at all these options, but I feel very comfortable recommending to you today that we should move forward with this 2 MGD expansion, and that we will have the effluent management options needed in the future to take care of this expansion as we plan for future expansion and what that might look like going forward.
Yeah. Can I also address, Tammy Holtstill, you also mentioned something to the effect of that would be grade A water, but you said then the county's going to come in and put in different water. Is that correct?
Right now, the city of Reno processes A.
Yes.
Washoe County, which discharges into Swan Lake,
Is
they
C.
So you're combining C and A.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, all right. I know you get upset, but hold on. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Flansburgh.
So that's basically what I needed to report here today. There's going to be a report that'll be finalized that we'll be bringing, and maybe that'll be part of a workshop that we've talked about earlier today with some of those other items that we have. So we can just have a discussion about sewer and maybe the stormwater utility discussion at the same time, and just have one focused workshop on that.
With the county?
With the Reno City Council, we can decide if we want to have a broader discussion with the county as well.
Yeah, but is that true? Are they putting in seawater? How do we know that?
They actually don't discharge directly to Swan Lake. They go into they have some ponds, and the ponds primarily evaporate. Sometimes they do discharge once or twice a year on a single event. They will discharge some water, but that's not something that happens every year. But that is something that they could do. It's a smaller quantity.
Okay.
And we do produce Class A.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flansburgh, if you want to stay for, sorry. First off, thank you for all the work that you do. And Madam Mayor is correct that your job is not an easy one. Your subject matter is very complex, and the issues you face are tough. And I just value you here at the city tremendously and your expertise. Again, not a science experiment. Can you comment? American Flats doesn't drain to Lemon, correct?
American Flat does not drain to Swan Lake. It does have potential, though, to have a response to Silver Lake. And so when Tumwa did their analysis, what they basically determined is there's enough storage in the aquifer to do 2 million gallons a day for a period of 5 years, and then you need to take water out. And that was kind of their overall discussion. You're not going to just immediately put 2 million gallons into American Flat and have that. It's going to be over time. And like I said, we have a buffer right now, about 1 million gallons a day that we will be able to use just to take out and put on the surface of American Flat for agriculture.
Okay. And then my understanding too is that there are developers in this area that would love more effluent, as I understand it.
When you're paying $35,000 an acre foot for water in North Valleys, it makes you much more creative on what you're willing to do for your common areas. And we do use that effluent today to irrigate the golf course and the sports complex and Maris Park. And so certainly any of their common areas, they're going to look at those opportunities of what they can do with the effluent.
And I appreciate that. I think everybody's trying to look at creative solutions. So anyway, thank you.
All right,
Madam
Councilwoman
Mayor?
Dewar.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think it was the connection, not the phone, but I've changed phones anyway, and connections. So what I'm concerned about, what I heard here today is months ago, we said, at least I understood, that we would not move forward with expanding the plant until we knew where the effluent was going to go, that these had to go in tandem. And what I just heard today is that at Western Regional Water Planning, they have determined that Bedell Flat, which is about 12 miles north of Swan Lake, is not a good place to both inject stormwater and pull it out. And I would like Mr. Flansburgh to speak to that.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. What the results of Bedell Flat have been, and if you remember, Bedell Flat was really our long-term option. But Bedell Flat was that, although there was a great location, very sandy material that the water would go through easily, when they went down below 200 feet, they hit a clay lens. That clay lens is similar to what we have in Lemon Valley in terms of the water then hits that clay lens and it distributes out, so it does not continue going down. And that was what the concern was, which then has deemed Bedell Flat to not be the best alternative for long-term storage and recovery of, say, the effluent or a Class A plus type of storage reservoir.
Okay, and what I heard you say, so that's new information I didn't know.
Me too.
What I heard you say is that American Flat, which is to the east, northeast, I think, that you could store up to 1 MGD, and you're looking at building 2 MGD. Is that correct?
So the aquifer below the injection would be able to take 2 MGD capacity, so 2 million gallons a day, up to a 5-year period of time before water would have to come out. I'm also stating, though, that the surface area of the American Flat parcel, where we have the Swan Lake dewatering and the agricultural project going on, has the ability to take up to 1 MGD of effluent disposal to support the farming operations. And so we do have an extra 1 MGD available right there without any other development occurring, which is a great buffer to have.
Right. And then you were also looking at a reservoir to the north, and then you were also looking at Long Valley Creek, and have you come up with an assessment of those options?
We are not looking at Long Valley Creek per the council direction. However, Tumwa and Washoe County are looking at the potential of Long Valley Creek for cold springs, for instance. And so they're going a little separate route and looking at that. But yes, we are looking at a reservoir and doing the feasibility study.
And do you think that could take the other 1 MGD?
Oh, for sure, and probably 2 MGD.
Okay, so what my concern is I really, when going back at least 6 months, I mean, I voted all the way along to allow you to take all these steps with the idea that come February, where we are now, that we would have a better handle on our disposal options, not be kind of up in the air. And so my concern is I don't feel comfortable going forward with increasing the size of the plant when we don't know where we're disposing of it. Now, maybe you're going to say, well, it'll take 2 years to develop the plant, and we won't open the plant until we have a disposal option that is not Swan Lake. Could you comment on that?
So you are absolutely correct in that we will not expand any capacity beyond our ability to treat and dispose of correctly. And so the risk, I guess, that you're talking about is if we go ahead and proceed with building the sewer plant out to 4 MGD, how soon would we actually be able to take advantage of that capacity we've created? And I would just state that I believe we have good options in front of us to take care of at least half of that capacity, and that the full capacity of that, I still think we have good options moving forward. And I don't think there's any reason to delay. And I just want to remind the council, we're talking about a 2-year construction build out to get the plant even up to that spot. So there's a lot of time there.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. And just to finalize, I mean, I feel very, trying to think of the right word, I find this awkward to expand a plant and commit funds when we don't know the rest of the story. And so, I mean, I think a conservative person would say that you need the full picture before you go spend $55 million. You need to know how this is all going to work, not just hope that we can do it. We know where we can do half of it, but we're not sure about the other half. I don't know. That makes me nervous from a fiscal perspective, and I guess, you know, I'm almost wanting to hear from our finance director at this point.
All right. You thought you were gone or done for the day, remember?
I thought I wasn't going to have to talk again, but I don't really have an answer for how you move effluent. That is really Mr. Flansburgh's expertise, and I wouldn't even be able to begin to have that conversation with you because I'm not in that area.
All right, I understand, and I put you on the spot, but my point is that, you know, we have been a very conservative council in terms of managing our budgets and our finances and our indebtedness, and I just want to make sure that we don't build something and then they can't come. So we spend the money, we spend $55 million, we build it in 2 years, but we can only open half the plant. And I don't know, that's my concern. And Mr. Flansburgh has said, I promise I'll find a place to put the rest of the effluent, but I don't want it to be, we couldn't find a place, we need the capacity, so we're going to put it in Swan Lake. That is completely unacceptable to me. So do you have a response, Mr. Flansburgh?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. Again, there is a huge delay when development initiates, when we give them their will serve letter, and then when they actually start flowing. I am perfectly comfortable with my recommendation to you today to move forward with the 2 MGD expansion, knowing that we don't have all the answers, but I know that we are solid on our direction and where we want to move forward, and I feel that we have that we'll be able to wrap that up even before the construction's completed and well before, and we're not going to have anyone come on board with development until we have those answers for that last MGD or half MGD or whatever it ends up being.
All right, one last question. Is a final alternative that you could send more of it to using a double pipeline over to like the Tumworth plant? You know, we already have the flow shave. Could you potentially double or triple that as like a last gas alternative?
There would be some availability to expand that pipeline, obviously a capital cost for the size of the line, and you might be able to get that up to, you know, from 500,000 gallons a day to 750, 800,000 gallons a day. Again, a pretty extensive capital cost to do that, but it would be possible with our overall discussion.
We know we have capacity there, and it sounds like the water quality demand issues could be addressed. So with that kind of certainty that at a worst case, we can expand the flow shave down to Tumworth and answer part of this question, I guess I could get a comfort level, but I'm just telling you I'm very apprehensive at this moment, and I don't want to be those people that spent that kind of money and have a project that can't be used. So a lot of pressure on you, Mr. Flansburgh.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go right ahead.
For my colleague who's asking these questions that I think still are on the table, is my understanding of a public commenter who came here is when the Vidler water and that pipe starts flowing, that TROA prohibits that water from heading down to Tumworth. And it's going to be Vidler water that is running through this expanded plant. So that's also on the table. And I also want to say this 55 million, remember the $90 million reservoir? I mean, I think you were right, Ms. Stewart, in asking our finance director to step up, because I'm really curious and I want to know some fiscals on this. And that's why I'm excited that we're going to have this workshop, because say this is 55 million, throw in the $90 million reservoir, then throw in, I don't know, Long Valley at 40 million, 50 million. What is Tumworth doing? I mean, you show these numbers, you show me the current rate structure, and you tell me what rate hikes you're looking for in the next 10 years, because they are going to be enormous, and they're going to be enormous on the connection fees. And that's why I've advocated again and again, if infill is our goal, we need to create 2 different benefit districts, one for the Stead plant, one for Tumworth. And I think we're just getting so far ahead of ourselves with this pressure, and the fiscal numbers will come home to roost.
Yeah.
All right.
I would really like to get more information before we move forward with this, like the answers, the comfort level that we're doing the right thing. So.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
No.
Okay, motion carries. Back at you, Madam Clerk.
Would you like to go to item F2?
Sounds good. I know we're bouncing everywhere, but I think it's fine. Okay, where are we at? F2?
F2.
F2. Okay, with that being said, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
No public comments was received.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it now to our City Attorney, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6550. Case number LDC 20-00025, Live Plus Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 7.04 acre site located north of the intersection of Wells Avenue and Winston Drive from plus or minus 3.43 acres of mixed-use University of Nevada Regional Center Planning Overlay Zoning District open space and plus or minus 3.36 acres of mixed-use University of Nevada Regional Center Planning Overlay Zoning District regional area to plus or minus 6.79 acres of multifamily, 30 units per acre, and plus or minus 0.25 acres of open space together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
All
Move to
right.
adopt.
Thank you. I have a motion to adopt. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, keeping in mind those present in the audience, I would like to move to item G12. This is appointment to the Reno Arts and Culture Commission.
Do you want
Madam Mayor,
to-
I'd make a motion.
Okay, any public comment on this item?
We have none.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend Marco Castro Bajorge and Debbie Engel-Britson
Second.
to the Arts and Culture Commission.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. It's cool. I like to see all the people on there. You get a lot of good interest. All right, and thanks to Geralda, she's here. She's the chair and has to do all this heavy lifting. Like I said, I feel bad for you. You got a lot of pressure now from all these groups. So thanks so much, Geralda. Good luck. Let us know how it's going. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we will go to item F1, ordinance adoption. We'll go ahead and finish up the ordinance adoptions,
Okay.
and then we'll get back on track.
All right, let's do that. Hold on. Okay, at this time, do you have any public comment?
I have none.
I'm going to send it to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6551, ordinance creating the City of Reno, Nevada 2020 Special Assessment District Number 1, ordering the acquisition and improvement of 4 street projects consisting of 16 street segments within the City of Reno, Nevada, providing for the levy and connection of special assessments, therefore ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken by the City Council of the City of Reno and the officers of said city directed toward the acquisition and improvements of said projects in the district, describing details in connection therewith, together with matters which pertains to or are necessarily connected thereto.
All right, thank you.
Move to
I have a
adopt.
disclosure on this one I'll read.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just, sorry. Madam Mayor, I need to disclose the fact that my husband and I live at 725 Gordon Ave. The property is within the project area for the City of Reno, Nevada 2019 Special Assessment District Number 1. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. Pursuant to NRS 281A424 sub 4A, the law presumed that the independence judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer's situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's significant pecuniary interest where the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to the public officer is not greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have a significant pecuniary interest in my residence, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me and my family will not be greater than that accruing to any member of the general public that owns property on the project area. See in the matter of Weber Commission Opinion Number 09-47C29 that mere ownership of property not sufficient to implicate disclosure requirements. This is above and beyond that as a disclosure. The fact that I own property in the project area will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. In light of the foregoing, the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by my pecuniary interests. Because this is not a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I will be voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item, although I don't believe there will be any.
All right, thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, you do have a motion on the table. You're looking for a second.
Motion and a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Madam Mayor, item F4, ordinance adoption. You have already read your disclosure. That's been logged into the record.
Thank you.
We'll send it to the city attorney to read the ordinance.
Sounds good.
Item F4, Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6552, case number LDC 20-00022, Majestic Liberty Zone Change. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning a plus or minus 34.98 acre site consisting of three parcels located south of North Virginia Street, plus or minus 1,100 feet northwest of Lemon Drive, north of Virginia Street intersection from mixed use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor Overlay District to industrial commercial, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you. May I get a motion? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries.
All right. With that, Madam Mayor, we are going to get back in order of our agenda of where we left off. The item in front of you at this time is now going to be D13, discussion on strategic plan.
All right, any public comment?
None?
No? That being said, I'm going to send it to you, Dylan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll pause for 5 seconds for you guys to throw out a motion to stop me from talking.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Nice job, Dylan. Good,
that was a
great
joke,
presentation.
y'all.
Love it.
Madam Mayor, next item is D14, city manager replacement process discussion.
D14.
D14.
Any public comment on that, Madam Clerk?
We have none registered.
Madam Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
So I put this on the agenda just to begin the discussion with this council about how or what steps you would like to see in securing a new city manager. At this point, the agenda item does include potentially engaging a search firm. But if it's the desire not to go that route, I'd respectfully request that, that we take input from you today, be able to work with Mr. Gregerson, our HR director, and then come back with some recommendations for you to consider at a near future meeting.
Right. I would be open to that.
But we'd like your direction today.
Okay. Thanks so much. I would be open to that. I'm not a big fan of going out and using these really expensive firms. I don't know, which ones you might have had in mind, but honestly, like, I was not impressed with the last way that it sort of was implemented, and it just, I don't know. I didn't like that process. The other thing I would like to see is I would like to see each council member sit down with our, maybe it's executive staff of like 20, and talk about what they want to see in a new city manager. I think that's really important for the staff here to get their input on what they want to see. I think that would be really beneficial. The other thing is I also don't want to spend a lot of time without a city manager, and the reason being is we're moving really fast, and I think that we have a lot that we have to get done. And so, I would just ask this council to be thinking about it pretty regularly, and to, let's move forward as quickly as we possibly can. Anyway, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Kind of along those lines, I did want to say that we at the RTC did I don't have the amount right in front of me, but did a relatively inexpensive and pretty quick process. And to your point about gathering information, we did an anonymous one question survey, SurveyMonkey question that we sent out to the community. We put it on all different social media platforms, and then we sent it out to all the staff at RTC as well, and said, here's the job description and the qualifications, and what do you believe are the most important attributes that you would like to see in your next RTC director?
Yeah.
And from the community, we got, well, I don't know if they're community or staff. You could kind of tell some of them were staff. Great feedback, considering we only had that open for, I want to say, Oscar, I think it was like a week. It wasn't really that long for the question. And we got a number of responses, which we then now will hand to Bill Thomas, And he will be able to, as our new director at RTC, be able to mine those comments and find commonalities of strengths and weaknesses and really use for the next director. And so I found that very valuable. And like I said, we didn't engage a full search firm. We had some guidance from an outside attorney that helped us, make sure we were doing everything correctly. But they just put it in all of the publications. They pushed it out through all the social media. And I kind of feel like outside of that, I don't know what a search firm, certainly for $60,000, my goodness, talk about curing our senior issue, gets us outside of the ACMA avenues, which we would post in that. And I don't know. I'm trying to understand the value.
Let me ask you this. Sabra, were you brought in by the firm, or did you hear about this job outside?
A colleague and mentor of mine told me I should apply.
There you go.
And I thought she was crazy, but then I did.
I did.
Maybe
You said I'm crazy.
Well, and to my point, Madam Mayor, while my
I'm joking.
53 seconds are left, I just think maybe there's a way to cast a net to the same places. Maybe we don't need to spend a bunch of money and do it in a shorter amount of time so we can have some overlap with Bill and Sabra still here.
The world is small, right?
Well, and you hit all those publications where if I'm out there in that world, I'm looking at those spots. If I'm looking for a job, I'm checking those publications and those avenues and postings. Plus, all of the postings that you do, they hit all of the major job sites. They hit all the Monsters and the Indeeds and all of that as well. So I don't know. Maybe there's some value in a search firm that I'm not fully appreciating, but I don't know that anything's going to make me appreciate $60,000.
I didn't care for it. Anyway, Councilman Breakfast.
Yeah, I think there is value in a search firm. It's a very transparent process. Madam Mayor, when you say one of us sit with 20 of the staff, I'm not going to sit with 20 of the staff. That's the
Why not?
That's
I did
that's
it.
the job.
It was great.
That's really the job.
you would love it.
Okay,
They-
let me just have
I'm
my
just saying,
say.
I think you should. You would love it.
I think that that's what the search firm does, is they help build the candidate profile. And I kept very close contact with them through that process. I talked to the guy maybe once a week, as that was offered to any and all of us. We had just left our last city manager in very turbulent experiences. And there was great concern that we would not be able to recruit a quality pool to give us the choice. And at the end of the day, we did have a good pool. We had 4 qualified candidates who came forward. I am telling you, it is very hard up there to get city managers. And a city manager needs to be schooled in our situation here, which is a very challenging one. And we need someone with an expertise who talks to city managers all day long or all week long, these executives, to kind of vet them and let them know what Reno's about, what they can expect, and let us know who's out there. If we do not go through a process like this, 1, it is going to be lacking in transparency, I believe, and 2, we will not get the pool that we need to help us with this big challenge that we have ahead of us. And I am also concerned, too, that the 2 people you want to trust to do this recruitment are walking out the door very soon. So that puts a little bit of buffer between 2 people. And not that I don't distrust them, but I think that we need someone who is going to be accountable to us through this process and work on our behalf, and not have some involvement in their exit. They've exited. So I would not mind a secondary item coming on our next agenda to discuss Ms. Newby's offer to stay on through July and counter strategies to bring on someone acting if we had to, even from our ranks, because I think that could be a very serious issue, that it takes longer. We get people who aren't, who sometimes people back out of these, and then she's ready to go, and we need to put someone into an acting position. Or I think we should also have the discussion if we want to take her up on the opportunity to stay out this long if she has an intent to leave. But that's a separate issue. But I'm very serious about that. If a city our size thinks that we're just going to put an ad in the newspaper for this, it looks like a joke. It may even look like we have a wired internal candidate, which people maybe think about. I don't know who that would be.
But you just heard Sabra say that she heard it from a friend.
It does not matter. She had extensive dialogue with the recruiter to understand the lay of the land. I am very concerned that this is being treated as a joke if we do not bring a recruiter on.
I don't think that that's true, and I really wish you wouldn't talk like that, because I think everyone does not think it's a joke. The other thing is, please don't I don't want you to disregard staff. I think it's very important what they think and what they want to see in their next city manager as well. So I don't want them to perceive that from you.
Yeah, but that's what the recruiter does. I'm telling you, we're losing an assistant city manager, an HR director, and our city manager. That's a lot of vacancies. We really need to have a good foot to sell this place to the best candidates we can get, because the challenges are very significant.
Yeah, we went through the process last time, and there was a candidate that actually withdrew because he was so upset with the process. That sucked. So I'm just saying, we've been through that before.
I think
wasn't
he
impressed.
withdrew because
Anyway, go
I
ahead.
think,
Councilman
Madam
Reese.
Mayor, I think he withdrew because he wasn't being taken serious as a candidate.
He was taken very serious, extremely. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess ultimately, I don't have a strong burning opinion one way or the other, but it is difficult when we've had a day in which we were trying to, as Councilmember Jordan said, count the dimes. For me to want to spend the money to go out and do a big national executive recruitment. I just don't know how we square our desire to not impact seniors on their rec fee with the cost of a recruiter. It just is a strange juxtaposition for me. I certainly believe that like the National League of Cities or the different ICMA, different groups that people belong to, they have job boards and they do these things. We're an incredible place to come work. And we have a lot going on for us. We're awesome. Our staff is some of the best, most dedicated people in the world. I think anyone would love to work for us and to head this organization. And at the end of the day, what we have is a beautiful place to live and raise a family. We have incredible opportunities, and certainly I wish well the folks who are going to explore other opportunities for their own reasons. They've left a better place than when it started, and I'm excited for them. But I also know that, the show goes on here at the City of Reno. It will. It always will.
And Reno is one of the hottest markets right now. People, I was just at Conference of Mayors over the weekend for 48 hours, and it's just amazing how people are really gravitating to what Reno's story is, what their success is. And I'm hearing a lot of buzz about it, that there's a lot of people that would want to apply. Matter of fact, a lot of the people that applied over at the county have expressed saying that they would like to come over here and apply. So it's kind of interesting. I think that we have a lot to be proud of and a lot to offer. So anyway, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And again, I think pointing to the RTC's process, which was a combination of some of the process we had done here at the city in the past to fill vacancies, as well as what the county had done, it really did work really well. And what they did was, we as a board, to move things along more quickly, because we know that our boards only meet so often, was to give the direction that the, Mr. Gregerson, I understand you're going to be here through June 30th, to have the HR director work in concert with the attorney. I don't know that there would be any conflict with our city attorney working with you to make sure Ts were crossed and Is were dotted, to come up with kind of what the framework, in concert with what we want to see as a council, but to go and use all those avenues without having to spend $60,000 and bring back responses that we get. And I think something that, certainly I can only speak for myself, but certainly what I'm looking for, I want someone that has some, I'm not saying they have to be local, but has some familiarity with Reno, and the issues in which we're facing, the growth spike that we're experiencing, and frankly, this body, and wants to work with us anyway. And I say that kind of joking, kind of not, because I just want someone, we need calm waters right now. We need, I think our staff is craving stability and reliability. And I don't think we're looking to, recreate a wheel and upset the apple cart and have ripples through our staff and our different agencies that we're planning on turning everything upside down. We really need some steadiness. And I think there's a way to reach that in a short amount of time to allow for some overlap in training and not cost us $60,000. Might cost us $10,000 for outside, I don't know, placements or whatever it may be, but, and that's just a guess. So anyway, I don't know if that was a motion, maybe more for dialogue from my colleagues.
Okay, so
Madam
that's
Mayor, if I may.
a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak up. I feel compelled to say that, despite a couple of key staff leaving in the next couple of months, we have an incredibly talented team here. And, I don't toot my horn very often, but I think we've assembled maybe one of the finest teams that's ever run this city before. And this city and the employees and you are in good hands. So I just want to throw that out there and let you know that because, this city will go on and it will do great things. And, in a management team meeting, I was making the analogy to the movie Dumbo, right? Where Dumbo only believed that he could fly if he had the feather, but Dumbo could always fly. It wasn't about the feather. And City of Reno is like that too. You don't need the feather. You can already fly. You always could. So I want to dispel any sort of like panic. Oh my goodness,
I know.
this is all this is happening. Secondly, on Ms. Breckus's point, Bill and I will treat this time, and if you want us to be involved in this process with the same professionalism and dedication and honor that we have and everything else. And I think, I'm speaking for Bill, but I think I'm safe in doing that. So, so I don't want you to think that in any way there's going to be any dropping of the ball or anything of the sort. We're here until the date, and as I mentioned to staff, I'm not letting off the gas. So we're here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we appreciate you. I know that sometimes it's not easy, and you stuck it out with us every step of the way. And we just want you to know that we're really, really grateful to both you and Bill. You both are tremendous people and should be so proud of the direction that you have taken the city in, because it will forever have your prints on it.
And Madam Mayor, I do want to say also in that same breath, Mr. Gregerson is the consummate professional, excellent at what he does. His wealth of knowledge is just immense, and he is sticking it out for us, right, till the end of June, to help me and to help this city transition. And I just owe such a debt of gratitude to Mr. Gregerson in that. And his wisdom and steady hand. So
And I will say,
you're in good hands.
Everyone that works for you absolutely adores you. That says a lot. I just want you to know they say wonderful things about you. So thank you. I think that was needed. At time it was really needed. So you did a good job. Okay. Did you give me a motion? Oscar, go right ahead.
Yeah.
It's all you.
Thank you. I feel like I don't want to, we're saying byes, and I think we're not quite there to say byes yet. So
Oh, yeah. No, right.
I reserve my byes for another few months, another few meetings. But I do want to take the opportunity what we didn't have last time is to see if there's a way we can have somewhat of an exit interview with Bill and Sabra to be part of the conversation to make sure our next city manager is successful in terms of what they might have thought is some needed strengths moving into the city, lessons learned, best practices to move and groove with our city staff and with our city council. We didn't have that opportunity previously. We just kind of went
with what we wanted. And I think it's an opportunity really to utilize all the skills that she's been able to bring about and the changes to make sure that they are to work with us in terms of how we were able to filter that out as to be part of their job description in terms of who we're going to need to continue to move the ball forward. So wanted that to be part of the conversation as well.
Awesome, thanks. Thanks so much. Give me a more direct motion. There you go.
Are you telling me not to ramble?
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes. You want me to weigh in?
No, you have your light on. So go back to Councilwoman Jordan.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
don't.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I would make a motion to direct our mayor and our city manager to move forward with a search process as quickly as possible and bring back what the interview process would be at a future meeting.
All right, I have a motion. I have a
I
second.
have a question or
Go
clarification.
ahead, Councilwoman Brennan.
The direction was that the mayor work with the city manager, and I want to be very frank about that motion and how I interpret that. That is that the mayor has extra surplus role in this decision, and
Trust
when
me, I don't want it, so let's take that out.
no. Well, okay,
I
because
don't.
that's
I
called
went-
being a strong mayor.
No, trust
Well,
me. I
no.
went through this before. Sorry to get elevated, but I've been through this before where I got caught in the middle of having to be the one, and you kind of lit me up for that. So I'm not going
Which
down
one?
that road again.
The-
So I'm
Madam-
staying out of that. So I want to clarify
Madam-
that right there.
Madam Mayor,
So
and
you
the
go
only,
ahead.
okay, I will pull back that motion. And the only reason I did that is because that's what we did at RTC. We had the chairman work with the HR director to do it. So I was just going along with those similar lines. So I guess my motion would be to direct the city manager to move forward with a search process as she and her appropriate colleagues deem right, and do it as quickly and efficiently as possible.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it.
All those in favor? Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to be optimistic and put faith and trust that there are good intentions to have a very open, transparent process and bring the best person on we can. I really hope we can do that. But I am very concerned that putting the manager and the HR director, the recruiter, particularly in this circumstances, needs the buffer for the candidates to speak very confidentially about what the city looks like. Why did the manager only last 3 years? Why did the previous manager last? And I think that she's part of the story, that the first thing the candidates are going to be asking for are going to be asking for some very personal information, reflection that she won't be able to provide as detached and as she could. And I think it puts her in a tough situation. I think it puts Mr. Gregerson in a tough situation. And I think it puts a signal out there that we're not interested in doing the best, most transparent approach under the circumstances. So I won't support the motion, but I am, I hope it can move
Go
forward.
ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I think that is making assumptions that, I don't know. I'd be interested to hear from our city manager and our director of HR how they feel about being candid with candidates. And certainly with transparency, the process absolutely would be wholly transparent in every facet of it. So I'm not connecting the dots other than maybe an insinuation that somehow not going with your option is not being transparent. And that makes no sense to me at all.
It's based upon the experience 36 months ago of working with very closely, and I kept very close conversations with the recruiter to understand his methodologies and the conversations he would have with candidates as they circle around.
Madam Manager, would you like to respond?
Can I just say, I want to just have a candid conversation. This is where we're supposed to have these conversations, supposed to, have debate, whatever you want to call it. But I just want to be really honest because, quite frankly, we all need to be working together, and this is not that difficult. This one seems like an easy win for all of us to work together. But I think it kind of speaks volumes as to maybe why the manager is leaving, because it's sort of seems to be this constant tension, this constant battle. You don't have to agree with everyone up here. You don't, and you can walk away. But after that, don't fry someone for not agreeing with you. Walk away and be friends and respect that. I think we can all do that, but at the same time, it's this constant tension and battle and insinuations against our staff that they're crooked, and it's just it's so disheartening because I mean you guys are the best part of my job. You're amazing. We wouldn't get anything. This council is nothing without you. Nothing. So I want you to know that. I don't know. I just get really defensive of the hardworking people in the city and where you've taken us from when we first got here. It is amazing to see. And that's all because of the hard work of everyone that works here. And so I just want to defend that. And that's just really the reality. I'm going to just call it out there. So anyway, go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yes,
Do you want to say something?
I would like to support Councilwoman Jordan's motion with the addition, and I know that you don't want to do this, Madam Mayor, but I really think a member of the council, which you are, should be involved in this process. I mean, this is one of our 2 employees that reports to us, and I think you have already expressed some concerns about using the recruiter, and therefore, I think that you need to be involved, whether it's just in a coaching role or something else. But I think to just say manager should recruit her own replacement just doesn't sound quite right to me.
And I appreciate that, Councilwoman Dewar, but I am going to be honest. When I was basically accused of, being crooked, and it was not a pleasant experience. And so I'm not going to fall for that again. I'm just not, because I don't want that kind of insinuation against me whenever, we're trying to do the right thing. And I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't want Councilwoman Breckus coming back and saying that, the process was skewed. It's just, it's not helpful, and it doesn't help us work together. I'm not going down that path. So I would gladly remove myself. Mr. Gregerson, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment. There's actually a third option that's available that council has not mentioned yet tonight, and that's what I would call the hybrid model, which would be kind of a combination of both doing an internal recruitment using internal resources and then working with a search consultant in order to do certain aspects of the recruitment. I've never used that model before, but it's a model that is frequently used and will produce a substantially reduced cost, and that would allow the recruiter, in order to add value in certain areas where city staff couldn't add value, and would allow economies such as the artwork that goes into producing the brochures. They have that down, background search or checking process. They can add value in that, as well as to talk about general guidance. So if that's something, and I just wanted to mention that's an option, and we could bring that back to council, develop it over the next week, bring it back to council to consider at a later meeting.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. Do you have any estimate of what that would cost?
No, as I said, I've never used that model before, so I have nothing realistic in order to base it on. I'm sure it would be a function of how much work we want the recruiter to do. The more work, the less savings. The less work, the more the savings would be. But I'd certainly be happy in order to check that out and bring a report back, bring a report to the city manager, then to the city council.
Okay, so could we not move forward with the motion today and still have you bring back the hybrid? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how we can kick the process off today, since we kind of don't know what this other scenario you're discussing is, but to have the city manager work with you to start that process. I mean, we're meeting next Wednesday. Is our agenda already out?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, can I just ask on this, may I have the chair to follow up? Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I recall, and I think there's 2 of us who weren't here last time, right? So, so the first thing the recruiter did was they talked to each of us about our thoughts about the city manager. They pulled out the existing job description. They gave us a look on how it needs to be massaged, maybe asked us, and then they came back to us and we blessed the candidate profile. Do you remember that? Well, you weren't here, but that's how they do it. So maybe if in this hybrid model, you could bring us the candidate profile that we had 36 months ago, and send that out to each of us, and we can agree the candidate profile. And then maybe that gets some work off of a recruiter, and then they could do the actual, I imagine they're kind of the buffer to the staff of the people who want to stay confidential, who want to.
Yeah, there are a number of advantages to using a professional recruiter. And I think the hybrid approach, I think in designing the process, we would look in order to maximize the advantages of using a recruiter
Okay.
and to eliminate the use of a recruiter that would be something that we could do internally. And my suggestion, I mean, you can give staff direction tonight in order to kick off the recruitment, but what I really think makes sense is to bring back to council and have council understand and agree upon a process, and then we would begin to execute that process.
Okay. So there's a motion on the table.
All right, we do. We have a motion and a second. Do you want to modify your motion, or you want to keep it? Whatever you want to do.
Well, I'm very sensitive to the time, and that's why I was asking, can we do a addendum to the agenda for next Wednesday? Do we have time to do that?
Yes, we'll get it on the nearest agenda, whichever one we can get it on.
Okay, that's my only thing, because I know these things take time, and you want to have a thorough process. You want to be able to consult with staff. You want to be able to go out to all the different publications, et cetera. I'm trying to get the ball rolling, is what I'm trying to do. So if there's a way to do that, and it sounds like Mr. Gregerson has a suggestion on a way, but we would reserve the right, and hopefully we could get something back, at least on an estimate on what the cost and scope would be by next Wednesday, even if you're just reporting back, because then at least we can go down the first path and my first motion if we choose that the second path is too timely, costly, and won't reap the benefits that we maybe are seeking. So,
Yes, that would be our plan in order to flesh it out a little bit and come back with some of the unanswered questions answered, and I think we can do that. It may need to be an oral report as opposed to a PowerPoint presentation, but I think that's the information that it sounds like council needs at this particular point.
okay, and do you think you could bring us something back by next Wednesday?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there. I'm okay with pulling my prior motion back then. I don't know if the seconder is willing to remove it.
Okay.
And given the direction that we move forward in concert with the city manager, with you, to pursue all that we've discussed here today and report back next Wednesday on what this hybrid model would look like and cost.
And if I could ask, maybe at that same time, bring forward for the record the existing candidate profile that we looked at for our feedback on that. So, because that was the first step, I remember. So,
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
You just conclude that. Okay, good, that's my motion.
All right, I have a motion. Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are back in order. Next item is E11. This is an ordinance introduction.
Madam Mayor, can I say something?
Yes.
I know we're going to introduce the ordinance, but I just want to express my appreciation to the legal team for taking a pause and discussing this with me. I think they came up with a stronger proposal throughout that preserves the rights of our residents, at the same time streamlines the process with the municipal court, and allows the court, should things get that far, to take in additional information if needed. So I wanted to put a shout out to the staff for working, at least meeting with me and discussing it, and I think coming up with some small refinements, but I think they're better. Thank you.
And along those lines, if I could be recognized, because I was in the same meeting with her, more or less. And I do want to thank Mr. Sudi also for his thoughts, because I opposed the initiation, but the fact that the word generally is kind of in there, emphasizing to the hearing officer that they have some leeway to not really go very procedural to rules of procedure on those hearings. And the judges too have that option. I think that, and we have good judges, we have good hearing officers. It gives me the calm that we're not gonna, put people at a disadvantage. And I think the place from which these ordinances, amendments came from was a place to provide your regular Joe citizen or Jen citizen an advantage in these legalistic fashions. But I will be watching them closely, and coincidentally, I have a constituent who wants to talk to me about a code appeal, which I've never done before.
And I had one final thing too, is that I think we should evaluate it in about 6 months if we move forward with this, and just see how it is working. And I too wanted to thank specifically Mr. Sudi and Mr. Sotelo, who's one of our hearing officers, who I consulted with extensively as well, sort of how is it working on his end. And I think it did come from a very good place in terms of evening up the, balancing out the power in these kind of situations.
Move to refer.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, on to item E12. This is ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, sending it to Mr. Carl Hall.
Madam Mayor, ordinance introduction, bill number 7128, ordinance to amend Title I, Chapter 1.05.535 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Administrative Hearings, Procedures at Administrative Hearing, Mission of Evidence together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Sudi? No? Oh, you're just fine with, but you.
Second.
But you got a suit and tie on today. Were you in court? No. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
E13 to be read by the city attorney.
Going back to
Mr.
you.
Sudi did want to read all these, by the way.
That's
Ordinance
awesome.
introduction, bill number 7129, ordinance to amend Title I, Chapter 1.05.600 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Appeal to Court, Appeal of Administrative Order to Court, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, can I just go ahead and read all these?
Sure, please do.
All right. E14, ordinance introduction, ordinance number 7130, ordinance to amend Title IV, Chapter 4.04.160 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Business License Code, General Provisions, Appeals, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
You want to read all of them?
I'll just go ahead and read them all.
Yeah.
in
You just
one
keep on
motion.
going.
And then we'll just do one motion.
All right,
Thank
great.
you.
Okay.
Number E15, ordinance number 7131, ordinance to amend Title IV, Chapter 4.04.170 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Business License Code, General Provisions, Hearing, together with other matters properly relating thereto. E16, ordinance number 7132, ordinance to amend Title 5, Chapter 5.15.140 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Sidewalk Vendors, Appeal, together with other matters properly relating thereto. E17, ordinance number 7133, ordinance to amend Title 5, Chapter 5.20.130 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Motion Picture and Television Production, Appeal, together with other matters properly relating thereto. Ordinance introduction, ordinance number 7134, ordinance to amend Title 12, Chapter 12.16.395 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Sewer Service, Appeals to the Administrative Hearing Officer, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Make it. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are now on G11. This is appointment to the Historical Resources Commission. This is Councilmember Breckus's liaison role.
I'm going to make a reappointment just in time for the HRC's strategic planning workshop this Friday afternoon that we're all very excited about, to reappoint Bradley Carlson and Paul Ferrari.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to the Reno Housing Authority appointment. As a reminder, pursuant to NRS, this is manager appointment with council ratification.
All right.
Madam Manager, I recommend Dave Ayazi.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to H1, updates on boards and commissions from council.
I mentioned and Ms. Stewart picked up on it, the very good Western Water, Regional Water Workshop the other day, which was very informative, and I think and I'm hopeful that some of that information will be at point when we have our workshop on sewer utility work. And then also, like I said, the HRC is having a half-day workshop to go over their priorities on Friday at McKinley, if anyone's interested.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
a quick report. So tomorrow is a meeting of the Animal Advisory Board for Washoe County, which I chair, and it's a special meeting, and it is basically inspired by the action that the City Council took on looking towards, although I don't think we finished, potentially banning, I'll put in quotes, puppy mills, the sale of animals in pet stores. The Animal Advisory Committee is taking this up at request of several citizens. We are, again, advisory to Washoe County, and we'll see where that goes, but I wanted to let you know that that's in the works, and I expect, there'll be some pretty good public interest in this tomorrow. So kudos to the council for leading the way, and it looks like other jurisdictions may consider it as well.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to report that the Nevada League of Cities has selected a candidate, and I can't say who it is because it hasn't been confirmed with the rest of the board. But we had an interview process last Friday. It was an all-day process, and we had great candidates. But we've selected one, and I'm assuming I will be able to tell you that soon. It's somebody that probably not a lot of us know.
All right. Well, good. I'm glad you found someone.
We had a lot of great candidates, though.
I did hear you had a ton of good candidates.
Yes. I mean, every
But
one of
that's
them was
great
really good.
that they were excited.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, anyone
You'll
else?
see a change,
Okay,
a good change.
go ahead.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we're moving on to general public comment, of which I have none signed in. Therefore, Madam Mayor, looking for the best motion of the night.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Nice job, you guys.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're adjourned.